Palestinian conflict, the Youth Economic Forum would like to show its support to the people of Palestine by presenting a mock check to representatives from Cinta Gaza, Malaysia, amounting to 10,000 ringgit.
With that, please welcome the director of YEF, Ms. Auni, to present the mock check to representatives from Cinta Gaza, Malaysia, Ms. Noor Afifa and Ms. Shafwar Murali, as witnessed by the President of PFAA, Mr. Said Mohammad Arif.
A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
We hope that the plight of Palestinians improves over time.
And now, it gives...
Thank you so much, Ms. Auni, and also Mr. Said for presenting the mock check.
And now, it gives us great honor to invite Madam Nurul Izzah Anwar, Co-Head Secretariat Advisory Committee to the Finance Minister, to deliver the opening key address of the Youth Economic Forum 2023. Please join me in welcoming Madam Nurul Izzah Anwar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. Saudari Auni, Najiha, pengarah program, Saudara Said Mohammad Arif, Presiden Perdana Fellows Alumni Association, Mr. Farhan, our Group CEO, PayNet, pimpinan-pimpinan VVIP yang bersama, distinguished guests, the partners who have kindly rendered and given your support, members of the media, and I think most importantly, the ones we are celebrating here, the delegates of YEF 2023, ladies and gentlemen, syukur Alhamdulillah kita bertemu berbekal kesedaran bahawa setiap saat itu berharga dan solidariti sebagaimana ditunjukkan oleh Perdana Fellows kita menjadi kewajipan bersama. Kita mahu menolak jenayah perang dan mempertahan mangsa keaganan manusia iaitu rakyat Gaza dan Palestin. Ia menjadi kewajipan bersama. Immediate ceasefire, and we must end the genocide. How we were outspoken when Ukrainians faced their plight, so shall we do the same in this regard. Demi keadilan sejagat, demi memacu masa depan yang kalis cabaran, we're talking about from extremism, worsening rogue states' behavior, and the return of the moral compass to the international world order. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Malaysia Madani. I bid hello to all of you, and I call all of you the chosen ones. The chosen few have had first-hand experience, perhaps more so than me, in managing bureaucracy and navigating government to ensure not just effective but meaningful delivery takes place. Despite the politics, and I don't just mean the politicians, because as you know, there's politics everywhere. Indeed, Perdana Fellows Alumni Association, yours is an entity that has survived and served many administrations, and yours is a noble mission to serve in government, no matter the role, to work in Malaysia's favor and for its future. The very best governments place the most capable and workable minds in the country in order to solve seriously complex and challenging problems. The very best governments prioritize the national mission, and it's everyone's job, yours and mine, regardless of our position, to ensure and to steer the government towards this mission. In my current hat, Farhan had asked me what I was doing before. My previous hat was as a member of parliament for about 3 terms. And right now, I lost my job, the last elections. And right now, in my current hat, as co-head of the Secretariat, we serve Tan Sri Hassan Marikan. It really brings me so much pleasure because we get to collectively work with a grouping of policy enthusiasts. We have economists, data scientists, financial analysts within the government and its related ecosystem, all in pursuit of evidence-based policymaking, in pursuit of reforms. So thank you for inviting me to share some of my personal insights. It is my hope that we can learn from each other's respective experiences. I think the director of the program has given you many reminders to be proactive and to speak up. And I think it's just a reminder that not everyone is accorded the same space to speak up. Where many are silenced and many do not necessarily enjoy, I call it the lottery of birth, because we are Malaysians, we are not stateless, but not everyone enjoys the same opportunity. The theme of your choosing is growing prosperity, working together, restoring Malaysia. Each action item, my dear ladies and gentlemen, is very challenging in its own right. We are to grow prosperity, that's the task expected of us. I forgot the pengurusi majlis. Hello everyone, sorry. We have to grow prosperity as the global economy slows down. We had many engagements with the World Bank, even EY, private sector, including the government agencies. So with FDI flows shrinking worldwide, it's going to be a big challenge. We are also left with deeper gaps because after the pandemic, you see the gaping hole in our healthcare as well as education sectors. We also have to work together. That's your other action item. When the Malaysian society, both rural and urban, not just having that divide, are more polarized than before. When one's race and religion becomes an issue, even though it's 2023. So there's much work, again, to do because, as your president stated, you do need to honestly come face to face with your past, the good and the bad, the strong and the weak. And this work to restore Malaysia and our collective future becomes all the more challenging, right? Because we're witnessing more humanitarian suffering due to the weaknesses of imperial powers to fairly dispense justice and condemnation across allies and foes. So all difficult challenges, but I would say it is not impossible. So what now? The pandemic had a range of financial, occupational, social, and psychological impacts on people, especially those at the bottom of our society. The pandemic served, among others, a reminder that we cannot allow anyone to fall through the cracks. I think as a consequence, the government realizes that it's imperative to have some provision of a basic social security net to prevent anyone from falling below a certain level of human dignity. We just attended a very important symposium organized by the University Malaya Social Wellbeing Research Center, and we had speakers, predominantly the social protection expert, Dr. Stephen Kidd, as well as Dr. Amjad Rabi, who last served with ILO Iraq. So I think it's really important to study these findings and the structure of the Malaysian demography and society, but also move towards plugging those gaps. In the committee where I serve, we leverage on existing expertise belonging to EPF, KRI, Hazanah Research Institute, Think City, Hazanah, among others, all willing to share their insights. So this, we believe, is an important step in achieving Malaysia Madani. I'm sure you've heard that term many, many, many times, but allow me to share my own insights as someone who heard it when I was Form 4 or 16 years old. Basically, it's a concept originating from the Arabic word madaniya. It means civilization or highly developed social culture. So it was proposed as a model of good governance that aspires to establish social, economic, and structural conditions that can facilitate the emergence of a civilized society. It's not new or even a foreign concept, rather a fundamental principle in the Islamic theories of polity and governance ever since the medieval Muslim philosophers such as Al-Farabi to contemporary Muslim thinkers such as Muhammad Naqib Al-Atas. In his Islam, the concept of religion and the foundations of ethics and morality, Al-Atas explains that the term madaniya or tamadun is derived from the Arabic word madana, which means to build or to found cities, to civilize, refine, and humanize. So how could a civilized society allow anyone to live in a destitute, undignified life? No dignified society, we believe, should tolerate it when you have the resources to prevent it. In fact, we argue that a civilized, prosperous society should be able to guarantee everyone's social mobility, social security net, equality of opportunity regardless of social background, quality universal medical care, education, decent housing, affordable childcare and allowances, retirement benefits, and even a minimum income. It's in essence an agenda, a mission that not only aims at raising the ceiling, but also raising the floor. In other words, not only aspire, as mentioned earlier, to become a leading Asian economic powerhouse, but also to elevate dignity and status of our people. I added the part of aging faster than you think, because it affects you, it affects the youth. We're not living in a vacuum. We live together with different ages and groups. Nonetheless, you talk about the Malaysian youth of today and tomorrow. You face a more precarious future as our nation transitions from an aging society to an aged one in just over 2 decades, from 2020 to 2043. So we have a brief 23-year window. It stands in stark contrast to France and Sweden, which had the luxury of 115 years and 85 years, respectively. It's a big challenge that I guess when I was younger, did not expect Malaysia to face. So what are indeed the choices that are before us? You mentioned the 5 key areas you're going to work on. Well, from a policymaker perspective, I recall the story of Xerxes, or Keshaya Rasa, the Persian king of kings, in his conversation with his uncle and advisor, Artabanus, before embarking on a war of revenge. So the advisor goes, "The prudent leader dreads and reflects on everything that can happen to him, but is bold when he is in the thick of action." To which the king replied, "If you were to take account of everything, you would never do anything. It is better to have a brave heart and endure one half of the terrors than suffer nothing at all. Big things are won by big dangers." I guess in our committee, we're trying to push for bigger things to be done. And of course, we understand we're not facing the dangers directly. But I think under Tan Sri Hassan Marikan, we are grappling with 4 scary things. The first is on government revenue. How do we increase the nation's revenue base and manage the ballooning operating expenditure? Second is restructuring subsidies to ensure that we provide for more holistic social protection, one currently very fragmented. The third, on the review to determine the relevance of GLCs in the current context and consolidate them where appropriate. This includes not just GLCs, GLICs, but also statutory bodies. And of course, the fourth, our national debt. How indeed do we keep them in check to manage and sustain all of you, the future generations. So as our nation matures and economy deepens in complexity, we require heightened involvement of the public sector to enable proper redistribution of wealth and public goods. But such functions, they need to be revisited, reviewed from time to time to ensure they meet their targeted objectives. For example, and again, I'm speaking on my personal capacity, one of the glaring items we are looking at is the fuel subsidy. We spent 52 billion ringgit just last year burning fuel. My words, and my words alone. That's 74% of our total subsidies, translating to 2.9% of GDP. Contrast this with our expenditure on healthcare operating costs, amounting to only 1.7% of GDP during the same period. Now, contrast again with the development expenditure at 99 billion ringgit Malaysia. What's development expenditure? What does it matter? Because it's about new productive investments, it's about expansion of healthcare, education, and the space where economic potential takes place. Imagine the substantial loss in opportunity cost, with almost two-thirds, but through fuel subsidies. I don't deny, granted, the aim behind these subsidies is noble. It's been decades there, but they have been proven regressive and counterproductive. Don't take my words for it. I think it's important to look at the evidence. How best do we secure then? Because we still need to remember the main business of governing is to ensure that everyday challenges faced by the rakyat in dealing with the cost of living is managed well. Social well-being is not a luxury, but it's a fundamental human right. So how do you secure these savings? Because once you do it, and you're able to plug in rakyat's immediate needs, because there are, of course, different policy prescriptions on cash transfers and other sorts of investments, but I believe the government remains committed to fostering prosperity, ensuring the dignity of every citizen is secured through a robust safety net that adheres to international best standards. We, Malaysia, we're a signatory to the Sustainable Development Goals alluded to by your director. We must accord the best protection to all our citizens, integrating the 9 pillars of social security of the ILO into a comprehensive social protection strategy. And sometimes, as Dr. Stephen Kidd warns us, don't be so occupied about targeting the poor, because when you target the poor, you end up with really poor outcomes. And it's not that you will never be in a precarious situation. Anyone along your life cycle can fall into a particular mishap, accident, and you would need this basic safety net to help you bounce up or bounce back. So every individual, irrespective of their background, has a chance to enjoy social and economic mobility, all the while secure and a meaningful and dignified life. So I just want to end this particular paragraph by asking you to imagine the utilization or removal of unproductive subsidies which countries like Iran and even Oman have taken actions on, to invest instead in healthcare so that more money can be spent on health promotion and prevention so that young people need not be burdened with the job of financing the older generation's escalating medical needs. It's going to be a J curve, so it's going to get worse as you grow older. Ladies and gentlemen, so I think I also previously shared in my public engagement my conversation that I had with my eldest, Safia. She told me in my second term, when I was worried about seeking re-election, not to be disheartened if I didn't make it. For any job contracts, they're supposed to be finite. So the few years you secure, whether with Perdana Fellows, whether with the different ministries you serve, is an opportunity to initiate something meaningful. But make no mistake, it does not last forever. I think about the conversation I had with Safia often, as we come up with suggestions, because you do need to place your suggestions, your grand ambitions, and arrange them in a critical matrix to prioritize the key areas you need to focus on. You cannot do everything. So much has been spoken on the need to not only expand our text base, but integrate our fragmented database to further develop downstream the resources at our disposal. Now, we used to talk about petroleum, but today we're having to face the challenging specter of REEs. So if you don't tackle it carefully, we're going to lose out the opportunity to follow through with our initial development model via Petronas. We develop the downstream and our own capabilities, not just sell raw resources to the highest bidder. So deepening our economic complexity requires a fine-tuned, mission-driven linkage across sectors in the industries, such as the Industrial Master Plan that MITI launched. It will also require, in my humble opinion, a more flattened hierarchical structure that values talent and performance to unearth the best in serving the fast-paced challenges of today. In our committee, we really value, regardless of your position, the best ideas that a person can offer. Now, those ideas should really be celebrated and, of course, acted upon. Because it's one thing to give an idea, it's another working on it. Youth and women. I actually chanced upon the 2023 Annual Economic and Social Council Youth Forum. It was just organized by the United Nations under the theme Accelerating the Recovery from the COVID-19 Disease and the Full Implementation of the 2030 Agenda for SDG at all levels. My team member as the Scouts, so most of us are, we follow instructions and do good things. But the point is, I think I was listening and referring to one of the participants where they said it involved 150 participants from 22 countries. They presented their assessment, all young people, vision, and recommendations for member states' consideration before the SDG Summit in September 2023. Young people are ready, willing, and able to participate in bigger conversations about their lives and futures. And that's why the report stated that young people must be placed at the heart of all mobilization efforts to provide them with the opportunity to shape the agenda. So I actually am looking forward to some questions if the organizer permits, because I feel there's one thing sharing from my end, it's also important to hear from you, because I'm sure you have your own insights that have helped you manage and survive the current experience you've had in government. I would just add, like, one of the key things I feel before I go into how we plan to promote more youth-centric and female-centric gender equality in the budget and the government, I think the importance of having clear-cut sense and understanding of boundaries as we navigate professionalism at work, in the home space, but also the readiness to prepare ourselves with the necessary mental resilience. I say this because I think one of the most important things in school, when I send my children to school, is to ensure they have a very strong ecosystem that supports their mental health, not just from the onslaught of the challenges that's presented in all forms, but also to make sure they understand the importance of maximizing their own talent and the fact that they're going to be treated the same regardless who their parents are. In Belanjawan 2024, there's much incentives to further support the spirit of volunteerism, which was one of the key facets of findings what youth people want. Young people want to be given the space to volunteer. Young people want to basically contribute to the future. And it's stated that among youth between 18 to 20 years old, there's a program called Pay It Forward. A reward will be given provided to youth who have successfully participated in volunteering activities with an entity recognized by the government. We also see reintroduction of Rakan Muda. I'm quite proud of this. I was 15, I think, when I first heard of it. And sometimes in Malaysia, it doesn't really matter how the rose smells, as long as you know it's an important flower. So it really doesn't matter which prime minister introduced it, but we do need institutional memory to make sure that we build on existing capacities and strengths. So there's much as well programs that's offered, whether it's TVET, whether it's for women, and I'm sure all of you are going to be experts in the reading the budget, since I have 0 minutes left. So I'll end with my final para, basically. To all of you, I think we've alluded to this in terms of the geopolitical tensions forming the barrier of what we can or cannot do within our control and boundaries and borders. So we do need to build our own inner resilience. This is where we have to come together. And it really breaks my heart because I first joined, my political life began with a multiracial party. Even Palestine began with a nation that was multi-religious and multicultural. So that is something that we as Malaysians have to be not just holding sacred, but we also need to appreciate and hold it with great pride. As John Lewis Gaddis woefully reminded us on the need to be strategic. To avoid mistakes, we need to align potentially unlimited aspirations with necessarily limited capabilities. Expanding means may attain more ends, but not all, because ends can be infinite and means can never be. So whatever balance you strike, there will be a link of what's real and what's imagined between your current location and your intended destination. Let's not go back what I thought it would be like when we are in government to what it is today. Of course, there will be a gap, but whoever said governing would be easy, it is a heavy responsibility that reminds you to carry it wisely. So I would like to thank the entire Youth Economic Forum Committee, volunteers, and the Perdana Fellows alumni for this wonderful forum. I believe you're making significant impact, so please speak up. Dan alang-alang menyeluk perkasam, biarlah sampai ke pangkal lengan. Selamat berjuang, Perdana Fellows. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Nurul Izzah Anwar. Madam, please kindly remain on stage. Once again, a big round of applause for Madam Nurul Izzah Anwar.
As a token of our appreciation, we would like to invite Mr. Syed Muhammad Arif to present an appreciation gift to Madam Nurul Izzah Anwar as witnessed by Ms. Auni Najiha.
Thank you so much, Madam Nurul Izzah Anwar, for your unwavering support for the Perdana Fellows and also for the Youth Economic Forum.
As well as the inspiring speech earlier. We would like to invite all on stage to kindly pose for a quick photo. Following this photo, we would like to invite Madam Nurul Izzah Anwar down from the stage to take a group photo with all the participants from YEF 2023.
With this, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask all of you to sort of stand up and then move towards the center of the auditorium.
For those on the left and right sides of the hall, kindly squeeze in so that you can be fitted into the photo.
And
The
our photographers, feel free to come up on stage and take the best angle, the best photos.
Can I invite everyone to move a bit faster, especially those on the left and right, please. Thank you.
Let's do it quickly within like 30 seconds. Come on, let's go. Everyone from the left and the right just move towards the center. Photographers, are we okay with this or do we want to move even closer? Those
Can
on
we
the
invite
left,
everyone to move closer, please? Yes. Ushers, maybe you can help us out. Can we invite everyone to move closer? We will start with a serious photo, followed by a candid photo.
can we also have someone to fill up the front row, please? Photographers, all good? A formal one, maybe? Oh, everyone looks so serious.
And now for our candid photo, ladies and gentlemen.
You can do your finger heart or a thumbs up. Smile. Photographers, you're good? Okay, thank you so much for your cooperation. Kindly take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now enter into our first agenda of the day, the economics agenda, with the theme Redefining Malaysia's Potential, a blueprint for a resilient Malaysia.
Let's give them like 1 minute just to settle down, take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for our first agenda of the day? No response. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for our first agenda of the day? Awesome.
We will now enter into our first agenda, the economics agenda, with the theme Redefining Malaysia's Potential, a blueprint for a resilient Malaysia.
Now, when we talk about the Malaysian economy, what comes into your mind? Rising cost of living, low wages, low salaries, and also the weak ringgit. Now, if you scroll through social media, you will find many young Malaysians expressing their concerns and anxieties about the future. A lot of questions are being asked. Is eating out really a luxury addiction? Will owning a home ever become a reality for the youngsters in Malaysia? And can we ever save enough money for retirement?
Those are good questions. And the billion-dollar question on everyone's mind is whether we can build a resilient Malaysia capable of weathering any storm and how we can achieve this feat.
Now, are we ready for the agenda? Put your hands together to welcome our speakers for the economic agenda. We are pleased to introduce Mr. Farhan Ahmad, Chief Executive Officer of Payments Network Malaysia.
Mr. Yasuhiko Matsuda, Country Manager for Malaysia, the World Bank.
Dato Ami Morris, Chair of 30% Club Malaysia.
Dr. Ong Kiang Ming, Director of the Philosophy, Politics and Economics Program at Taylor's University.
As well as the moderator of the session, Mr. Bernard Yap, Partner and Private Tax Leader at Ernst & Young Malaysia, EY.
Over to you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Firstly, thank you to the organizers and also the Alumni Foundation for having all of us here. Very happy to see a lot of young, enthusiastic faces. And I'm going to be very open and honest. We were supposed to do a 15 minutes catch-up just to plan for this event, but we didn't have the chance. So I've got a fantastic 4 pieces of CVs in front of me here, but I'm not going to go through it. I'm just going to do a very brief introduction of my panel members, and I'm going to see fit as what it is, all right? I'm going to start with Dr. Yasuko. Extensive experience globally. He's today our country manager for the World Bank. Because of what I see here in front of me today, with his global experience and everything, you can see that he's today localized, wearing a formal batik, but with an international team on it. So that's how I'm going to introduce him. International, global team person. Second, I have Dato Ami. Currently the CEO of Maybank Kim Eng, professional executive banker, and also a very passionate driven for D&I And you can see her today as a professional banker, professionally dressed, but with a little bit more of diversity in her OC shoes. And I guess she's going to be a fit runner there. Third, I've got Professor Dr. Ong. Again, a gentleman with started his career from a banking perspective and then consulting. All right, because that consulting is my part, so he's already going to share with me on that one. Entrepreneur, Deputy Minister of BT. Today he's now an academician. We were told to come in formal. Today I envy him because I wish I could go back to the uni days and dress like him as it is. So another
run
runner
10K
as well.
first. You have to run 10K before you can wear this.
So he's also another runner. He's wearing actually a Stand Chart Marathon t-shirt there. All right. I can only do 5K every day in the morning. That's it. I can't keep up with you. And I know you're a very fast runner. And then the last one is Farhan. Farhan's the CEO, Group CEO of PayNet. Also a business entrepreneur, global experience. And you can see from the technology industry, right? He's dressed semi-formal with a fantastic t-shirt there. And I guess I want to ask him to show us what's the motto there on the t-shirt. Don't use cash lah. Okay. So, very quick introduction already. I think the objective of today's session is more from a business impact perspective to Malaysian Banadi. And very happy today. You can see the diverse experience, and hopefully we're going to have a lot of exciting discussion. We've got from a global digital, global World Bank, today our financial banking specialist, and then from the academician. So without further ado, if I can, I'm just going to get the respective individual members here, maybe start with Dr. Yasu, just to share your thoughts from a global perspective in terms of where Malaysian Madani is and where our country is heading towards, and how you see it because of your role from the World Bank.
Okay, well, Bernard, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you very much to the Perdana Fellows Alumni Association for inviting me back again. I was in this forum last year, and it's really nice to be invited back, so that, because if I wasn't, I would have been a little bit disappointed. So thank you very much. And I just wanted to make one point before I go into this global perspective thing. This batik is not just local, it's from Kelantan. And as and my wife now looked around for batik shirts, and then my wife always asks us, so where is this made? And many of them are from Indonesia, and but this one, we went to Kelantan and bought it. So it was a really very nice experience. So about this Madani economy framework, it's something that we from, the World Bank, of course, but also other diplomatic, communities and so on, waited for some time. And, it was highly anticipated. And part of that, frankly, was because there was this sense of, a little bit of lack of clarity of exactly where this administration was going with the economic policy. And, it finally came out. To be honest, it took a little bit for us to digest it, but as time passed and as we talked about it among, colleagues and others, it began to sink in, and it's very clear that, and somewhat unusual based on my experience anyway, that it's a value-based approach to economic governance. Right? And, when we first heard it, I wasn't sure exactly what that was. But as I hear the Prime Minister and other government officials, Nurul just now, it's quite consistent, the emphasis on the value, social justice, and really people-centered thinking behind the way they're looking at the economy and other public policy issues. So, I think that's an interesting feature of it. Another interesting feature that I think makes it strong is that it anchors other plans that have since been announced. Frankly, I think you have probably too many plans, in this country, but you have them, right? And then some of them matter. Many of them are just documents, to be very honest. So anchoring those plans to the core belief and the principle of the government, is a good way to make the plans more meaningful than otherwise. So I think serving as the anchor of these plans is an important function of Madani. So let me stop there. Those are our sort of initial impressions of what this thing is. We're still trying to understand, exactly how this is going to be translated into government actions. And, one of the key instruments is the budget we're going to touch on, so I'm not going to go into it now, as well as how these other, associated plans like NIMP are going to be implemented. As a framework, as a guiding post and anchor, I think it's a good start.
Okay, so we hear it from a global perspective. Dr. Yasu appreciates it. And there's a lot of papers and a lot of concepts there. Maybe it's about prioritizing which is the way to move forward in order for the government and for the rakyat and also for the business environment to be able to pursue our dreams there. Dr. Ami, if I may, if you could share with us from your perspective as how inclusivity can bring into this whole concept and also be an enabler and catalyst for it.
Okay, I actually have some slides. But if I could have the slides while we wait for my slides, I just want to say a huge thank you to PayNet. So awesome. Thank you, Farhan. Thank you, June, because without PayNet, that leafy logo there, that 30% club logo wouldn't be there. So thank you. And 30% Club is a pure voluntary advocacy platform, right, to champion diversity, equity, and inclusion. Secondly, I would like to ask a big thank you from all the gentlemen on the stage, because without me being on the diversity ticket, this panel would not be allowed. It would be called a manel. And I'm so sorry, right, in this day and age, that is really no longer permissible. So if I could have my slides, that would be really great. Okay, cool. I'll have to look this way. Before I actually, where do I point? Okay, next. Maybe I'll just say next, right? Okay, I don't want to be pedantic, but I see a room full of fantastic intellectual talent. So what I wanted to do really is that to bring home, right, the conversation. There'll be a lot of macro stuff, and Nurul Izzah gave such a fantastic speech about how to anchor values. And what I want to bring to people today is to start off with purpose, because purpose is so key. And there's so many definitions, but what I really wanted and I liked was the Harvard Business Review, right? Because it captures the word aspirational, right? It captures the word inspires. Very importantly, it captures the word call to action, right? For all stakeholders, and the goal being to provide benefit, right, to society. So that is something that, drives all of us, because Madani values is really that common purpose. Could I have the next slide, please? So actually, I want to correct Bernard. I'm actually retired. I actually just retired last year from my role as the CEO of Maybank Investment Banking Group. And in my portfolio, I didn't just cover Malaysia, I covered 9 other markets. So in my spare time these days, which is not a lot, I really gave it a lot of thought, of my 3 decades of experience in the capital market, right? In the world of equity market and in the world of investment banking. And I thought, yeah, sure, given, right? It's money and financial capital that really moves the world and motivates individuals. But in my 3 decades, what I really, really want to share on this Saturday morning is that what really matters, to make that difference, to really bring about that X factor, is really people. Ordinary people, people like you and me, being purpose-led, making sure that there is the common purpose, and common purpose includes having integrity, right? Being emotive and inspiring others, because what you will get then is perhaps what sometimes I feel is lacking in Malaysians, right, including myself, is the pride of purpose. So that brings me to the next slide, okay, which is really a big question that I try to ask myself daily. Typically, it is about myself, in relation to myself, and in relation to organizations. But today, because we are here, right, I wanted to ask it in relation to us as one nation. And really is that, why do we as Malaysians wake up every morning and do what we do? I mean, I do try to do that every day to make sure that there's a reason for what you do. Because why it matters is that if all of us, right, we already give 100%, if each of us could give an extra 5%, that is really where we are going to be distinguished. That is really where we are going to have that differentiation. And just like my fellow panel members, spending the time today, the 2 hours, is equivalent to the 5% extra, right? Because in 8-hour day, 40-hour week, that this 2 hours is our extra 5%. So next, the next slide. Ooh. Okay, why should what Malaysia does matter to the world, right? And perhaps this is something that I want to be a bit more specific about, which means that I need to look at my notes, right? Is really that I think Nurul Izzah also mentioned that Malaysia is entering what we call a high stress cycle. High debt, ringgit weakness, and increasing regional competition. Our major exports, oil and gas, palm oil, semiconductor manufacturing, they all face productivity and growth issues. So our solution needs to be an increase in our human capabilities, human capital capabilities and competencies, where before we have relied on the business model of low wage growth, right? That has gone on too long and is really killing our wage growth and workforce value agenda. Because we are in this high stress cycle, the solutions to me, and I have been in so many forums for the last 2 months, so many panels, so many sessions. I've heard, even Nur Hisham is in the room, I heard him at the University Malaya Symposium. The missing things that perhaps we need to connect is that the solution needs to be long-term. There is no overnight solution to the kind of structural, complex issues and challenges that we as a nation face today. Not possible. So the term for me is that the solution needs to be a long-term solution with interval milestones that are clearly articulated and shared transparently in terms of execution achievement. And the Madani goals, there are 7 of them. So those are already the KPIs that we all need to wake up as Malaysians to try and achieve. And that's why it does matter what Malaysia does, for the world, which brings me to the last question that I have this morning, which is, can I have the next slide? Which is this question. What will the world miss if Malaysia didn't exist? I mean, seriously, I think that we have to spend a lot of time really digesting, dissecting, investing in this question, because if we can't answer that, right, then we won't know where we are headed. So to me, these are my thoughts, right? Malaysia has both the old technology, the oil and gas expertise, we have the solar manufacturing solutions, and we also have, guess what? The new transition assets. We are over 50% forested. We have an abundance of hydro, and we have relatively high irradiance, which provides for solar solutions. And of course, the beauty of the most important thing is that we have the biodiversity of mangroves and seagrass. I'm not sure how many people actually have been acquainted to seagrass habitat and environments, right? Phenomenal. Their capacity to sequester carbon is 15 to 25 times more than terrestrial forests. So figure that out, right? So to me, we have all the necessary assets to lead the world in the energy transition. And we have the ability to lead this transition with our deep expertise in Islamic finance to enable a just transition. So that would be what I would say that the world would miss if Malaysia didn't exist. So the world could, and I say this as a challenge to every one of you here, the world could miss a leader that is firstly, net zero oil producing nation. Secondly, the leader at sequestering carbon by managing and monetizing our abundant rainforest. And thirdly, a leader that is innovating carbon capture from the sea surrounding us. So, ladies and gentlemen, let those three questions sing, and I look forward to all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ami. Very inspirational, and I like the fact that she's illustrated it a lot of positive for us. You can always take it, the glass is half empty or half full. I'm very happy to hear this because you always look at the positive side. And if all of us can do, as what she said, that next 5-10%, that will be the big difference in where we are going to be in the future. Dr. Ong, if I may ask you to share your views from a macro perspective in relation to the Malaysian Madani.
Testing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, thanks, Bernard. Thanks to all the sponsors for today's event. For those of you who may not know, if not for PayNet, we wouldn't have Do It Now, and we wouldn't have the unified QR code. So thank you. Although a little bit of a blowback recently because of some charges issues, but I think it's an ongoing conversation. Yeah. Thank you very much for Perdana Fellows as well for inviting me. I think it's good to be here in the morning. Give me an excuse to go out and run 10K before I came. Not in these shoes. These shoes are special Milo colored shoes from Essex. They were passed on to me, and this is the first time I'm wearing it. So it's a combination of international as well as local, and I'll talk a bit about that in my intervention as well. So 3 responses. And I think the way I want to talk about the responses to Economy Madani is ways that would be able to be relevant to you guys as people who are studying and young graduates. How will Madani impact the kind of jobs that you will have, or the kind of jobs that you will apply for, and the kind of jobs that you are working as now? 3 ways. Firstly, I think with the increase in foreign direct investment, as well as the integration with domestic direct investment, the kind of jobs that we will be able to create in Malaysia would be increasingly one that is higher quality, higher pay, with a lot of new skills that would be required. So whether it's working for a large local corporate like Petronas that is integrated to the global economy from a oil and gas perspective, and now increasingly into renewable, or to working for one of the many shared services companies that makes Malaysia a top 5 shared service destination or global business center destination, or some of the new manufacturing concerns that have set up shop in places like Penang, Selangor, and Johor in the E&E sector, not just in manufacturing, but also in manufacturing services. This is the kind of landscape that we are facing, and many challenges and also many opportunities. So that's one, FDI as well as DDI. The second area that I'm pretty excited about from an Economy Madani perspective is in the area of digitalization. Right, this is a buzzword that everyone uses, but there are some very specific initiatives that have been announced that maybe did not capture public attention in ways that I think you guys should be aware of, that will impact not just your lives in terms of individual Malaysians, but also in terms of the larger corporate landscape. And I just want to mention one here, something which I think Farhan may be familiar with, which is the National Digital ID project. It's been in discussions for a long time already. Different people have attempted it. The latest iteration, which I'm a little bit more optimistic about, is the expedited rollout of the National Digital ID under a recently established unit called GovTech Nucleus that sits in the Ministry of Finance. and they are modeled after a similar unit called GovTech Singapore. And for those of you who may be a little bit familiar with the Singapore ecosystem, they have something called SingPass, their national digital ID that taps onto hundreds, if not thousands, of government services as well as services from the private sector. So if that can be rolled out successfully in the near term, we're talking about between 6 months to a year, maybe on a pilot basis. A lot of you guys would be able to see how it impacts you. So from let's say an eKYC perspective, you'll be able to approve credit cards in 3 minutes rather than 3 weeks, because you'll be able to allow the national digital ID ecosystem to allow financial institutions to access your records, but in a secure fashion. The third area that I'm pretty excited about is in the area of sustainability and ESG. So not just in Madani, but also the related documents that have been announced, which is the New Industrial Master Plan 2030, as well as the National Energy Transition Roadmap. Right. So, and sustainability is now a buzzword. But I can tell you 5 years ago when I was at MITI, the kind of pressures, the kind of initiatives, the kind of government direction, and also private sector support for many of the ESG initiatives was not as strong. We see it much clearly now. So, for example, if you want to go and find financing for a coal-fired power plant in Malaysia, I think it will be very, very difficult. Yes. Yeah. And that's for good reasons, right? So I think, in terms of the kind of jobs that you want to have and the kind of skills that you want to pick up, sustainability issues is something that you need to be aware of. You need to be aware of the kind of different certification ecosystem that's out there, and it's something that many more people are taking up as micro credentials. Last time it was the CFA. Now I think ESG is going to be much more important, and this is why I think it's important also to have those plans. I disagree a little bit with Yasu in the sense that those plans are important so that it can be a reference point to the civil servants to follow, and also for the private sector to see how they can align with the government, and also perhaps even invest more in areas of interest to the country's economy, and not just to Malaysia, but also to the region. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. I guess what you said is the two key items, right? Digitalization is the way we got to move forward with it, and sustainability is where we want to be in the future. And with that, I'm going to ask Farhan, you've got experience in digitalization and carry out a lot of your own entrepreneur projects overseas and everything. How do you see this challenge? Because you were paying that now to take up this challenge under Project Madani.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the kind acknowledgement. I think I think what you two said so elegantly, I won't repeat because I won't say it as nicely. So thank you for sharing those great sentiments and the optimism that should happen here. You see, many of you are here because you were born here. I came to Malaysia because I wanted to come to Malaysia last year. Because I, as an outsider who's lived in the US most of my life, I only see opportunity in Malaysia. I see tremendous opportunity in Malaysia. Like Dr. Amy, you mentioned, we have all the wrong ingredients. I think there's a F1 race car parked in the garage. We just need to become better drivers of the F1 race car, and we can win this race and go very, very fast. Who's going to drive this car? Not us. We are the X generation. It's everybody on that side of the stage. You get to drive that car, right? And that's kind of what I see here. Now, PayNet, many of you may not know what PayNet is. I'll quickly, PayNet runs a lot of the products that we use every day, whether it's Do It Now, MyDebit, FBX, JomPay, Maps ATM. Basically, in total, PayNet transaction volume that we process is 3.1 times the national GDP. So we process as much value of payments that's 3 times as big as the GDP of the country. So PayNet is in a very great position to influence the economic outcome for the country. And so we feel that as a great privilege and a massive responsibility. So maybe I talk about our values because that aligns with a lot of what Dr. Amy said as well. We only have 4 values. First one is aspiration. We must think 10 years out, 5 years out, and for the betterment of the nation in the future, not just in the near term. Second value is curiosity. That means we must always be learning new ways of doing things and being globally competitive. Third one is that, again, like you acknowledged, great change does not happen overnight, and great change is not easy. As a serial entrepreneur, there's a very good book that I read. It's called The Hard Thing About Hard Things, which basically says that doing big things is very, very, very hard. And you need perseverance and grit to get through them. And lastly, integrity, which is a key part of our journey. Because we have the responsibility of being in the center of things, we have to be very high integrity as an organization. So we operate with those four values as our driving force, and that matters. But across, when I look at the Madani framework, we literally follow that, right? There's raise the ceiling, raise the floor, right? Digitization. We're super excited about the digital ID, but we have a backup plan too. So we will get it one way or the other. Open data, open banking, we're going to try to bring that to the country. In the last 3 years, through some innovation and some effort, we have converted just our government agency payments from cash to digital from about mid-50s to about 82% in 3 years. We keep working on innovating and changing those things. Micro SMEs are the driving force of a country. And in Malaysia, we have the privilege, no matter what you might see in the news sometimes, we have the privilege of being one of the lowest cost payment providers in the world, and certainly the lowest cost provider in the region. We should be proud of that. That's it. Then I look at security. PayNet has a role to play in securing not just PayNet, but the entire country. So we work very closely hand in hand with Bank Negara to build the National Scam Response Center, where 25% of the money that would have left the country or left the bank accounts by scammers, we are now able to identify and recover. Just in the last few months, we've done this. Infrastructure build and where we are. PayNet has now cross-border real-time payments with Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, and China. With these 4 corridors of real-time payments, with 5 more coming next year, we already have more real-time payment corridors than any other country in the world. That's Malaysia at the number 1 spot in the world, not just in the region. We should be proud of that. And finally, nothing that we can do goes without the ESG element in it, right? That's very, very critical. We have 2 landmark programs. One is called PayNet Akar, which is about educating the next generation to be able to handle this challenge that we're going to present to the world and the opportunity that we're going to present. It's about education. It's about building that part. And then we have PayNet Chamba, which is called sprouting, which means how do we sustain prosperity through digital payments? You see, there's no point in just converting cash to digital payments. The value of digital payments is if we can utilize that to increase prosperity, to increase economic output for the underserved markets, and to increase the nation's GDP. So PayNet Chamba is an incredible initiative that is driving just those virtuous cycles of sustained prosperity. It's a really cool program where we invest in certain things and then they start to grow by themselves. And over time, they snowball into much, much bigger commercial outcomes. So I think for us, all of this is part of the Madani framework, whether we do it by design exactly or it just coincides. But we are at a position and a nexus to help the country become better, to give you guys the best F1 race car. So that when you're ready to drive, you can outdrive anybody that you want to, as long as you want to. So please, want to.
So you hear it. We're a country with diverse difference in geographical, the ability to do things and everything. And I guess the changes are here, the catalysts are here. It's a question of, like Farhan said, let's embrace it. Let's take up the challenge and do it. I mean, like what you say, it's there. It's a matter of we, the young generation, wants to embrace and take on the challenge. Well, let's go to my first question, Dr. Yasu. I think your global views and perspective as to how we think the Madani economic narrative will be a game changer to the Malaysian economy overall, and maybe also from your perspective, have you seen it similar principles that we want to carry it out here in Malaysia in other countries as well, which maybe as a recipe for success coming from Malaysia?
Okay, well, thank you very much. So, in fact, let me start by quickly responding to Kian Min's point about plans and so on. In fact, when I worked in other countries, I often complained about a lack of clear strategy and document written down on paper. And that made it difficult for us and also the private sector, civil society, and so on to figure out exactly where the government was going. Because in its place, what you have is either verbal pronouncements by different ministers and president and so on, which are not always consistent with each other. And that consistency depended on how well the head of the state governed, the government, the cabinet, and so on. And it varied, right? Or some old piece of legislation that was passed, in a different context, and then the bureaucrats were, enforcing it, and then that was the de facto policy. So I do grant that there's value in these things. It's a balancing act, I think, because too many can also be confusing. But what I think is interesting in this particular moment, as I tried to explain, was that the Madani vision and the economy framework serves as an anchor for some of these plans. And I have had the privilege of being, a little bit involved in the NIMP process, and I think it is a very strong plan, and it has a lot of the elements of Madani already in place at a much more concrete level. So if the government can fully implement that or implement a good chunk of it, NIMP, you will see a lot of progress, along the ways, for example, that Kian Min talked about in terms of the higher paying jobs being created. It also has the vision of bringing industrial development to areas that have been kind of left behind, places outside of Selangor, Penang, and a little bit of Johor and so on. It's not the first time that I think the government talks about it. So, the proof of the pudding is in eating it. And, it's in the implementation. So the game will change, not because you have a great vision that allows the alignment of policy directions, which is necessary, I think, but in the details of how you implement them. Now, before continuing on this implementation, one element that I think would be nice to have, and I think the components of the Madani vision will continue to emerge from the government, right? Is a clear articulation of the raising the floor vision. NIMP is a key component of the raising the ceiling element, right? And also, the fiscal responsibility that the Prime Minister talks about a lot, and the Fiscal Responsibility Act that creates a parameter of responsible fiscal management. These are all in favor of, in support of the growth development agenda, raising the ceiling. Raising the floor, I think it's still work in progress, and I think we heard from Nurul Izzat, and there's discussions and work going on social protection. Clear articulation of this, I think, would help. I can come back to that if we're going to touch on the budget. Back to implementation. So one thing that I find in comparison to some of the experiences I've had in other countries that really glaringly missing in Malaysia is public scrutiny, that is, of what the government has done with public funds in the past. So when the budget is presented, tabled to the parliament, usually in other places, there's an account of how much was spent. And then in a more advanced system, there's an account of what was achieved, with the budget of the previous year. That's kind of missing here, right? And then similarly, what's missing is a detailed program level evaluation. So we did a quick overview of some programs, and let's say, to both raise the ceiling and also the floor in the economic realm, it's very important that you find a way of strengthening SMEs. And one way to strengthen SMEs these days is to help them digitalize their operations. And there's lots of programs, actually. We counted a few years ago, 101 programs by about at least 35 government entities at both the federal and state level, 101 programs. And we, at least I'm not aware of any kind of a rigorous evaluation as to whether these programs achieve the objectives. In the realm of social assistance, much needed. There are 167 programs across 17 agencies, at least, give or take. Things may change, but usually government programs do not die. So it's unlikely that the number of the programs has reduced, right? I don't know if anybody has full overview of exactly what is being delivered through this program. And so, there's work to be done there to make sure that implementation happens. And the only way that we know is looking at the implementation itself and evaluating the impact. And so I think that's a, key missing part to make sure that the Madani framework and the associated plans can actually change the game. The vision is clear, the aspirations are appropriate, targets are ambitious, but I thought also, appropriate in my view. But, unless you have the final piece, you may not know what happened, except at the global. You may know that Malaysia has achieved, I think, the 7 targets of Madani, like, top 25 in corruption perception index, or one of the top 30 largest economies. You will know whether you got there or not, but you may not know why not.
Thank you, Dr. Yasu. Dato' Ami, if I may ask, today the perception of the widening of our income gap between the M40 and B40, can I get your views in terms of where you see women at the center of the transformation agenda? Will be also going to be important for us to be able to contribute to the economic growth as well from that perspective?
Okay, so again, I have a slide. I have a slide for everything because, as World Bank has mentioned, it's all about executing. You cannot execute, and again, as you have mentioned, Yasusan, you cannot execute if you don't have data. And that's where Farhan has done a tremendous job, right? So if I could have my slide, whilst we wait for that slide, the one key thing that I really want to be able to say is that great stuff, the National ID Project, what I would really like to introduce to everybody here, which I have also just recently been introduced to, is the concept of digital public infrastructure, right? So if we really want to talk about inequality, right, in your gender equality indices or status and rankings, etc., digital public infrastructure, I'm assuming that's what is covered under the National ID Project, right? Partly, right, where it's designed for security, privacy, and diversity, right? Because in this world today, 750 million women are considered unbanked. 250 million women are considered underbanked. That's 1 billion people out of the current global population of 7.5 billion. I could stand corrected on that number. But imagine the economic potential that we will unleash, right? Because 1 billion women having adequate, appropriate, resilient, robust access to financial services opens them up to then having access to products, 3 key products: credit, insurance, and pensions. The world will change, right? So before we talk about, the one word that I am not comfortable with is the word equality, especially when we talk about and you put them together with equality of opportunities. I just don't see it existing, right? We are very structurally so far away from it. So my focus, and June will know because we are all part of the discourse on the 30% club, our focus is the E in DEI. Yes, we focus on diversity, we focus on inclusion as the end outcome, but the focal point of investment has to be in the E, it's equity. So I know my husband, as I was trying to share with him my thoughts, he said, pause, just ask the people in the room first whether they understand equity. So could I just have a show of hands? How many people actually feel comfortable that they actually are familiar and understand equity? I'm just kind of curious. Okay, cool. So let me actually be of service this morning. Okay, this is the visualization, and this visualization is thanks to the UN actually. Every day, all of us have the need to get from point A to point B. So imagine that in journeying from point A to point B, you are everybody. It doesn't matter that you are like me, vertically challenged. I refuse to call myself short. I'm only vertically challenged. Then there are people like Ken Ming who are perhaps, of certain genetic disposition who happen to be, not vertically challenged. Then imagine people of different shapes and sizes, right? People who, like us, have 2 legs. There are people with 1 leg, right? There are people with no legs. If you give all of us the same standard 2-wheeler, how many percent of people do you think will get from point A to point B? I think that would be a fairly low number. But if we were to actually design it for outcomes and actually give, right, a vehicle or mode of transportation that actually is appropriate for the needs of vertically challenged, not vertically challenged, right, legs, no legs, it will be a completely different outcome. If we were to give 2-wheeler standard bikes but sized to fit, different outcome. If we were to give 3-wheeler solutions to people who have perhaps, different types of challenges, and if you give a tandem to people who can't actually ride bikes, it will be a totally different outcome. So that's my point, right? It's about equity. So when you want to talk about gender equality, income equality gaps, I want to share with you this particular slide. Because as I've mentioned, I've been on this crusade, right, for the last couple of months to really bring the really important discussions to the table. And what I found really astounding is this, that for universities in Malaysia, right? No, back to the previous slide, right? Okay. For STEM students in Malaysian universities, look at that tremendous data point. Females are 53%, right, of students who enter STEM compared to men who are now only 47%. STEM graduates entering the workforce, women are 52% and male are 48%. But what I didn't include in that data slide, because I really wanted to tell you personally, is that we enter, more women, we enter the workforce more women, but guess what? When we come to senior management, C-suites and boardrooms, it thins out to global average of 25 to 35%. What happened? Women fell off the cliff. So what happened? So what we need to focus on is not the why it happened. That's really the train's left there. What we need to focus on is how did it happen, right? Because if we can answer how it happened, why is it that women are not in the critical positions and seats of decision making, of influencing, particularly in domains where women need to be there, since they know how women consumers and collaborators need, right, to be able to be effective. You need the women in the decision making seats and roles, right? Simple as that. But above all, if you put women, right, in those seats, what is the outcome for Malaysia to achieve Malaysia Madani, right, with the 7 goals? You will unleash 36% additional GDP, which is equivalent to $200 billion, right? And that is if Malaysian women's participation in the labor force were equal to men. I only quote whether or not the facts are right, computed accurately is besides the point. The point is the unleashing of the economic potential. If women, as as one of the Madani 7 goals actually states, which is to increase women's economic participation to 60%. That is what we are going to get.
Thank you, Dr. Ami. What I learned from this is it's not going to be one size fits all. Everyone in this room's got to be able to be creative and to be able to challenge yourself for the future ahead. Dr. Ong, I'm going to ask you a very sensitive question here. You've seen the budget, and Dr. Yasu wants us to touch on the budget, where we've seen several tax reforms coming in, expansion of the service tax. You heard about capital gains tax. You heard about now luxury tax and everything. Is that going to bring us forward in Malaysian Madani? Or should we revert back to the old GST VAT style? That's the controversial question I have for you.
Actually, to me, not that controversial. I've answered this in public and in private before. But just a couple of responses to what Yasu as well as Amy has said. On the NIMP, both of us were on the task force to relook at it and to give it a new flavor. Just want to shout out to EY. EY was actually the consultants that put the package together, so give them a round of applause for the good work they did. And exactly, implementation is key. That's why the task force meetings in terms of following on the NIMP will start next week. And I also want to echo exactly what Yasu said just now, the importance of being able to measure the effectiveness of different government policies. And to tie it back into what Amy said just now, I think I suspect there would also be a very interesting gender dimension to the measurement of the outcomes and the effects. Because my suspicion is that many of the government policies in terms of assistance and in terms of grants would probably tend to overrepresent males or male businesses. I'm not sure whether that jives with what you've seen in other places. So, that's one of the reasons why these things need to be brought up. And then on the counterpoint, it will be also very interesting, to see from the perspective of digitalization, the kind of measurement effects that we could, and innovative products can be rolled out that could have, more positive effect on women, including women entrepreneurs. So one example would be, if let's say you were able to access the transactions through Do It Now and through different e-wallets, I suspect that you would be able to find that there would be a lot of women entrepreneurs who would be able to access credit lines just based on their cash flow that they would not have been able to access if, let's say, you're just going to use your collateral in terms of your fixed assets and other available assets, which are, again, usually more, tend to be greater preponderance to the males in the family, right? So that's another way in which, when you think about the digitalization process, there are gender elements. There are areas where I think, even from an ethnic dimension, you'll be able to unleash some of the potential that Dato' Amy talked about. So going back to the questions of tax, I think one needs to look at it from a more comprehensive angle. And at the same time, later on, go down into the details. I think the way I see the Madani budget for this round being structured, it is part and parcel of a journey. And that journey includes tax as well as subsidy reform. So the journey may not be as fast as what some people would like, including perhaps even Nurul Izzah, in terms of reducing subsidies on the fuel part, which I think may come sooner rather than later. But at the same time, it may not be as fast in terms of, let's say, some people wanting to bring back the GST. But I think there are some things that have been introduced that can lead us towards that possible goal, maybe later on in the future. So one area would be e-invoicing. I think as a tax consultant and expert, you would know this. That is part and parcel of getting more companies on board in terms of the digitalization process. And once there's better e-invoicing structures and also implementation, the implementation of GST will become easier. And not only that, your tax GST refunds also will become easier, because the verification of the e-invoicing would be would be more accurate. And then when you talk about rolling back subsidies, you can see diesel subsidies is going to be rolled back, and it's an important precursor towards the rolling back of the petrol subsidies, because there's got to be certain mechanisms that need to be put in place. Whether you want to give a fleet card to certain commercial operators so that you can give them a quota and limit the inflationary effects. And if you want to introduce something like that, you need to be able to plug whatever leakages that may result. People register 100 vehicles, they use 80, the rest they take and sell and do other things with it. Again, technology plays a role, in terms of being able to track the sort of like journey and the mileage taken by all these vehicles. And in that process of enhancing different tax regimes, including, for example, the global minimum tax, something that is going to be implemented in 2025, and also the capital gains tax, where the details will only be known when the finance bill is tabled. And I think that's going to be likely to be tabled on the 1st of November. So that's where all the tax consultants will have their work cut out for them. And I think the trajectory is one that's right. If, let's say, all these things are in place, I think the conditions for the implementation of a GST would be much better. Maybe not under this particular 4-year time frame. Maybe in the second Madani government, the second term of the Madani government.
Thank you, Dr. Ong. I mean, you mentioned this with digitalization and the fuel subsidy. I recall almost 10 years ago, Tan Sri Wahid, who was CEO of Maybank, went to join the government, and he wanted to do this, reformat the whole subsidy, and he was planning to use only our IC. But today, with the data and the technology and everything, I think it's a better way to move forward with it. Actually, I've got a few more questions for the panelists, but I've just been informed we're going to be almost to the end. They asked me to spare the questions to you, but you get more grilling questions from the young generation out there. So I'm going to open up to Q&A to everyone in this room. Who's going to be the bold one to take the first question or to provide the first question? In EY, we have this view: the better the question, the better the answer is going to be, and the better the world will be for all of us. So challenge you guys and ladies, please come forward with the first question for our esteemed panelists.
Hi. Can I get a question, please? It's on your left side. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all the insightful sharing. So this is Zillian from Kenanga. I got a question dedicated to Farhan about the national ID, where a lot of concern about the personal data for us, the rakyat. So I'm just wondering whether all our data will be protected by PayNet or it will be open to third party via an open tender. And also, what measure will PayNet do in protecting our data, and what is the expected increment of our GDP and tax collection by percentage from this initiative? And also, I would like to ask Dato' Amy as well, or maybe other panelists, how do you see the fractional shares initiative mentioned by Dato' Sri Anwar recently, especially when the fees, if you actually buy only one share, that you can actually give out about 14% of the gain of buying only one fractional shares? Thank you.
Okay, I'll take the first one. Thank you for the question. I think National Digital ID has been a notion that's been around for about 5-6 years and hasn't had progress. I think now there's a renewed interest in the last budget, a new organization to fast track it and build it. I think PayNet is trying to consider in the middle, how do we help bridge the gap really from financial services perspective only, not from the broader national agenda of one digital ID for every purpose. So our goal is to make finance easier for people. The notion behind open digital ID and open data is it's a very simple notion. The notion is to shift the ownership of your data and your credential from a bank to you. That's kind of what it means, right? Today, companies that you provide information to, they monetize your data, they monetize your information, they utilize it, protect it to keep you in a closed environment, an open environment. Our journey and the purpose for doing this is not for any commercial purpose. We're a development organization. Our purpose is to unlock the value back to the end user, the rakyat, and say, this is your data. Now you tell me, who do you want to share it with? I don't want to decide where it goes and how it goes. But if you want to open a new investment account, a new insurance packet, you have to do something for healthcare, or anytime you want to do something, our goal is to make it easier. Now, of course, there's some element of data storage, and that is a very tricky one from a security perspective. But we are investing significantly into cybersecurity, data protection. And the simple thing is, the answer really is at some point, right? No matter how strong a container we can build around data, every container is breakable because there's somebody on the other side trying equally hard to break it. So our module really is how do we distribute data in multiple nodes, and we bring it together in real time as an algorithm, identify you, and then make the data disappear again, because we don't really want to be holding on to a lot of sensitive data ourselves either. So from our perspective, we are complementing the national initiatives around that digital ID, not replacing it. We are complementing it for our industry, trying to give ownership back to the user in a safe way. And that's kind of how our perception of open data, open banking, and digital ID is. I hope that helps you answer.
Can I just comment on the sort of tax and related matters? Yeah. So, there's been a lot of debate about tax, but a lot focused on the instrument, right? Whether it should be SST or GST on the premise, which almost everybody seems to agree, that Malaysia needs to collect more and broaden the base. But the question that I think you may want to be thinking about is, why do you want more tax? If you do, right? What do you do it with? I think Nurul Izzah kind of hinted at some of these things, and it was really good, nice to hear it. She talked about better healthcare and things like that, right? So, because what you want to do on the spending side drives how much more revenue you need. So I think that's the conversation that needs to be happening a little bit more. And from an international perspective, we actually did a little marketing. Yeah, we published the Malaysia Economic Monitor this month, and it's about the effectiveness of fiscal policy tools in reducing poverty and inequality in Malaysia. And so we looked at this, looking at how much, people pay tax, how much cash transfers they receive and subsidy they receive, and what does it do to people's income and inequality. And it reduces poverty altogether, but not very much, about 1 percentage point of the poverty level, and about 6.5 percentage point of Gini inequality index, which is the measure of income inequality. How does it compare to other countries? Especially the inequality reduction is well below the average of upper middle income countries. So Malaysia could be doing better and more. What's the difference? Malaysia does not spend enough in social expenditures like health as compared to other countries. That's where the difference is. So the debate is, GST is regressive. Yes, it tends to be, but so is SST, right? But as long as you collect enough and then spend effectively, you can more than mitigate the regressive effect of the tax instrument. So that's one point I thought it would be useful. But also on the cash transfer and subsidy and so on, and there's a lot of discussion about who gets what. There's leakage. That's an important discussion. But what I find missing is the clearer articulation of what you want to do with cash transfer. Why do you want to give cash to people? And what difference do you want it to make? We have run a survey during COVID and then found that almost 80% of the households, people received some form of cash assistance during that time. More than half of the households earning 4,000 ringgit or below said that they could not meet the basic needs despite receiving cash assistance. A lot of it was going to people who didn't need it. So is it a question of leakage? Yes, it is, but also it's a concept we call adequacy. You want to make sure that the people who need the help get enough. And right now, Malaysia receiving the poorest households were receiving the equivalent of 10% of their income in cash assistance from government. How does it compare to other countries? Upper middle income country average 20 to 25%. You don't want to give too much, obviously, but you want to give these people enough so that it can really be meaningful. Once you do that, you fix that amount, and you know how much budget you have, then you can naturally calculate, okay, how much the coverage can be. If that's not enough, they have to find a way of raising more revenue or reallocating from other sources like subsidy. But the starting point is not, how many people are getting it. The starting point, I think, is it making a difference? What difference do you want it to make? So, those are 2 points about tax and cash transfer that I wanted to share.
Okay. I've got the project directors there standing already on the booth. I think I can only afford one more last question. One last one.
Hello, I'm Alex from London College of Clinical Hypnosis on your left. And I would like to ask for.
Sorry, London College of what? I heard hypnosis.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
Dr. Ong, I'm on your left. Okay, I'm a therapist, and I would like to ask about inclusivity and disability. Okay, what are the industry doing to enable people with disability to get employment? What are because according to Disability In, there are 453,238 of them in Malaysia, and according to the law, corporate are required to have 1% of quota for them, but to be honest, I haven't seen any promotion on this to encourage them to come up and work in the workforce. So what are the industry can do about it? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Good
you very
question.
much for that question. I hope it hasn't put me into a hypnotic state. Okay. I am going to be very candid. I don't know the answer. Thank you for sharing that, you're supposed to actually invest 1%, right, of your revenue, corporate revenue. I will put my hand to heart. I don't see that. It is definitely not something as yet that we track. But my contribution to the discourse is that for me, it's not disability. To me, it's just differently abled, right? So hence, yes, investments are required. But maybe my parting shot would be just to share, because recently a woman by the name of Claudia Godin won the Nobel Prize for economics. And she won the prize for some of the, what she basically did. Look, all I did was just unearth the mountains of data to come up with some key themes, right? So when she said that, and this is really, in to really answer also in a roundabout way your question. She said that more men than women express interest in economics when starting college, adding that people often have the misconception that the field of economics is solely about finance. And I think Yasuda-san that was what he was trying to say. We say, meaning, she says, you know what? Economics is about people. It's about inequality. It's about the female labor force and those who are differently abled. It's about health. It's about economic development. It's about well-being. And the men in the economics field, they say, really? I didn't know that. So between you and me, we must make sure that they know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know I'm right to the end now. We're still going to be around. If you feel like asking us questions, please do so. On behalf of my panel, we'd like to thank everybody for your active participation, and we wish you a great learning day ahead. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for such an interesting discussion. Now we would like to invite the Director of Youth Economic Forum, Ms. Auni, to present a token of appreciation to our speakers. So, speakers, you may remain on stage.
As well as to our moderator. First and foremost, we would like to thank Mr. Farhan Ahmad.
And thank you so much to Mr. Yasuhiko Matsuda. A round of applause, please.
Dato Amy Morris.
And thank you to Dr. Ong Kian Ming.
And finally, our moderator, Mr. Bernard Yap. I would like to invite all on stage to kindly come to the front for a quick group photo session.
Once again, let's give a round of applause to our speakers and moderator for the economic agenda.
And as they make their way back to their seats, thank you very much for your contributions. And now, that wraps up our first agenda for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short coffee break just outside the hall to get your caffeine fix, so you will feel energized for more.
Please be back in the hall by 11:10. And once again, thank you so much for your cooperation. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Please be back in the hall by 11:10 a.m. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello? Sure.
Have a dream so daring it feels out of reach? Seeking a like-minded community? Or want to find your niche in this competitive world? We've designed a well-balanced ecosystem called Taylor Sphere, future-proofing and supporting you to make a difference in the global community. What truly makes us different? Taylorians immerse in a community with best-in-class lecturers, inspiring confidence to explore. Alumni, helping you learn from their experiences. Industry experts sharing real-world wisdom. Leaders and entrepreneurs giving your spark of brilliance a chance to grow. But between knowledge or experience, how do you choose? With Taylorsphere, you don't need to. Get more than just a degree with purpose-led knowledge and impact-driven experience. Customize your journey with Taylor's curriculum framework, multidisciplinary learning experiences, collaborations, life skill modules, and more. What's it like studying at a world top 1% university? Access world-class facilities that encourage you to innovate and create an impact. BizPod, to help nurture your startup. Taylor's Makerspace, to bring your ideas to life with our industry experts. Vortec, an XR lab that transforms learning into a 360-degree experience. Ready to graduate in demand? Become a Taylorian. Grow with Taylorsphere and rise with the best.
Are your savings stagnant no matter how hard you work? Make money work for you with MIDF Invest, an easier, safer way to grow your wealth by investing in stocks and ETFs from over 6,000 US companies. The bank is regulated by Securities Commission for your peace of mind, so you can keep your money safe while keeping it busy.
Hi, let me show you how easy it is to buy a stock from the MIDF Invest app. To start, download the MIDF app from the Play Store or the App Store. Registering your account with us will be very easy, and once your account is approved, you can click the trade button to begin your investment journey. Search for the stock that you like to buy, customize your stock buying options, tap on the Place Order button, and finally tap the Confirm button. And congratulations, you have purchased your first stock on the MIDF Invest app.
Want to earn from some of the world's biggest companies? Let your money work abroad. With MIDF Invest, you can invest in stocks and ETFs from over 6,000 US companies, including a wide range of Sharia-compliant stocks. Have questions? You can talk to our experienced happiness agents anytime. So, if your savings are still sleeping on the job, it's time to make them work a little harder.
Kuala Lumpur Kepong Berhad, or KLK, is a leading Malaysian plantation company founded in 1906, when its predecessor, the Kuala Lumpur Rubber Company Limited, was incorporated to oversee 640 hectares planted mainly with rubber and coffee in Malaya. Today, plantation remains as KLK Group's core business, with oil palm as its main plantation crop. Over the years, KLK's visionary leadership has set its focus on strategic expansions And today,
Ladies and gentlemen,
our total
kindly take your seats as we will begin
increased
with our following
substantially
session
to
shortly.
200,000
Thank you for your
hectares.
cooperation. We hope
Our
you're looking
land
forward
bank
to the
extends
next
across
agenda
Malaysia,
of the Youth Economic Forum.
Indonesia, and Liberia. KLK ventured into resource-based manufacturing in the 1990s to optimize value across the supply chain by vertically integrating its upstream business with downstream capabilities in oleochemicals, derivatives, and specialty chemicals. Today, the group is a global oleochemical producer with complexes located strategically in Malaysia, Indonesia, China, and Europe. Our products are used in diverse end-use applications, including home and personal care, pharmaceuticals, food and nutrition, flavors and fragrances, lubricants, and industrial chemicals. Property development became another key business as the group capitalized on its strategic land bank location in Peninsular Malaysia. KLK made its first foray into property development in 1990. The group is presently focused on Bandar Seri Coalfields, a 1,001-acre township in Sungai Buloh, Malaysia. Sustainability has been embedded in KLK's operations since 1999. As one of the pioneer members of the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, or RSPO, KLK developed a comprehensive sustainability policy in 2014, adopting the principles and criteria of RSPO, or PNC, which serves as a cornerstone of the group's sustainability practices. The crux of the policy relates to KLK's commitment towards no deforestation, no new peat, no exploitation, or NDPE. For more information about KLK and our business segments, please visit www.klk.com.my.
Hello, everyone. Talent Corp is proud to announce the continuity of our structured internship program, introduced since 2012, and now it's rebranded as the National Structured Internship Program, or MySIP. What is the Talent Corp National Structured Internship Program? MySIP. MySIP encourages companies to provide a meaningful internship experience through approved structured internship modules so that students are transformed into industry-ready graduates. With MySIP, companies can claim a double tax deduction on costs spent during the internship. For example, monthly allowance, training, accommodation, digital and communication allowance, and logistics costs paid to the intern. Why should you join MySIP? If you're a student, you will receive a guaranteed monthly allowance from a MySIP company.
Check.
Get upskilled
Ladies and
and
gentlemen,
trained
if you could
by
kindly
industry
take your seats as we will begin with the next session in exactly 2 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation, ladies and gentlemen.
I hope you have got your caffeine fix and you are ready for more agendas later on, more discussion. Let's go.
Ushers, if you could kindly help us to help our delegates take their seats, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are kindly settling down, just a couple of housekeeping announcements. Kindly fill the front parts of the hall, meaning make your way down. It is a free seating, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is a free seating except for the first 3 rows in the middle and to the left of the hall as well as the right of the hall. As for the rest, it is a free seating. Try not to book a place for your friends, as you know, we are all delegates here at the Youth Economic Forum. And as for the microphones, ladies and gentlemen, only speak into them once the moderator has acknowledged you and your question. And after you have done so, please unmute your mic. Once again, after you have done posing your question to the moderator, please unmute your mic. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll ask Olivia.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are we feeling right now? Energized? Yes?
Once again, how are we feeling, ladies and gentlemen?
Good.
If we're feeling good, can we get a thumbs up, please?
Sweet. Now, just a couple of reminder, if you are posting any photos or videos from this event, don't forget to tag us on Instagram at yef.my. We also have other social media as well on LinkedIn and also on Facebook and also what other social media that we have? Twitter as well, LinkedIn. It's called X now, you know. It's no longer Twitter.
I apologize. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, kindly switch all your electronic devices to silent mode or switch it off as we do not want it interfering with the intellectual discourse that is taking place.
I hope you have met new people, new friends through the coffee break earlier.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are we good for the next agenda? Are we ready? No response. Are we ready for the next agenda? Awesome. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that you are refreshed and ready for our next panel session, the Global Agenda.
With the theme ASEAN Navigating Through Turbulence in an Increasingly Polarized World, where we will explore Malaysia's relations with our neighboring ASEAN countries on economic collaboration, de-dollarization, and many more.
Without further ado, let us give a warm welcome to our lineup of distinguished speakers, including Yang Berhormat Tuan Liu Ching Tong, Deputy Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry.
Professor Dr. Jomo Kwame Sunram, Senior Advisor at the Khazanah Research Institute.
Let's put our hands together as they make their way on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we have Dr. Sharifah Munira Alatas, independent scholar, former visiting professor at the Indonesian International Islamic University.
Mr. Edin Koo, Senior Fellow at Institute of Strategic and International Studies and founder of Pusaka.
And also the moderator of the session, Mr. Iqbal Fadki, current affairs specialist and digital content producer at BFM 89.9, the business station. Kindly take your seats. Mr. Iqbal, the floor is yours.
Test. Hello. Hi. Is everyone awake? Everyone still asleep? No? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Iqbal. I will be your moderator for this event. I am so excited to see all of you here. We're about to have a really great talk, a really great discussion. We were having teaser sessions in the back just now. But before I begin, what we're going to be discussing today, the official title is ASEAN Navigating Through a Turbulent World That's Increasingly Polarized. But what we really wanted to focus on is the US-China trade war, the rivalry, and the impact that that will have on us regionally as well as domestically. I will need a lot of help to make this discussion as relevant and interesting as possible. So there will be a Q&A at the end. So if any of our panelists say anything particularly interesting or insightful and you want to follow up on that, please take the opportunity to do so during the Q&A. Before I hand the floor over to you guys, I did want to hold a poll of our audience here just so that you guys kind of know who you're talking to. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier this year, the ICS Yusof Ishak Institute in Singapore conducted a State of the Southeast Asia survey in which they asked respondents across ASEAN what they thought about this issue specifically. And the question they asked the respondents was, if it came down to it, if we were forced to choose sides and we were forced to choose sides between the US and China, which side should we go with? And I'm going to ask you guys to put up your hands, but I know if I say, if you guys vote for US, put up your hands, I know some people will not put up your hands either way. So I'm going to say this instead. If you vote US, put up your hands, and if you vote China, leave your hands down. Kita tak nak undi rosak. Kita nak a full voter turnout today. So again, raise your hands if you think that we should ally with the US in the upcoming rivalry. Raise your hands and leave your hands down if you vote China. Raise them higher. I really can't see. I feel like I need to introduce some robustness to this methodology. Let's do the flip side then. If you vote China, put your hands up, and then if you vote the US, leave your hands down. Whoa! Well, I guess we know who our new masters are. The study that was conducted and published in February found that 61% of the respondents said that if it came down to it, they would vote, they would prefer to ally with the US versus 39% at the time said they would prefer to ally with China. Panelists, can you share some insights about that? What do you think off the top of your head about that, and what do you think we saw right here, right now?
Okay, I'll try to give my opinion. First of all, the question is a wrong one. Sorry, no offense. It's a wrong one because this concept of taking sides should not be in our minds. We should take an autonomous approach. Therefore, there's no need to take sides. We project our own decision on why we don't want to ally with anyone. So that I will say something about this later, but that's my answer. Wrong question.
Great. Thoughts, Professor Jomo?
I'm not sure whether it's useful to go on about a poll taken by some Singaporeans. You know, we don't even know who was polled, and you know, I think the real challenge for us in Malaysia today is to look at what would be useful for us. And if you think about what happened half a century ago, there was a decision made by the foreign ministers and then subsequently by the heads of government in ASEAN. At that time, it was just 5 members to declare Southeast Asia as a zone of peace, freedom, and neutrality. I think that declaration half a century ago is still very relevant, but it needs to be interpreted in our times. Before that, there were 2 very important developments. In 1955, there was a meeting of the new emerging forces. Malaya was a colony. Sarawak was a post-fiefdom colony, and Sarawak was a part of a chartered company. Sorry, the other way around. Sabah was through the North Borneo chartered company. The point really is that at that time there was a commitment mainly of Asian countries, but also including African countries, and the only independent African country at that time was Ethiopia. Ethiopia with the Emperor Haile Selassie. Every other country was a colony. So the representation in that conference was limited to a number of states which had achieved independence. Notably, I think everybody knows that Jawaharlal Nehru came from India and Zhou Enlai came from China. Now, I think the commitments made at Bandung, historic Bandung conference, are still very relevant for us today. And subsequently in 1961, as Tito, the leader of Yugoslavia, an entity which no longer exists, tried to break away from the Soviet leadership, he joined countries in Africa and Asia, including the Arab world. Gamal Abdul Nasser was also very prominent, and they formed the non-aligned movement. Malaysia hosted the non-aligned movement conference a few years ago, and remains in the non-aligned movement. I think today non-alignment is very, very relevant, especially in dealing with the world. So for the slightly different reasons as Dr. Munira, I would argue that non-alignment is the best option, but for reasons which are very different. We have a situation in the world today where it is not ideological differences or pretensions of ideological differences. Let's face it, the only show in the world today is the capitalist show. Okay, so we have varieties of capitalism. It's not a choice between capitalism versus communism or anything like that. But nonetheless, we have a situation since about a decade ago where you've had President Obama declaring his so-called pivot to Asia, and in a sense, sending out the salvo of the first salvo of the new Cold War. So the new Cold War is very different. It needs us to analyze it very differently. But we are a very open economy. Our deputy minister here knows very well, as you know, and we are a very open economy, and it would be cutting off our nose to spite our face to take sides in this conflict.
I guess
So
I'll step in
non-alignment
now
is what we
to
need to do.
pass the stage to Chin Tong. Can you then take this question from your perspective? Like, what is your top line thoughts about this subject?
I think we are entering into a new phase of world history. There was a period of time from around the 1980s, particularly after the fall of Berlin Wall in 1989, up until COVID. There was a common characteristic of that period of time: neoliberalism, financializations of everything from housing to healthcare to everything. But there is a pushback. The pushback comes in multiple forms. We suddenly realize that there's something called pandemic. We suddenly realize that there's something called climate change. We suddenly realize that there's still war, and not one but multiple wars happening in front of us in very prominent places, and which will have huge consequences. And we also realize that the financial system is very unstable. So the world moved from a period of time that people believe that the structure was more or less US dominant after the end of the Cold War, to one that is very different now. In terms of trade, there was a period of time where most people held the view that just in time was the rule of the game. Today, just in case is the rule of the game. And in terms of geopolitics, for the longest of time, at least for 20, 30, 40 years, mainstream economics tries to impress upon us that there's no politics in economic consideration. Not local politics, not geopolitics. But I think what we have to learn now or unlearn now is that politics and geopolitics is at the heart of economics. And with that mindset, we will have to weigh all our options. For Malaysia and for Indonesia particularly, we traditionally have a non-aligned posture, and we should continue that. We should be the pillar so that eventually ASEAN can be as much as possible in the middle as much as possible. And that middle has to be a strength and not a weakness. In a divided world, if the middle is reasonably strong, then we become a location for transaction. We become a space for mediation. We become a space for mutual exchanges that cannot happen elsewhere in a divided world. So that, as Prof. Jomo pointed out, that non-aligned posture and position should be our strength.
Eden, I want to pass the floor to you. Can you speak a bit about values and ideas? And since the 9 alignment has been spoken quite a bit about right now, what would a non-aligned movement this century look like? Would it simply be non-committance to any sort of idea, or would it actually come with a different sort of perspective of what the global order should be?
Yeah, no, it's interesting question, but I don't think we know. And my main concern is whether we have enough of intellectual prowess to try and know. I think we had this brief conversation, but I'm very interested in the question, and I'm very taken. It was quite a dramatic scene to see so many people put up their hands and say China. And I think I'm enough of that age to remember that at one time the Malaysian passport contained, as the first country you were barred from visiting, was China. Albania was, because alphabetical, is it? Alphabetical, okay. Albania, China, Cuba, Vietnam, Israel, it goes on. And today we have this scenario. And at one time, China was, despite Malaysia being perhaps the first Southeast Asian country to establish diplomatic relations with China, with Tun Razak's visit to see Chairman Mao in 1974. China was very much the specter in also kind of defining the contours of our local politics in many ways. But I'm glad that Prof spoke of Southeast Asia and reminded the Youth Economic Forum, because I don't know how much the Youth Economic Forum actually knows or remembers things like the Cold War or neutrality or Bandung at a very, very crucial time in which we need to know. And memory needs to play a very important role in the decisions that we make. So that kind of literacy, that kind of intellectual depth is so incredibly important in this age of real forgetfulness and everything contained in 124 characters. Yeah. So I think polls like that are conducted all the time and very often conducted and put across as representative by a profession, my profession, that is becoming increasingly shameful in its conduct these days, the media and journalism. But I think we are living in a time of, if I may refer to Marx, because these days they are seizing books on Marx from the bookstores. But I think we are living through a time of implosions. We have to recognize that the United States, militarily, economically, whatever, is still so much at the prime, but there are indications that it is a declining power. This is primordial. This is age old. As older kings die and younger kings rise, so you will get that kind of tension and that kind of conflict. But I think Malaysia has to pay great attention. Our Prime Minister reiterated it again. He talked about neutrality at the United Nations. But I'd like to get a sense of what neutrality actually means these days. Our region is the birthplace of neutrality, but geopolitics defines so many things, including which side in the Cambodian conflict most countries had to. And I remember Tun Hussein On, basically having to side with the Khmer Rouge and doing so with tears in his eyes. Yeah. So I think those things in this new world order, it's quite interesting. I agree with YB. It's a new world order, but so many of the tensions and so many of the power struggles remain the same. And I suppose what we need to urge ourselves to do is really to position ourselves and ask very critical questions about what neutrality actually means. And then history becomes very important. This is one question that Malaysians should always ask themselves from the time of Malacca, and it's just been kind of reincarnated in various ways. How does a country of today 33 million people, but at independence maybe about 15, 16 million people, how were we able to punch above our weight for so long, so well? That's a question I think we need to ask ourselves in the shadow of the polarities that you posed.
I guess I want to switch back to Dr. Munira, and Eden was talking about stuff with regard to non-alignment and positioning ourselves in this new world. Given that the world is shifting, a lot of the current ways we think about these issues still remain the same. How do we approach this in a novel way?
Okay. At the beginning of your introduction, we were referring to the theme being US-China rivalry. I rather stay away from that, not because I don't think it's an important issue. I would like to stray a little bit from the ongoing paradigm of conflict between two big powers. Now, here's the reason. My field, my academic field, which is international relations and strategic studies, basically, we all over the world and including in the global south, we follow a Western theoretical paradigm, which is basically grounded in conflict. Now, let me just bear with me. I need to explain the reasons I am using Western versus non-Western. The theme of this seminar is basically global agenda, navigating through turbulence and increasing polarized world. All right, that's the theme. Some of the questions that were asked by the moderator when we were talking earlier is basically about US-China relations and mainstream IR theory. But my question that I want to ask all of you is, do these themes actually reflect everything we are discussing about in geopolitics today? They reflect only a portion of regional and world concerns. We are not, our whole life when we wake up in the morning and go to sleep at night is not just about US-China or rivalry. It suggests a preoccupation with this idea of hegemonic power. All right? It suggests a way of thinking which is essentialist, and a way of thinking which I called binary thinking. Okay? In keeping with the spirit of next year's UN Summit of the Future, 2024, in keeping with this spirit, I would like to suggest an alternative way to study, to research, and to discuss international affairs. Just as I said, bear with me that I am straying from what all of you might consider reality. Okay, but to me, I think we are forgetting what the reality is. And to know, to come back to what reality really is, we must think about the actual academic discipline of IR. All right? How do we rethink international relations or international affairs? And is this question relevant? Rethinking it is relevant because since 1919, when the discipline emerged officially at a university in Aberystwyth, we still face wars, we still face destruction, we still face power contestations, we still feel threatened, we still spend loads of money building warships. We claim that we had a period of a long peace called during the Cold War, but that's a euphemism. Was it a long, it may be long, but was it peaceful? Just because there wasn't any nuclear war. We forget about other parts of the world, which is outside the West, which were embroiled in consistent, devastating, constant wars. People were still dying. People were still going through civil wars. So what is the peace about during the Cold War? So we need to transform what we teach, what we research. Transform or rethink about what we prioritize as global problems. Yes, US-China rivalry is a global problem, but are we also neglecting other regional problems? I will come to that afterwards. Research and teaching themes in places like Southeast Asia or countries like Malaysia, small powers and middle powers as well. What are relevant areas to research that are relevant to our societies, to our communities, not just the state? Shouldn't we incorporate other approaches to looking at world order? Instead of prioritizing the object of our study, which is the state, which is what IR does, basically. We tend to neglect sub-state actors. We tend to neglect what is society. Society is actually you and me. It's people. It's human beings. We neglect how humans are feeling in this thing we call world order. How humans are suffering in this thing we call world order. Incidentally, Edin, yeah, we have to watch ourselves when we say the word Marxist, right? But do you realize we celebrate May 1st, right? Labor Day? How can we detach Marxism and socialism from May Day? We have an official holiday. We take the day off, we don't work, we enjoy ourselves. And yet, we are supposed to hide the fact that we have Marxist books and articles. So, I mean, this is again, what Edin spoke about. We lack intellectual depth. Now, what I've been just been trying to stray your minds away from is actually towards looking at world order in this aspect. We may have a new world order. It's new in certain parts, but the fact is it's still an old world order in terms of it's characterized by hegemonic orientations. There is one dominant and the rest are subordinate. There is always a contestation for the dominant to subjugate others. The North versus the South. The concept of allies, of alliances. Why, the question that you asked, Mr. Moderator, we need to take sides, meaning choose an ally. But we have survived in the region without subjecting ourselves to the system of alliance. So can't that be the new future? And as a very famous IR scholar who started this way of thinking, which by the way is called decolonizing IR, Amitav Acharya suggested instead of focusing on polarity, which implies hierarchy in the world system, instead of focusing on polarity, think of world order as your cinema theater. There are many complexes. So it's a multiplex system as opposed to a polar system.
Can I riff off of that?
Sure.
So I guess as we're shifting our view of the global order in terms of a dual sort of hegemonic system to something that's more democratic, so to speak. Chin Tong, is there a way we can view this, the global order, as not necessarily a zero-sum game, but something like a rising tide lifts all boats sort of situation? Does it have to mean that someone has to be a loser and someone has to be a winner? Why can't it mean everyone wins?
I try to use three middle in order to explain where Malaysia should position ourselves and how it's relevant to these generations who are sitting in front of us, and what are the relevance to the next 10, 15 years. The first middle is how to position Malaysia as an aspiring middle power. The Defense White Paper of 2019 put this idea at the center, that Malaysia has always tried to punch above our weight globally in global affairs. And we should see ourselves as an aspiring middle power, even if we are not yet there. And that is important because as we talk about neutrality, we talk about where we position ourselves, Professor Kwek Ching Tre's idea of active neutrality comes into mind. We should see ourselves as an aspiring middle power, and we actively participate to shape global affairs with active neutrality. The second middle is our position in the global supply chain and our position in Southeast Asian supply chain. We are seeing major shift in supply chain. The previous supply chain was just in time. And previously, from around 2001, when China joined WTO, up to about 2017 when Trump was installed as the President of the United States, there was that period of time where China was the global factory, and it was the only global factory. Malaysia experienced our first economic takeoff between 1988 to 1997. By 1997, there was Asian financial crisis. 1998, Anwar was sacked as Deputy Prime Minister. It sets off a series of political challenges, and China joined WTO in 2001. What was the consequence? The consequence was Malaysia has experienced a very long period of premature deindustrialization. But things are shifting now. We are seeing, of course, home-shoring, moving away from China, but moving back to the United States, moving back to Japan, moving back to Korea. We have seen the near-shoring, moving to Mexico, moving to Poland. We are also seeing a shift to Southeast Asia. How is Malaysia positioning ourselves in this whole thing? There are many people in this country that keep on telling us that we are competing with Vietnam and Indonesia, which I don't subscribe to. The moment you look into the supply chain in Southeast Asia, we acknowledge that Singapore is the financial hub. We also acknowledge that Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam has population and demographic dividend, which we do not have. But essentially, Malaysia can do anything that Singapore can do, maybe with a bit of inefficiency. But not much, not much. Actually, whatever Singapore can do, Malaysia can do. Except that you have to pay 2/3 of Singapore pay. Okay, you pay 2/3 of Singapore pay, you can get any talent. I keep on telling people, there's no talent problem in Malaysia. There's only a pay problem. But once we position ourselves as the indispensable middle in Southeast Asia, Singapore has an English common law system. Singapore has good logistics. We have good logistics. Singapore doesn't have land. We have land. But we are not competing with Singapore. We're not competing with Indonesia. Because in this global shift, none of us can take the load of what was in China. We will have to work with each other, maybe in a form of vertical integration. That we accept that there are differences, but we work together because the pie is too big. And I move to the third middle class. When China joined WTO, China had only about 100 million middle class. Today, China has 400 million middle class. Southeast Asia has less than 100 million middle class. We have 650 million population. But imagine this. Imagine that each of the flow of investment that comes into Southeast Asia can also create domestic linkages. And this requires government policy. This requires government policy. This requires societal consensus. This required businesses to play ball. Like each of the investment that comes into this country. Let's say we think about domestic linkages, regional linkages. How do we actually create a resilient supply chain where many SMEs in Malaysia take part in the supply chain? How do we ensure that jobs that come, or investment that comes into Malaysia and comes into Indonesia generate well-paying jobs? Now, if we can do that in Malaysia, and if we can do that as a region, whether it's the entire ASEAN or selected group of ASEAN countries, pushing wages up, then we will see a middle class in 5, 10, 15 years in Southeast Asia, in Malaysia and in Southeast Asia. Now, when let's say in 15 years' time, Southeast Asia has 300 million middle class. However you define it, Southeast Asia would not just be a production site. It is also a consumer site. It's a market. So if we think in this way, I think we'll have to position ourselves to think in this three middle in order to shape both our posturing, geopolitical posturing, our place in the supply chain, and our destiny, creating a middle-class society in Malaysia and in Southeast Asia.
Professor Jomo, you've written before that ASEAN has often been hailed as an exemplar of regional cooperation, but its contributions have actually been limited in scope. Jumping off of what Chin Tong was just saying about China's too big. Whatever leftovers we get from them, we won't be able to eat all by ourselves. So in terms of just splitting the pie equitably, and you've written about income inequality before, can you speak a bit about how ASEAN should approach this problem in terms of the opportunities or the chances that are going to be coming our way with regard to this evolving world?
I think it's important for us to recognize that we live in a world where we actually have many different states in ASEAN. To generalize about ASEAN, I think is not very helpful. I think what we need to do is to be very pragmatic. I think some of the changes which Chin Tong just described are actually very important. We have a situation where there is a real possibility that there will be some displacement of industrial opportunities into Southeast Asia, and Malaysia is particularly well placed for a variety of reasons. I would be far more critical about accepting the status quo within ASEAN. It is very dangerous, for example, to simply accept that Singapore should be our financial hub, in a situation where Singapore serves as the #1 tax haven, not only in Southeast Asia, in the world. I still remember about 8 years ago, some Africans writing in the Financial Times of London, complaining about how the focus has always been on Switzerland, but nobody talks about Singapore, where a lot of countries, a lot of people with a lot of money, often dirty money, come there and do some money laundering, and they pay much less tax than anybody else, all in the name of, active neutrality. Now, I don't want you to ask Chin Tong to. He's a official of the government, and he's not in a position to say this, But I can say this, and I think it's very important. I'm not saying that therefore we go to war with Singapore. Okay, that's not the point. You live in a world where there will be a lot of differences, but let's be real. Okay, everybody complains about the virtual monopoly Grab has. Well, what has Grab done? They have basically, with the help from the Malaysian government, been able to secure a virtual monopoly in this country, and now they have transformed themselves from being what was once a ride-hailing company into a financial conglomerate, with a ride-hailing base. Now, if you think that you need to go to a fancy business school and pay millions to go to a fancy business school, well, I think you're sadly wrong. A lot of other people could do that. And if you think about some of the other ride-hailing initiatives which have happened in the world, you don't need a fancy. But whatever the case might be, the fact of the matter is that you have a situation where we need to be very, very realistic and pragmatic going forward. So we have a situation where we know that there are many opportunities which are there, but also many opportunities which are lost. Let's not forget that before the recent turn of events, and I don't think we should start with Trump, because it really starts with Obama and Mrs. Clinton declaring the pivot to Asia. The isolation, the turning to Asia and making Asia, and particularly the South China Sea, an area of contestation. But China has not been wonderful either. China, for example, does not. It talks about the rule of law, but it doesn't want to deal with the law of the sea, and ignore the decision favoring the Filipino government. So I think we have a very complex world, and we have very pragmatic reasons for not joining any camp, but moving forward in a pragmatic fashion. And I think Dr. Munira's reminder to us that that there are many ways of looking at international relations. There are many ways of looking at many things, and we should not be bound by one or the other. There's no reason to be wedded to an idea which Mr. Fukuyama came up with, more than 3 decades ago, or for that matter, his former teacher, Samuel Huntington, in a kind of childish way, coming up with the idea of a clash of civilizations. I mean, that's equally stupid, in my view. But let's not get into all that now, because it'll distract us from the issues at stake. So we need to have a situation where we have essentially, there was a moment, undoubtedly, where there was a unipolar world after the collapse of the Soviet Union, etc. But now we have increasingly a multipolar world. A multipolar world where we have to constantly be agile in shifting and moving to position ourselves for various opportunities. We are not, we have to be proactive. We should be agents of our own interests rather than simply like a billiard ball or what do you call those machines where you try to move the ball around?
Pinball.
A pinball. We shouldn't be that. We should be agents. We have agency, and this is something which is important. We should recognize this, and there are very important examples. If we think, for example, about the Prime Minister's appeal to Madani, the example of Medina is very important. In Medina, at the time of the Prophet of Islam, may peace be upon him, you have a situation where you had a multi-cultural, a multi-religious community. Okay, you could fight, or you could choose to work with the other communities, with Christians, with Jews, etc. And that was what was done in Medina. So the choice of Medina becomes very important, and the rejection of something which has been wrongly understood by people who read Khaldun. But the whole idea of Asabiya, there's an element of social solidarity, but there's also an element of tribalism. Okay, and the rejection of that in favor of finding common humanity. If you read the Quran, for example, you will find that that at times it is the Muslims who are being addressed, and there are times when all of humanity is being addressed, and the responsibility of being Khalifa Allah, vicegerents, is all for all. Okay, so I think we need to really begin to think of it. If you think about, I'm sitting here on, the children of very eminent scholars. If you think about Malacca in, the period of Malacca's glory, do you know how many ministers replacing Liu Qintong there were in Malacca? Did we have one Shah Banda? Did we have two Shah Banda? We had 4 Shah Banda. There was a Javanese guy who was in charge of the Nusantara. There was a Chinese guy, a Hokkien guy, who was in charge of East Asia. There was initially a Bengali and later a Tamil guy who was handling the Bay of Bengal and so on. And then there was a Gujarati guy who was handling points west. This was the kind of pragmatism which that made Malacca glorious. Okay, now where does all this fit into this the kind of views of the world, reductionist views which Dr. Munira was criticizing? So I think it's very important for us to in a sense, take all this big grand theories with a pinch of salt and really look at history, look at facts, look at context, and to chart our work accordingly. But for that, we need to be able to critically look at received wisdom, people who define our problems for us,
I'd like to jump in there. I guess I'll have one more question and then we'll open the floor up to Q&As, so get your questions ready. But jumping off of what Professor Joma was just saying about multiculturalism, multipolarism, Eden, is there common themes or common values that we can all agree on regionally or as a people or as a society that can inform how we move forward as a regional bloc?
Okay. Iqbal, I will state from the outset that I absolutely loathe this term values. And we were having a discussion earlier, and I'm, so much of the dominance of what we would call the Western world, or those hegemonic powers, is located in a very Manichean view of the world. Good and bad, good and evil, the morality, that's being played out in the horrific theater of Gaza today, right? Where we are just looking essentially for who to blame. And we're pointing to October 7th or whatever it is as the start of all this, when, there's such a historical and such a subliminal story to this entire grotesquerie going on there at the moment. But we're reducing it to that. Who started it first? And as I said, a crusader view of the world, which we've never left actually, would take that into account. I'm very glad that Prof raised the issue of we live in a complex world. And I think one aspect that we've not spoken about at all is culture. Again, I also agree with a lot of what YB said when we don't compare with ourselves with it. But what is striking me about countries like Indonesia is inventiveness. Yeah, it's inventiveness. I think we do not inform so much of our discussions from our own lived cultural experience. I love the reference of Malacca, and even the terms we use to describe our territory, not just Malaysia, but the Southeast Asian territory. Even the terms are borrowed from sociology, and I work a great deal in culture. I'm trying to find a good scholarly word for bastard. We are a bastard region in the sense that we're so culturally wild, and the flows of communities and influences are so deep that a term like pluralist doesn't work. A term like multicultural doesn't work. It's so much more ingrained. So I think part of the problem of Southeast Asians is that we shoot ourselves in the kneecap all the time. There was a famous tactic by the Irish Republican Army. Whenever they found an informant, they'd shoot you in the kneecap so that you hobbled in a certain way and people would know you were an informant. We seem to be doing that to ourselves all the time, denying our wildness and our bastardy, really. I'll find a better word for that one of these days that seems a little more acceptable. I use that word because when I was growing up as a mixed child, that's what I was called all the time. And I've come to love the term, like James Baldwin. You come to own the term that that used against you. But these questions of inventiveness, you referred to Malacca. Let me refer to something a little more maybe close to our heart. Jalan Ampas in Singapore, and the beginnings of the Malay film industry with your Chinese financiers and Indian filmmakers and great Malay bangsawan actors whose busboys or bag carriers in those days were Hakka men. It was a Hakka man who did all the banking for P. Ramlee because he didn't know how to handle money, right? And it's this kind, and Indian directors, interesting scripts. I once interviewed a great actor who in the end lived his life in such poverty, it was heartbreaking. His name was Mahmood June. Mahmood June was one of our great bangsawan actors, later made it into the film industry. And he did this he did the first adaptation of Hamlet onto the bangsawan stage, right? And I asked him, Pak Mahmood, when did you read Hamlet and in what language? He said, no, I never read the play. I just heard somebody talking about it. And then they told me the story, so I adapted it for the bangsawan stage. And it was a complete classic. That kind of improvisatory capacity that even a state like, a polity like Malacca had, so that it became the envy of the rest of the world. I think that a lot of that is encapsulated in the ideals we have now. I'm also very serious about Madani. I think it's a very, very serious concept. But I am a little dismayed at how little there is a consultative aspect to it, right? A Medina, the concept of the Medina, my second home is Morocco, so I understand what a Medina is, and not just as a lived experience, but also conceptually what it means. And we are not serving ourselves well. But I think inventiveness is very important. And just to close, talking about values and all this, again, a term I really loathe because it's really not ours. And it imposes very kind of clerical things on us. I've been doing a lot of work at the moment on Gandhi. Gandhi is no saint. Anyone who reads his autobiography will find a really tortured soul who was a bit of a crackpot and an eccentric. But Gandhi, I think, poses something very important to us today. Many of his views were quite extreme, anarchist views and things of small communal living. But I think there's a lot there for us, particularly in the tropics, to think about. I work in many rural communities in Malaysia, looking at culture in Kelantan, in Kedah, in Perlis. So much of the poverty, and there's a lot of poverty, somehow less in Kelantan and really bad in Kedah for some reason. And I look at those territories and I say, it's really a lack of any kind of imaginative planning. And I'll give you a good example. Tobacco farmers in Kelantan. Since the closure of British American Tobacco, since the closure of Philip Morris, don't supply tobacco to these big conglomerates anymore. So they don't know what to do with their products because they don't know how to diversify their crops. This is happening a great deal in Indonesia, where, of course, the main supply is still to tobacco, but Indonesia is supplying great amounts of tobacco for perfumery, for pharmaceuticals, and our farmers just don't have access to that kind of knowledge and inventiveness. A great challenge for Malaysia, apart from, there is the hard economy aspect and there is industrialization, which we cannot deny. But there's no development of the soft economy sector, which Indonesia, for example, places as one of its top 10 priorities in 2050, the cultural economy. Our cultural economy is a farce. It's a complete farce. So I think we need that kind of depth. And I think that's also how we interact with the rest of the ASEAN countries, because I think the problem with regionalism today, and we see that in the European Union a great deal, is that national self-interest eventually comes into conflict with regional interest. And then you enter situations like Brexit, which, there's no practical solution because it has become a subliminal issue. We hate foreigners, basically, is what so much of it revolves around now. So I think many of these questions need to be interrogated very deeply, and we are in that place now, where there still exists a bipolar, unipolar world, but it's changing a great deal, and I think we need to position ourselves very carefully, very cautiously, but very intelligently, but informing that conversation with our own lived experience as a community and a society, which is what we are not doing, because we don't know and don't remember.
Thank you, Edin. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start taking Q&As. We are pretty short on time, but we'll get through as many as we can. I see hands. I will start with that gentleman over there. Can you introduce your first name and... Great, thank you, Shazwan. Do we have further questions from the floor? this lady at the front. Yeah, just introduce your first name and shout the question out.
Political neutral in a geopolitical tension world. And also second question is because Malaysia economy is heavily relied on industrial development. I mean like manufacturing sectors and also some very first tier of the industry. So I would like to ask how can Malaysia advance our industry into more quality, provide more quality opportunities to all of the youth. And also, for example, we have like cultural innovation and also entrepreneurship. And how do we attract more strategic enterprise such as Tesla, which has already launched in Malaysia, in the current state of the world. Thank you.
Great. Maybe one last
Sorry,
from
can I
Dr.
just
Gu?
quickly interrupt? Please make sure that your mic is muted unless the moderator cue you, because there's only limited slot for the mic. Because I've seen some mic on your armrest that is still lit up. So make sure that it is muted unless the moderator asks you to pose a question. Thank you so much.
This gentleman in the front.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And hi, I'm Shamsho from IIUM. A simple question, really. Just now we talked about Dr. Liu Chin Tong talked about the active neutrality, and also Dr. Jomo talked about pragmatism and so on. But I think what ASEAN is lack of is that we often think about regional against the national self-interest, and in the end, it seems that we are weak. So the Western powers or even China dares to cross our South China Sea and so on because we tend to take care of our national self-interest. First question is that, how should ASEAN go forward? Should we just take care of our national self-interest, or should we enhance our regional self-interest with proactive measures, not reactive measures? And the second thing is how we could enhance our economic acumen, whether it should be like a European Union model, or it should be like we focus on Singapore as our financial hub, or Malaysia to enhance our SMEs. So how should we focus on? Thank you very much.
Great. The latter two questioners had more than one question, but I think we'll start with the question by Shazwan. It was really simple, I guess. What can these group of folks walk out here today with? How can this inform their future roles as decision makers, given the changing world? Professor Jeromo, you can go first.
Well, I'm not sure. Let me try to deal with. There are too many questions which require long answers, but let me just focus on one or two very simple and pragmatic things. I think most policymakers in this country and most people engaged in policy debate don't know our country well enough. They don't know the history of the country. They don't know the context well enough. So they don't build on things which already exist. Look at the academics in a field which I'm interested in, industrialization. If you look at you'll find that everybody talks about how wonderful our achievements in E&E, electronics and electrical industry was during the late 20th century. But when you really look at it, what is it? It's foreign companies locating in Malaysia, using Malaysian workers, making money. We give them all kinds of tax breaks, so we don't even collect taxes. We give them subsidies through subsidized electricity, etc., infrastructure, and so on. So basically, we created a lot of jobs, and it was quite an important thing because there were almost 400,000 women who went into the labor force during the 1970s and 1980s. A very, very significant achievement. There were more women in manufacturing than even men at one time, mainly in electronics as well as in, garments. But if you think about it, what is the real achievement as far as Malaysian industrialization is concerned? It's something which almost nobody talks about, namely the refining of palm oil. Malaysia, within a space of 10 years, became the most efficient refiner of palm oil in the world. But that was 40 years ago. Today, what is the challenge? Today, many people in the world are concerned about biofuels, interested in biofuels, and we have the possibility, not in the world, of becoming the most efficient biofuel producer. Because Europe has chosen biodiesel, Americans chose bioethanol, and as Brazilians will complain, the bioethanol is heavily subsidized in the US. In Europe as well, the biodiesel is subsidized. But the cheapest form of vegetable oils for biodiesel would actually be from palm oil, which the European protectionists have basically blocked out. Okay? So, since the 1980s, people like Tan Sri Augustine Ong and Tan Sri Yusof Basiron have been talking about the potential of biodiesel. How much support was there? Next to zero. Next to zero beyond the normal budget of PORIM, and after them, there was no sustained effort. So today, who is leading the work on palm oil-based biodiesel? It is Indonesia. Indonesia has developed a dwarf oil palm tree where the tree will not grow very tall, because in Malaysia, we cut down our oil palm trees after they reach the age of about 25 because they're getting too tall. So, the radical changes are happening in Indonesia. And who are these scientists? Many of them are actually Malaysian scientists who no longer work for the Malaysian oil plantation companies. So we are in a situation where we do not value what we have. We do not make full use of what we have. In the 1990s, I learned about the possibility of photovoltaic solar panels. Malaysia now is the number 2 producer of photovoltaic solar panels. China is number 1 with 71%. Malaysia and South Korea are number 2 with about 7+%. How many solar panels are used in Malaysia? A few. But the solar panels are not widely used and are not being promoted. There are more promotion of solar panels by Petronas in Vietnam than in Malaysia.
On that note, as illuminating as that is, I would like to say that we've run out of time. So I think I would just like to give a final 30 seconds to each of you to just wrap up. What do you think, how do you think everyone here should think about this topic going forward into the future? Maybe we can start with Eden.
Well, my thinking is basically, always about inventiveness, about thinking in different ways. But it requires a great deal. So I don't know. I think words. I think sometimes we are also very, very trapped, snared in certain kinds of language and terminology. Leadership. What kind of leadership? What kind of things like that that are very kind of motivational speaker kind of driven. So I don't know. I always just think, that's why I mentioned Gandhi, because I think he really represented an alternative, trying to create an alternative for which we all laughed at him at that time. But maybe it resonates again today. But that alternative must come from our own experience, and it has to be worldly. It just can't be theories and things, but that's where history, I think, and culture plays a very important role. I don't know how relevant that is to young people. That's always my concern.
Thank you, Eden. Dr. Munira?
Hello. Yes. Okay. My last words. Basically, I know you're all young. Some of you are still in university. Some of you have just graduated. But my last words about how we can move forward is, first of all, education is very important. Learn how to ask what and why and what if questions. Our education system does not encourage that. Now, I'm very, very critical of our school and university system because of this very problem. Now, in IR, we talk about IR as international relations. But ask yourself, is it really international? Is the current world order really international? It claims to be international, but the focus is basically how a superpower views the rest, how the US views the rest. Again, this us versus them. And what I am advocating is for us to develop our own self-confidence by having different views, by not simply accepting the theories that are fed to you. The theories, just because they are written in Western textbooks, we translate them or we drop Western names or developed world names and apply it. Develop your own questions. Develop your questions and your theorizing based on your lived experience.
I think that's a good way to put it for everyone. Chin Tong?
Yeah, I'll try to answer the questions of industry and also the future of the economy. The Prime Minister launched the new Industrial Master Plan on 1st of September. We have taken a new approach. We have taken a mission-based approach, and there are 4 missions. The first mission is to increase the complexity of our economy. We want to do value adding. We do not just want to do the low-end work. Secondly, tech up. We want to digitalize, we want to automate, we want to use a lot more technology, and we want to innovate. Thirdly, we want to deal with climate change, push for net zero. Number 4, we want to deal with the question of security, economic security and economic inclusivity, so that industrialization generate jobs, industrialization generate better economic prospects for ordinary Malaysians. I see 6 growth engines that will take Malaysia to a second economic takeoff. The first one, reindustrialization. As I explained, we have experienced a long period of premature deindustrialization. This is a time I think we can turn it around. Secondly, green transition. Professor Jomo pointed out about the question about solar. We will have to do green transition partly because we have to deal with subsidy, subsidy cut. Using that as an opportunity to do green transition so that a lot more people are using solar and not just using electricity. A lot more people are using EV rather than using ICE car. Thirdly, tech up, as I mentioned earlier, technology, automation. Fourth, creating better life. And that is also a potential areas where we can rethink of a lot of issues, how to do housing better, differently, how to do healthcare differently, and the rest. Number 5, thinking about regions in a different way. See, we are very concentrated in Kuala Lumpur and the Klang Valley, but there's so much potential in the northern side, there's so much potential in the southern side, there's so much potential in the regions, and that is also an engine of growth. And we will have to finally talk about job-led consumption. At the moment, especially over the last 10, 15 years, we have been very dependent on that few private consumption. We're buying electric appliances with debts. I mean, that is a long-term time bomb. We need to pay our people better so that they consume not through that, but actually consume through job-led growth. Now, these are the growth engines that I think will take Malaysia to a second economic takeoff. And that, I think, is for your generations to take it up. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me give a warm round of applause to our speakers for today. I will hand it back over to the MC to take it from here.
Thank you, Iqbal, and all our panelists up on stage. Kindly remain on stage as we will proceed with the presentation of token of appreciation.
We would like to invite the Deputy Director of the Youth Economic Forum 2023, Ms. Sharifa Quairisa, to present the tokens of appreciations to our speakers and moderators. Can we invite all of our speakers and our moderator to kindly come to the front of the stage so that we can do a quick photograph as well.
We would like to thank Young Berhormat Tuan Liu Chin Tong.
A round of applause, please. Followed by Professor Dr. Jomo Kwame Sundram.
Next, Dr. Sharifa Munira Alatas.
Followed by Mr. Edin Koo.
Last but not least, our moderator of the session, Mr. Iqbal Fatki.
A big round of applause once again for all our speakers and moderators as they make their way back to their seats, ladies and gentlemen.
Do we wanna have like, okay,
Maybe
as
we
per
can
the
take a
photographer request, can we just come forward and then take a group photo together? Once again, a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Dear speakers and moderator, you may kindly be seated. Thank you so much. Now, moving on to our next agenda of the day, the business agenda, featuring the theme ESG as a key enabler for business transformation.
In this panel, we will delve into the ways Malaysian businesses adapt ESG practices, examining the topic from multiple perspectives, including both the public and private sector.
Once again, let us put our hands together for our distinguished speakers. They are Mr. Loo Kin Han, Senior Vice President and Head of Group Strategy and Performance, Malaysian Industrial Development Finance Berhad.
Followed by Mr. Shankar Kanibaran, Consulting Leader and Partner at Ernst & Young EY Malaysia.
Next, we have Ms. Sharifa Bakar Ali, Head of Environmental, Social and Governance at UEM Agenda Berhad.
Followed by Mr. Adrian Tan, Assistant General Manager, Group Sustainability at Kuala Lumpur Kepong Berhad.
And also give it up for our moderator, Mr. Vinesh Sinha, founder of Fat Hopes Energy.
Mr. Vinesh, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this session. I'm Vinesh, and founder and CEO of Fat Hopes Energy, a business that collects and converts a variety of waste oils to biofuel, and I'll be moderating today. With me, I have Mr. Shankar, the Deputy Consultant Leader for EY Consulting Practice, with more than 28 years of working experience specializing in large-scale transformation programs and post-merger integrations. Prior to joining Ernst & Young, Shankar was the Managing Director with Essentia Financial Services Operating Group. He will be part of the panel, along with the other esteemed guests. Next, we have Mr. Kin Han, Senior Vice President and Head Group Strategy and Performance in Malaysia Industrial Development Financial Berhad. Joined MIDF in 2020 and currently leads the Group Strategy and Performance Department, as well as the ESG unit. And thereafter, Ms. Sharifa has more than 20 years experience in investment, banking, and business advisory services in various areas, including global real estate, ESG, and sustainability. And last but not least, Mr. Adrian Tan has over 17 years of experience in both the private and public sector, specializing in nationwide program delivery management, performance management, process improvement, and engineering. Again, please welcome the esteemed panel. So before we go into the individual or the topics for today, I would like to request for each panel member to introduce their business and what they do in that area. First, maybe we go with Mr. Shankar.
Thanks, Vinesh. Maybe can I have the slides, please? I have a couple of slides as just to kind of tee off the session. So while the slide is being pulled up, yeah, the slide's here. So my name is Shankar, as Vinesh has introduced. I run the EY consulting practice. Most of you all probably would have heard that we had a booth outside as well. So ESG, I think it's definitely gaining traction. I don't think so anybody in this hall today would have gone through without hearing this. So maybe just to give a bit of a context, right? I mean, in terms of the environment, social, and governance perspective, right? I mean, it's really gaining traction. It's gone to the forefront. Later, you'll hear from the rest of the panel as well. So if you look at that, by 2025, 30% of the renewable energy generation for Malaysia is going to come from renewable energies, right? And you look at a crowd today, as you go through making your purchasing decision, I think 78% and almost everybody I speak to today do not make a decision about purchasing something without bringing that element of environment into it. Is that a sustainable product? Is it been manufactured well, and so on? So I think the awareness, the level of awareness is definitely there. And if you look at the social, I think this is one of the areas that more than 85% of the people, early adopters of the ESG areas, are definitely saying that this is one of the most important pillars they looked at. And the topic of interest is definitely around the employee management, health and safety, labor standards. You will have read in news recently a number of companies that were kind of punished for having the not so good practice as well. So it's definitely gone mainstream. And in terms of financing as well, more than half of the Sukuk raised by Malaysia as well. And in terms of the governance as well, 80% says that they recognize the value. And later you'll listen to a lot of the conversation that we have here today. How is ESG being embedded into the very strategy? It's no longer purely reporting, right? It started off with reporting. Yeah, I mean, I need to report. There's a push from the regulators and so on. But now it's gone into the mainstream where it impacts every part of their business. How do you run right from the strategy down to the operation? I think that's what matters the most. And what's driving this change? If we look at what's the factor that's driving this change, it's essentially three. One is regulation. The regulators, be it for example in financial services industry, would be Bank Negara. If it's your corporate that is listed, it will be Securities Commissions and so on. So the regulation is definitely driving that part of that ESG disclosure and so on. And more countries are going into the carbon pricing scheme as well. That's also driving the behavior of the companies as well. And we were having a chat in the side room earlier in the sense that, it's no longer a choice. You need to embed that part of your strategy right from the beginning of the value chain till the end in terms of how you address that. Second is access to capital, and Kin Han here will share about how it's impacting every aspect of the financial services, right? It's no longer a choice. It's going to hit your bottom line in terms of whether you do or not. And third is, I think, the consumers, all of us here in this room, we are making a conscious decision in a sense that we are saying that, look, if this product is not clean, if this product is not manufactured with good practices, we shun away from that. And you can see that. And the other conversation we were having in the room is that I think this generation is something that we are putting our hopes on. Because today in the world that is multipolar and changing world, I think that's important. The consumerism and the ask and the demand from people like you will drive the right behavior from corporate as well. And if you look at examples in terms of ESG as well across the world, right? A couple of examples, I mean, you can Google that. I mean, IKEA would be one that probably will be among the top 10 there that's taken ESG, especially around the social element of it, making sure right from the employee health all the way to the sustainability part of that as well. Yeah, UPS is also another one. So maybe with that, I'll hand over to the next speaker, probably to cover in terms of the financial aspect of the ESG.
Thank you for that. Answering for the youth, the pressure is high. So with that, Mr. Kinhan, maybe over to you.
Thanks, Vinesh. I have some slides as well, if we can cue that. Okay, whilst we're waiting for the slides, maybe I can start by saying thank you very much for inviting MIDF to this session today. I think, as Shankar pointed out, we think the youth plays a very big part in what's shaping the nation in the days to come. And we look forward to this discourse, right? I think in my first slide here, I'm just trying to tell us what MIDF does. So MIDF is more than 60 years old, so probably older than anyone in this room. And it's evolved quite a bit in the last 60 years. But basically right now, we have three main businesses. So we do development finance, where we provide affordable financing to SMEs to help them grow their businesses, which we recognize that SMEs are the backbone of a nation's economy, right? So I think that's a very important agenda to the nation. We also have an investment banking business. This is where SMEs have now moving up the corporate ladder. They want to grow bigger. This is where investment banking services come in. And then the last business we do is asset management. So asset management to us is our take on wealth management, right? So it's not, we want to encourage financial literacy. It's not just about saving, it's about wealth, growing your wealth, right? So those are the three main businesses MIDF does as a financial services player. And on the left, bottom left, I just want to add that we've just been recently acquired by Malaysia Building Society Berhad, which runs an Islamic bank. So together, I think we hope to do a lot for the future and the nation. Which brings me to the next slide, actually. This slide showcases the stuff that we do, MIDF, from an ESG point of view. But the purpose of the slide is not so much to brag or to blow our own trumpet. I think what we are trying to say here in this slide is that from a financial services sector, the responsibility from an ESG point of view is to help our customers, help our clients, help SMEs, help corporates transition, help them on their ESG journey. It's not so much what we can do ourselves, but what we can do for our customers. Right, I'll stop there. Thanks, Vinesh.
Thank you. Next, Sharifa, maybe you want to go?
Thank you so much, Vinesh. And thank you to YEF for inviting me to be part of this esteemed business panel. I too do have some slides, and yeah, here we are. So I actually just want to start by saying that I see ESG not just as an enabler, but I see it as a business, as a driver for business transformation. And that's something which I say from my experience, as well as the role I play in UEM Magenta. So I hate ESG, and we see ESG as an everyday thing that we do. So let me explain to you what UEM Magenta is. We get asked this question a lot because we operate across a few sectors. But what's common is the service that we provide across these different sectors. We are an asset management company, and by that, we take care of the facilities of our clients. We are the people that after a big asset has been built, we come in and do the facilities maintenance, or we take care of the asset so that it will stay for the end of its life, and we run it in the most optimized way. So this building that we are all sitting in, this auditorium, Sasana Kijang, is one of the assets that we maintain. So if it's too cold or if it's too hot, you can come and tell me later and I'll feed it back to our Command and Contact Center. And another example is the North-South Highway, which is a plus highway. So we are the people who actually keep the highway safe, we keep it clean, we keep it running and in order. So that's the kind of business that we do. And we've been doing this over a long period of time and branded under the name UEM Agenta Berhad. We are headquartered here in Malaysia and we've got operations in 5 other countries, including the Singapore, Taiwan, and the UAE. So main asset classes that we take care include commercial assets. We take care of healthcare assets as well as road transport infrastructure. So why do I say that ESG is a key driver? That's because we embed sustainability in our everyday business. Let me give you a few examples of how we do that. Now, in the commercial office space, we help our clients manage their buildings. Now, buildings actually impact the environment. It contributes to a lot of the emission that gets released. So instead of going in and doing traditional facilities maintenance work where we make sure the aircon is running or keep the building clean, we work closely with our clients and we show them the amount of energy that is coming out of the building, where it's coming from, what is the peak time, what is the low time. And we tell our clients also how they can actually optimize this energy usage within the building. And so we implement energy management programs where we show how the electricity bill can be reduced, how our clients can actually tap into renewable energy sources to make the energy in the building cleaner, and make the asset more optimized and more comfortable for everyone to use, and become more responsible, right? Together, through our services, we've been able to help our clients reduce more than 50% of the energy consumption that comes from these assets and more than 10% of water save. And all this can actually help to reduce carbon footprint. Now, in the healthcare sector, we manage private and public hospitals. And so we come across a huge amount of clinical waste, which is very, very toxic and harmful to the environment. Now, instead of sending this all to the landfills, we have got incinerators through which this waste goes through a process. We break it down and we channel away the toxic gas that come out of it so that it doesn't get released into the environment. And what's left are just ashes. And this is the commitment that we play in the healthcare sector. Now, in the road infrastructure sector, we maintain roads, we do pavement works, and a lot of pavement materials waste gets produced. And so through an R&D effort, we have been able to actually take all this waste, we recycle it, and we turn it into more environmentally friendly pavement materials, which we then reuse again in our pavement work. And this way we are embracing the concept of circularity. We bring back the waste into our operations. We don't operate in a linear fashion. So this is how we embrace sustainability in our business. But remember, ESG is not just about E. It's S and G as well. We will not be able to offer our services without our people, our strongest frontliners. Through a very, very mature health and safety team, we take care of the wellness of our staff force so that they will be able to keep assets safe, not just for our clients, but for users as well. And governance is something that we stress very, very, we take a very, very top-down approach in enforcing policies from the corporate. So our board members are the ones who are really driving ESG governance, and this gets cascaded down through our CEO who eats, breathes ESG, and then it gets cascaded down to the rest of our business. So in a nutshell, that's how we embrace ESG in our business. So we don't just transform ourselves, but we help our clients transform their businesses as well. I'll pass the mic back to you.
Thank you. A very cliche term, but it's obvious less is more when it comes to agenda. Thanks. So finally, Mr. Adrian, maybe you want to go through your slides.
Sure, thank you. I have no slides.
Okay, sorry.
I'm just going to talk my points through, right? Now, allow me to start talking a little bit about KLK, what we do, and maybe that will give you a perfect segue into how we have arrived right now, our sustainability journey. Now, KLK has been in business for over 110 years. We started out as a rubber plantation company. And eventually, as you know, through the vision of the previous founder, we have evolved to mainly a palm oil company. Just on a side note, I think fun fact. Back then, all the plantation companies were owned by Europeans, right? So you have European owners and you have a lot of Mat Salleh board members. We own a piece of land very near KL, right? And we named that piece of land after the name of two of our directors. It was Edward Grisa and Alfred Bungi. So when we combine two of the last names together, we name it the estate as the Bungi Rubber Estate. Now, of course, over the years, through development and so on and so forth, we have sold the land. And if you've been following through, that piece of land right now is now a very affluent area called Bangsa. So we know it used to be a rubber estate. Yeah. So over the years, through sound management and strategic acquisition, our planted land right now stands about 3,000 hectares. That's across, of course, in Malaysia, mainly in Indonesia and Liberia. We still have 3% of our land with rubber plantation. We have one single customer who is willing to pay premium for rubber. And that customer is actually a sole single producer to Durex condom. So out of the goodness of our heart and for the sake of humanity and population control, we're going to keep that 3% for now. And we'll see how it goes, right? So eventually in 1990s, we started to go downstream. The company decided to then integrate the upstream plantation business with downstream capability. So all the palm oil and palm kernel oil and all these things, they go through the processes. And we now manufacture oleochemicals, specialty chems. Yeah? It's across, we have 14 facilities across the world, mainly in Malaysia, Indonesia, China. We've got one in Belgium, 2 in Germany, 2 in Switzerland, 2 in Netherlands, and the latest acquisition this year was in Italy. Now, just reflect back on your journey this morning, yeah? When you wake up and then you go towards the bathroom and you brush your teeth, right? And then you take a shower, soap that you use, the shampoo, and then you head out to have breakfast, yeah? Your cereal or biscuit whatsoever. And then the girls will go back there and you put on your makeup before you come here, and the guys will then go on and put your hair product before you come here. So if you're doing any of those, I'm very sure that 100% of it, some palm oil derivatives have gone through your body. And this is how embedded it is and how important this vegetable oil is to us today. Before the word ESG or sustainability came along, we have been in practice of it since the late 90s. I think if you guys are aware of it, ever heard of it, the RSPO certification. It's a membership of over 4,000 members, including the planters, the brands like Unilever and so on and so forth, and so also the banks. The whole idea of formation of that body is to govern and guide the proper management and development of palm oil and also other crops, but mainly palm oil, right? So for us, we were one of the founding member, and subsequently, of course, in 2011, we were then, also a founding member of SPO, and then we also got ourselves certified through MSPO. So the certification process back then was so-called the sustainability practice for today. Yeah. And subsequently, as a company, we also need to show that we did more, we have to do more. In 2014 and the revised version of 2018, we also then published our sustainability policy. Now back then, I think it's the same for quite a number of companies, right? We don't really call it sustainability or ESG. It's more of a CR or CSR, right? People will often ask the company, what are you doing extra, right? Aside from, reporting how you do business, but what are you doing for the community, the people? And subsequently, then they ask, what are you then doing for the environment, right? So it has evolved to a point where right now, it has become a license to operate. What are you doing to the people around you? Like Sharifah, your employees, your workers, your stakeholders, right? So we have to keep up with time. And I have to be very honest with you, if you compare us with the other peers, right? In terms of sustainability, we are sort of playing catch up. But it doesn't mean that we're too late, yeah? So let me just end by this. I will share our 7 commitments that we've launched this year, yeah? And the first few is just a continuation of what we've been doing in the past, right? The very first one is, so KLK will continue to invest and safeguard our biodiversity. That's given. We have to take care of our environment. The second thing is that we talk about people. So we'll continue to invest in education, the environment, employee, and also the community around us. The third one, and this is what we have pledged, is to maintain zero tolerance to child and forced labor. It's a big topic in plantation. The fourth one, zero fatalities and also reduction of lost time injury. The fifth one is 100% traceability to plantation, and this is very key because without it, we can't do business in Europe. As simple as that. Every drop of oil has to trace back to the plantation. Number 6 is we will then also share 50 products with product carbon footprint number. I think a lot of customers are really looking at that. You want to know what is the carbon footprint, right? And the last one is 25% GHG intensity reduction by 2030. This is on scope 1, scope 2. And net zero by 2050, in lining with our Malaysia's vision. Thanks.
Thank you. Very ambitious and stay on the path. Thank you for the introductions. We've got a diverse panel today, and I'm going to be going through some of the questions. Maybe we can start with you. How does the NIMP allow business and government to drive ESG integration and innovation? And I think the stress is in and around integration.
Thanks, Vinesh. Before I start talking about the NIMP and ESG, I think I want to tell the crowd here. I mean, look, the NIMP is a 196-page document. Not that long, right? We can now run through it. But I want to tell you what I like about it. 2 things, 2 words, right? Number 1, it's clarity. It's very clear in terms of what the government expects and what the government plans to do. You may or may not disagree with the content in it, but it's clear, right? I think in the first panel this morning, one of the things that was discussed was how clarity is important in order to drive the nation forward. I think as a financial service player, we're also very keen on having a clear roadmap. The other thing I like about the NIMP, it's alignment. As you know, the NIMP was launched only recently, but at the same time, several other government policies were launched as well. There was the NETR, the National Energy Transition Roadmap, and I was worried, when we hear about this, I was worried that, it'll be disjointed and all over the place. But I'm happy to see that, these documents are aligned, right? They cross-reference each other, they talk about each other. So it's good to see that there's a single aligned way of thinking. So now going into the ESG part of it, right? I think there are several things that people can expect from the NIP. First one is, I think it's very clear in terms of support mechanisms. So there are support mechanisms in the document which talks about tax incentives, grants, and financing assistance. So again, these are very clear. And number two, I think, is the NIP stresses on accountability and transparency when it comes to ESG. And, this is a topic that is quite widely debated in terms of greenwashing, whether your disclosures really mean what you say, right? So I think stressing on accountability and transparency is important, especially to us, financial services player, right? Because when we provide financing, we want to know that what you're doing is good, what you're doing is clear, and what you're saying, what you're promising in terms of your future prospects is likely to happen. So those are the two things that is very important to us from an NIMP point of view.
Maybe just to add to Kin Han, your point is that I think the interesting part if NIMP, if you have looked at it, is one is, I think from the clarity, like what Kin Han mentioned, government clearly put some moonshot targets and also clearly defined in terms of mission 3, if you look at that around sustainability, and that the key mission-based projects that they've identified that will drive that. But what's more important is it's not always the plan and the projects. This time, I think what was defined is also the key enablers, which is one is always about capital, right? You can say a lot of things, you want to do so many things, but where's the funding coming from? Where's the support mechanism? So there's a lot of private partnership fundings, working with financial institutions to make sure that there's access to capital. If you look at markets like US, why do you see the amount of innovation that's going over there? Why do you always hear innovation coming from there? Because the access to capital is one of the most important elements, access to risk capital. People are willing to say that, look, I'll fund this, even though I know it's a moonshot, it will fail, but it's okay. Out of 100, one will succeed, and that's why you see the large organizations coming out from those countries, right? So I think from that, our government has said that, look, we will make sure that access to capital. The other one is around people and talent. If you go, and we often speak to a lot of MNCs looking to invest in Malaysia and so on, the one most single important question they always ask us when we do assessment is that, what is the availability of talent and the level of the, the talent that you have over here. So that's also the second element that the government realizes, that you need to make sure that the talent is there to be able to support a lot of the activities that you want to do. Third is, I think, the one country approach, where we are saying that, look, if we want to attract the talent, we want to attract the investment, and we want to attract innovation in the country, you need to make sure that investors are coming in and able to deal with one-stop rather than dealing with multiple agencies in terms of getting approvals and so on. And of course, the fourth is clarity in terms of, you look at the NIMP going to NETR, there was clear governance being set where at the topmost, the Prime Minister is chairing the main committee, but sub-committees that's chaired by ministers, different, it's all connected in a sense that, you know the left hand knows what the right hand is doing. So I think that important element of defining the enablers and making sure the right support is there is key to ensuring that the plan, the vision is linked to the implementation.
Yeah, so I want to answer this question from the way we support the manufacturing side or the industrial side, right? The NIMP is a document for this very segment. So we don't own assets, we don't manufacture, but we work with our clients in those areas. So we manage large facilities like factories and so on and so forth. Now, this sector, the industrial sector, is one of the largest emitters. It accounts for about 30% of the global emission it consumes a lot of energy, and so that's the reason why it's very emission intensive. Now, as we all sit down and create this awareness around ESG, corporations are all getting into the race of net zero. Now, net zero is one of the missions that's stated in the NIMP. So simply put, when you want to achieve net zero, you're making a commitment that you want to reduce your emission, cancel it out so that it will become net zero at the end, right? Now, as we all start doing this, corporates start doing this, there is a clear demand for solutions to enable us to implement the net zero strategies. So there is a huge demand, but there is lack of supply of solutions. So projections of the IEA shows that there will only be an addition of about 35 gigawatt of renewable energy sources, whereas the demand for it is going to be 3 times more. So simply put, right, your electricity bill, for example, let's say if you are paying 100 ringgit, this is a very simplified way of putting it, right? It's just to get some understanding and context setting. So if it's 100 ringgit electricity bill and our electricity comes from coal sources, and if we wanted to purchase renewable energy, what's available out there is only about 30 ringgit worth. So there is a huge gap. And the huge gap is caused by the fact that technology takes a very, very long time to be developed. It requires support, fund, money, right? Now, policies like the NIMP can help by creating the enabling infrastructure to allow for R&D to take place so that this technological gap can be filled up. Now, that policy can help the creation of an enabling or an ecosystem that will allow players to come in and do the necessary R&D. Grants can be provided to support pilots, prototyping. It needs to be an environment that will allow foreign direct investments to come in so that there can be sharing of the financial costs that will be required. The FDI also needs to have clarity, not just on money coming into the country, but the way they can exit as well. And then there has to be sufficient talent creation so that people can come in and start taking up those R&D that's required, right? So job creation and even helping youth understand what are the kind of jobs that will be required for them to be able to go into that ecosystem, right? And then creating an environment where entrepreneurship can thrive. It can no longer just be shouldered by government or corporates. Entrepreneurs need to come in and step in. And Vinesh, you're a perfect example of creating a green solution. And so in my opinion, NIMP can actually help very much to give, to produce such a viable ecosystem.
Thank you. Mr. Adrian?
Allow me just to pivot a little bit. I think I really do agree what they've been saying, right? The messaging is very clear, the NIP. So I'm not going to talk so much about that. But allow me to just deep dive a little bit here, right? I like the low carbon economy sector that they're trying to do, right? Can I see a show of hands? How many of our audience are from Sarawak? Any Sarawakians here?
I went to Sarawak 2 weeks ago. Does that count?
There's only 1, 2. Fantastic. Because you know why? Now, few months ago, I attended a seminar in Singapore, and your Deputy Premier, Professor Dr. Sim, presented to the audience of the vision of what Sarawak is trying to do in terms of the carbon capture, in terms of the hydrogen economy. And I'm glad that was mentioned in the NIMP, right? this is my personal opinion, right? I think, especially in terms of hydrogen, it could be our next best solution here. Why do I say that? Well, of course, you have quite a large waterways in Sarawak and coastal ways, right? You could potentially harvest, you get very clean hydrogen from the desalination and process. Now, if you add nitrogen in it, it becomes ammonia, right? And for companies like us, the plantation company, that is very key. Because imagine along the way, if you produce hydrogen and your ammonia and so on and so forth using renewable energy, the whole entire value chain is going to be green. And it's good news for people like us because then I could apply green fertilizer in our plantation. Because I can tell you, right now, in the plantation sector, the usage of the fertilizer is one of the biggest GHG emitter. And right now, we don't have a good, affordable solution. And I'm really, really looking for that. Yeah. The second thing I want to share is that the disclosure bit. I'm quite excited with the carbon policy, the accounting and the tax and so on and so forth, right? How it's going to be done? It's going to be really challenging. I think in the room we talked about it earlier on how do that apply in different businesses and different level of income for people. But for us, is the disclosure now, just for your information, right? Corporates like us, we have to disclose our so-called sustainability or ESG reporting, right? And what we're facing here is that you have so many different kinds of format of reporting that we have to comply with, right? And what the NIMP states clearly is that they're going to go with the IESG framework, harmonizing everything, that all our companies in Malaysia then will have to follow the same standard. And my only hope is that while corporates like us, we have the resources to do it, my only hope is that they put a bit more attention to the MSMEs into doing this. Because let's not forget, right, MSME is still the majority of our businesses, 97% of our registered business in Malaysia, and there are over 1 million of them. And as much as what we can do over here in towards achieving net zero, we cannot do it as a country without these folks here. So we have to really keep an eye on them.
Thank you. You hit the nail on the head. Fair Hopes Energy is definitely a result of policy. And I think I agree with all of you all. Policy is quintessential for innovation. And entrepreneurs, as much as they have a spirit to do good, they need a guide, right? So I think the NIMP does do a lot of that. Now, moving a little bit on, how do you all think, how critical is ESG in transforming businesses, existing and new? Because a lot of the time we build businesses based on existing business models, and we externalize our quote-unquote responsibility. But if we integrate these two into the business model per se, how critical do you believe it is for it to be a growth engine? Maybe Adrian, you want to take this because a lot of what you all do is centered around this.
Sure. Now let me just anchor on these two words, value creation. How we're doing is just 3 prongs, right? First, you talk about, well, actually it's not only for us, but for any company, right? It's the product and functional superiority, right? Is your product safe? Is your product low carbon? Does it meet the quality, right? And does it serve the purpose, right? That's what I mean by product or functional superiority. Then you talk about item number 2, the accessibility of your product or services. Is it affordable? Key question, right? Because for us, what we vision is that, at least in our local chemicals, right, we want to serve the bigger market, right? And then you look at the value of your products and services. Does it meet the greater market? So that's in terms of the accessibility. I'll come to my last point, which is the topic for today, sustainability. So what do you do? How are you taking care of the environment? Are you developing your people? Are you providing the right protection for your workers? How How do you handle grievance, for example? And then what's the governance behind it? What are your leaders doing in terms of making sure some of these things are being taken care of? So if you look at this trifecta approach, let me repeat again, the product or functional superiority, the accessibility, and the sustainability, finding the balance is key. Now, you cannot have, in this day of age right now, you cannot have a product superiority and accessibility and sacrificing sustainability. You can't do that anymore. And I can say the same thing for, if you want to have sustainability and product functionality, your product still needs to be able to be cheap enough to be afforded by a major population, right? So finding the balance right in the middle is then key, and this is where we say we will continue to create that value for all of our stakeholders. Stakeholders including customers, our bankers who are funding us, they'll be asking us, okay, what are you doing in terms of your carbon reduction, right? And of course, you have the NGOs keep watching at us, like, what are you doing to your workers? How are you treating them? Are you doing any more deforestation, for example? And most importantly, of course, then the employees as well. How are we going to develop them? So when you balance all these three, it's like Tai Chi, yeah? You could have a proper balance without falling off, but you got to constantly doing this while keeping yourself relevant.
Thanks. Sharifah?
So Vinesh, I want to answer this question from the point of view of what will happen if you do not integrate ESG into your business. Let me just give some examples, and I'll try to do this by taking an example from E, S, and G. E gets talked about a lot. So a very, very big example was the company BP that caused the major oil spill in the Deepwater Horizon case back in 2010. It caused extensive human life loss, sea life loss as well. And as a result, the company took, it suffered losses. It actually suffered a brand reputation damage as well, right? And then if you look at Boeing, now Boeing actually had two major plane crashes. The most recent one was the Ethiopian Air. I think it was 2018, around that time. Now, the reason why the crash happened, as the investigation revealed, was that a failure in the safety feature in the plane. Lives were lost, and because of that, Boeing had to retire the planes. It translates into financial loss as well, right? Let's talk about Facebook, which is more common to all of us. We use it, of course, other form of social media as well. Now, Facebook was implicated with selling data of its users during the 2016 presidential election to allow for campaigns to happen on a more targeted basis. And we all saw Mark Zuckerberg sitting in front of the Senate explaining how this leak happened, right? And it was a major, major backlash for Facebook. You will immediately see people not wanting to use the platform, moving to other platform. So all this then, if at the beginning companies don't see it as a financial implication, it will translate into a financial implication. So ESG is no longer a reporting measure. It is becoming a social license to operate. And if companies ignore it, they suffer financial losses, brand reputation risk, and even the ability to attract people to work in their organization. So that's how I see the integration can happen. It will push companies to really adopt it in every facet of their business and operations.
Thanks. Shankar?
Yeah, so I think I totally agree with what Adrian and Sharifah was mentioning about, and I think what started as purely a reporting, and if you go way back, like what Adrian was saying, CSR activities and so on, today it goes down to the level that it has to touch the core of the organization. How do you look at, so right from the top of the organization, the board, setting the tone down to the management and the operation level, taking it and embedding it into the day-to-day operations as well. So if you look large companies today, electricity, TNB, for example, right? I mean, if you know in Malaysia that the kind of electricity that's generated is predominantly coal, gas, and then renewables is coming in picture, right? So if you look at that and you go downstream in that value chain, the organizations that are using electricity and especially intensive electricity as an input will get impacted as well. So there's no way for an organization to say that, look, I'm not going to do this and it's not going to impact me. So at every facet of the value chain, you need to get involved as well. But what the interesting part is that it also creates opportunity. I mean, Fat Hopes is a good example, right? There was a business problem. There is an issue within the value chain. It generates opportunity. So for me, I look at it, there's a cost of doing business. Yeah, I mean, today, Adrian has shared that, right? There's no way that he can ignore and say that I will continue business as usual because the punitive measure, either by the government or the consumers, are harsh enough for you to not to ignore those, right? But it also creates opportunities for companies like Fat Hope to come in, to innovate and say that, look, you are not on your own trying to solve this issue. There are companies around that can provide a point-based solution or innovation that will help you to meet your goal as well. So for me, I think doing that is for the good of the world. We all know about the global warming, the challenges and everything, the net zero target, the Paris Accord and so on. But for us, I think it creates two sides of a coin, right? One side, you have the problem, the corporations putting in money, pumping in the effort and so on. But the other side, it creates the opportunity for innovation to come about. And I think that's what we all need to be looking at, I think, the two sides of that.
Thanks. Kinhan?
Thanks, Vinesh. To be honest, not sure what else I can add that hasn't been already eloquently covered by my three colleagues here. But let me try. I think, when people ask why do we need to integrate in ESG, I think a lot of the common thinking right now, a lot of people know that you need to do this, and they know that it's for the greater good, right? But unfortunately, the question boils down for a lot of companies, not all, but for a lot of companies is either I do it, if I'm doing well, I do it as a CSR, as Shankar has mentioned, or if I'm not doing so well, why me? Why should I do it, right? I'm already, especially if I'm an SME, I'm already struggling so hard on so many fronts. Why do I have to take on this additional responsibility? And if we think back at the start of this ESG journey, right, what is the common answer to this question? I think the question is always, it boils down to one word. It makes your company more resilient, right? It enhances resilience, it protects you against shocks and risks. And now, 5, 10, 15 years later down the journey, we are seeing this come true, right? Because there are things like, for example, 2019, there's COVID, right? We've seen companies who didn't treat their workers right. They were punished for this during COVID. We've seen now regulations in the EU, the CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. Again, this is for SMEs. If you're exporting to Europe, right, there is a tariff now or a levy now that you have to pay if you don't comply to certain things, right? So these are things that really impact you. And I think Sharifah also mentioned about branding. How does branding affect you, right? I mean, if you are a listed company, you do something negative straight away, immediately, it impacts your share price, right? So these are the things I think that affects us. Yeah.
Thanks. I think, Shankar, you touched on how we can create circumstances to enable opportunities to arise. I think a lot of what we're doing when it comes to policy as well as support really needs to go down that direction so that we liberate the thought process and enable more solutions. And for us, as early as 2007, what we did realize is that it's impossible to continuously have economic growth within an it's impossible to have an infinite economic growth within a finite ecosystem, and that will forever stay relevant. So we're running out of time, and we would like to open it up to question and answers from the floor.
I just want to sort of like interrupt for a bit. Do ensure that your mic is muted at all times, and I think moderator can cue when anyone want to pose question. Thank you.
Any questions? Go for it.
Yes, I think it works now.
Nigel, maybe you want to pass the mic.
Hello. Okay.
There we go.
Hi, my name is Farhan. I'm from University Putra Malaysia. So I want to ask in the perspective of retailer investor or the investor themselves. Nowadays we are talking about investment. When it comes to investment, it is about profit making. How do you basically convince the investors to invest into the particular market, for example, FTSE for Good market or any indices in Bursa Malaysia, because we are putting in money and we are talking about green and profit. So how do we basically stabilize both of those things in terms of investment or retailers, perhaps putting money in the market, that kind of matters. Yeah.
Anyone in particular?
I would like to point out to Mr. Lu Kinhan from MIDF. Yeah.
Hi, thanks. Farhan, right? Yeah, I think good question, which I don't really have a definite answer to. But what I'll say is, I think it boils down to Vinesh's earlier question just now. How integrated is ESG into your company, right? So earlier, before the panel started, we were talking in the room about integrating value into your financials, right? I don't think platforms like FTSE for Good are there yet, but it's on the right track. What we want to see, hopefully, is a very transparent reflection of value in your financials eventually, right? So this is where accountability and transparency in terms of reporting comes in. And I know there's a lot of research, R&D work going on into how to translate this into tangible value, right? Hopefully, one day, we'll be able to see, right? Just based on your company's current performance, this is how you're doing financially. But if I overlay your ESG performance, this has a direct impact on your valuations, on your share price, and this will educate investors, especially on the retail side.
Thanks. I take a bit more of a firm view. I think investors should be adamant on economic returns, and entrepreneurs need to deliver value when it comes to ES and G. And that's where integration really comes into play. Any other questions from the
Can
floor?
I just add
Sorry.
a comment to that question? So contrary to popular belief that investors are only looking at financial returns, they are increasingly becoming very aware of economic returns. A point in case, we recently launched our net zero targets. So we are listed on the stock exchange, right? So what we started noticing was that whole 2 weeks where we actually had sustainability-led events as well as announcements, our share price started tracking up. It actually tracked up that I started getting calls from our shareholders, what's happening, our major shareholder. So it is becoming evident that investors are paying attention to ESG and they are attaching a value to a company that pays attention to it.
Yep. Doing good is surely good today. Any other questions?
There's a gentleman over there.
Hi, hello. Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Maria. So I would like to ask a question about ESG greenwashing actually. So like Tariq Fancy mentioned something about it's ridiculous how woke capitalism can save the world when climate change and climate change denial started with capitalism itself, IR, and all these businesses expansion. So what are your views, specifically directed to Puan Sharifah? How do you ensure that you are being transparent about these ESG greenwashing issues? Thank you.
That's actually a very, very tough question that I ask myself as well when we do our own reporting. Now, there is no company that can come out and say that everything that we are doing, I can for sure tell you there's no greenwashing, because greenwashing is actually very, very subjective, right? Now, the way we approach it is that we uphold to integrity in ourselves when we are telling people what it is that we do. So we go through a very, very rigorous process to ask questions like, are we really bringing impact? Are we doing something different? Is this something that we should be shouting about? Now, what we use to help us in that analysis are all the frameworks which are out there. The Bursa guidelines actually helps companies to make that assessment. And then beyond that, of course, is your own integrity, as I mentioned, right? So when we put out something, we know that we are under scrutiny. We must be able to have answers for everything. And if we don't have the answer, then we don't put it out. And that, I guess, in a way, how we try to reduce the instances of greenwashing. The other thing that we do also is that, and I was just mentioning this to Adrian as we were waiting to come in, reporting is only the storytelling. What goes into reports are actually the story itself. So we try to get that story first from our own organization, and so we embed sustainability, we turn it into our culture. So that's where the biggest story comes from. And I can tell you that if you actually look at it in a very holistic way like that, elements of greenwashing can be reduced.
Maybe just to add to Sharifa's point, right? I think it also starts from the tone from the top, right? I mean, the shareholders and the board of directors, I mean, look, one is the consumers are also smart, right? You will be able to see through that. And of course, there's elements, like Sharifa pointed out, there's some parts of the value chain that you won't be able to identify clearly, right? But the tone is important, right, from the board. The second is from the policy, from the government as well. And as you know, I mean, reporting started, and if you look at the history of the standards are getting tighter and tighter. The level of stringent reporting is also getting much heightened, right? So there's only a certain time that if you are going into that business of greenwashing, you can do. Eventually, you will get caught out unless you are ready to transform and change as well.
I'd like to add something. I think to answer the original question, I mean, yes, Tariq Fancy said something about this, but also recently, I think very well respected name, Damodaran is also coming out and saying ESG, you know, is hypocrisy and all that. But I think all this is actually an opportunity for us to refine and focus the journey into what really matters, right? So I think this criticism right now out there is an acknowledgement that ESG is too vague. We need to focus it and really drive into what matters.
Yeah, from my vantage point, I was going to add to exactly that, right? Most of the time, greenwashing arises when we are measuring impact with two different rulers or two different units. And whenever we judge something, we need to look at it from their vantage point, or we need to have a common ruler across the board, which you see the carbon index is slowly taking traction globally as the common index. So with any claim out there, if it was benchmarked to carbon emission reduction, I think you will have a clear idea whether it was greenwashing or not. There was one question over there.
Can you hear? Yes. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Divnesh Mugan. Thanks to the fellow moderator and the speakers. My first question is, I would like to talk about the fourth industrial revolution. So, is the fourth industrial revolution a revolution or a scheme to decrease the explicit costs? That's my first question. My second question is for Madam Sharia Bakar Ali. This is regarding AMCs and private equity firms. Are they capable of controlling economies as they are managing all the assets in the country? That's all. Thank you.
Anyone? First question? I can take it.
Question was on the fourth
Maybe-
industrial revolution.
Yeah, fourth
Maybe
industrial
maybe
revolution.
I'll answer that. I think it's here to stay, definitely. I think there's a reference from NIMP on that as well. Of course, the whole idea is whether it would drive costs or not. Yes, if it's being done right. But I think we have to be very careful that not everything can be applied to that, right? And coming from my perspective, the palm oil sector is still very labor intensive. As much as we still want to mechanize it, but certain terrain will just not allow that. But so we might do, for example, semi-automation and so on and so forth. So it's a yes and no thing, depending on the industry. Of course, for the digital industry, it's a lot easier to do that.
But just to add to Adrian, your point, right, the fourth industrial revolution, right? I mean, like drones, smart drones. If you're familiar with Aerodyne, the company, Malaysian-based company, right? One of the biggest automated drone operator in the world. Malaysian-based company, right? He's a winner of Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year award, owned by a Malaysian entrepreneur, second largest, I think, drone operator. And the way he's using technology, plantations, geomapping, and so many other ways as well, right? You look at IoTs as well, Sharifah, you mentioned that use of IoT in some of the assets, monitoring that as well. So for me is that these are all technologies that definitely way to go in terms of helping organizations and companies to achieve the goals as well. And if you look at the need to measure to get data, and earlier in the morning you would have heard one of the speakers, it's all about data, right? And there's no way without the help of the Ford IR technologies, you're going to be able to collect that amount of data, be able to process, and at the end of the day, turn it into meaningful insights. I mean, collecting data is one part of it, but turning into insights is the most important part as well. Maybe Sharifah, you can bring the practical aspect of that and go to the second questions as well.
Yeah, so no, I think I want to answer the second question first, and then I will add on to that. So you are absolutely right about the role of private equity. Now you see, governments typically are the ones that fund infrastructure, but governments are beginning to see this as a burden. It is eating up into the national budgets. With COVID, government spending has ballooned. And so government debt, compared to during the global financial crisis to now, has actually even become almost 3 times more. And so then the role of private equity has become even more profound now to fund development and to make infrastructure available. So these private equities, there are various classification categories. The biggest ones, I would argue, to be not just the private equity firms, but also the pension funds, the institutions, which are actually holding all our pension schemes, right? So they have traditionally been going out and buying bonds and equities. But after the financial crisis, a lot of these pension funds and private money have actually gone into assets. Now, if you actually looked at the skyline of London, most of the assets that are owned by an institution, a pension fund, or a sovereign wealth fund from somewhere, even our own EPF owns big assets in these markets. It's not just about owning an asset, but this is how money then gets channeled down to fund investments. Now, aside from these institutions, there is this growing side of family offices because Asians are becoming more and more affluent. So they are also coming in and lending support to maintain funding infrastructure. But what's lacking there is transparency. So the transparency governance from the more established institutions is slowly now being adopted by these less structured private money. And so you will see this as an engine that's going to be pushing for a lot more funding of infrastructure and everything that we need to be able to actually live on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you for that. Thank you for all the questions. That brings us to the end of the session, and thank you, panelists, for your contribution.
Thank you, Vinesh.
Thank you so much to Mr. Vinesh for moderating the session. And also thank you so much to our panelists. It was a very fruitful discussion on the topic of ESG.
We would now like to invite the Vice President of the Perdana Fellow Alumni Association, Mr. Daniel Zambri, to present tokens of appreciation to our speakers and moderator.
First and foremost, we would like to thank Mr. Lu Kin Han.
A round of applause, please. Followed by Mr. Shankar Kanabiran.
And also up next, we have Miss Sharifa Bakar Ali.
Followed by Miss Adrian Tan.
Last but not least, our moderator of the session, Mr. Vinesh Sinha. A round of applause once again for our moderator and our panelists. Thank you so much. Let's perhaps gather together for a group photo in front. Yes, we have our photographers ready for you. You don't have to be busy with your selfie.
Let's give them another warm round of applause as they make their way back to their seats, ladies and gentlemen. We have good news for you. After such engaging and deep sessions, lunch is served at the ground floor atrium. Our VIPs will leave the hall first. Kindly, please do not leave any of your personal belongings in the hall, ladies and gentlemen. The organizers will not bear any form of responsibility for any devices or anything that is missing or stolen.
Yes, please do take your personal belongings with you, as this will be a free sitting session after this. So also just a kind reminder, those who have not
Have a dream so daring it feels out of reach? Seeking a like-minded community? Or want to find your niche in this competitive world? We've designed a well-balanced ecosystem called Taylor Sphere, future-proofing and supporting you to make a difference in the global community. What truly makes us different? Taylorians immerse in a community with best-in-class lecturers, inspiring confidence to explore. Alumni, helping you learn from their experiences. Industry experts sharing real-world wisdom. Leaders and entrepreneurs giving your spark of brilliance a chance to grow. But between knowledge or experience, how do you choose? With Taylor Sphere, you don't need to. Get more than just a degree with purpose-led knowledge and impact-driven experience. Customize your journey with Taylor's curriculum framework, multidisciplinary learning experiences, collaborations, life skill modules, and more. What's it like studying at a world top 1% university? Access world-class facilities that encourage you to innovate and create an impact. BizPod, to help nurture your startup. Taylor's Makerspace, to bring your ideas to life with our industry experts. Vortex, an XR lab that transforms learning into a 360-degree experience. Ready to graduate in demand? Become a Taylorian, grow with Taylor Sphere, and rise with the best.
Are your savings stagnant no matter how hard you work? Make money work for you with MIDF Invest, an easier, safer way to grow your wealth by investing in stocks and ETFs from over 6,000 US companies. The bank is regulated by Securities Commission for your peace of mind, so you can keep your money safe while keeping it busy.
Hi, let me show you how easy it is to buy a stock from the MIDF Invest app. To start, download the MIDF app from the Play Store or the App Store. Registering your account with us will be very easy, and once your account is approved, you can click the trade button to begin your investment journey. Search for the stock that you like to buy, customize your stock buying options, tap on the Place Order button, and finally tap the Confirm button. And congratulations, you have purchased your first stock on the MIDF Invest app.
Want to earn from some of the world's biggest companies? Let your money work abroad. With MIDF Invest, you can invest in stocks and ETFs from over 6,000 US companies, including a wide range of Sharia-compliant stocks. Have questions? You can talk to our experienced happiness agents anytime. So, if your savings are still sleeping on the job, it's time to make them work a little harder.
Kuala Lumpur Kapong Berhad, or KLK, is a leading Malaysian plantation company founded in 1906, when its predecessor, the Kuala Lumpur Rubber Company Limited, was incorporated to oversee 640 hectares planted mainly with rubber and coffee in Malaya. Today, plantation remains as KLK Group's core business, with oil palm as its main plantation crop. Over the years, KLK's visionary leadership has set its focus on strategic expansions, and today, our total planted areas have increased substantially to 300,000 hectares. Our land bank extends across Malaysia, Indonesia, and Liberia. KLK ventured into resource-based manufacturing in the 1990s to optimize value across the supply chain by vertically integrating its upstream business with downstream capabilities in oleochemicals, derivatives, and specialty chemicals. Today, the group is a global oleochemical producer with complexes located strategically in Malaysia, Indonesia, China, and Europe. Our products are used in diverse end-use applications, including home and personal care, pharmaceuticals, food and nutrition, flavors and fragrances, lubricants, and industrial chemicals. Property development became another key business as the group capitalized on its strategic land bank location in Peninsular Malaysia. KLK made its first foray into property development in 1990. The group is presently focused on Bandar Seri Coalfields, a 1,001-acre township in Sungai Buloh, Malaysia. Sustainability has been embedded in KLK's operations since 1999. As one of the pioneer members of the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, or RSPO, KLK developed a comprehensive sustainability policy in 2014, adopting the principles and criteria of RSPO, or PNC, which serves as a cornerstone of the group's sustainability practices. The crux of the policy relates to KLK's commitment towards no deforestation, no new peat, no exploitation, or NDPE. For more information about KLK and our business segments, please visit www.klk.com.my.
Talent Corp is proud to announce the continuity of our structured internship program, introduced since 2012, and now it's rebranded as the National Structured Internship Program, or MySIP. What is the Talent Corp National Structured Internship Program? MySIP. MySIP encourages companies to provide a meaningful internship experience through approved structured internship modules so that students are transformed into industry-ready graduates. With MySIP, companies can claim a double tax deduction on costs spent during the internship. For example, monthly allowance, training, accommodation, digital and communication allowance, and logistics cost paid to the intern. Why should you join MySIP? If you're a student, you will receive a guaranteed monthly allowance from a MySIP company, get upskilled and be trained by industry professionals, and get the chance to receive your first job offer. For employers, you'll be eligible to claim the double tax deduction for you to save on your talent pipeline recruitment cost. Get early exposure and development opportunity to shape the talent you need, and contribute towards nation building by developing more industry-ready graduates for the country. For universities, you get to build and foster stronger ties with more than 1,000 companies for you to explore potential collaborations and increase your students' employability. How to join My SIP? For students, you must 1. Be a Malaysian citizen. 2. Currently studying full-time in a recognized tertiary education institution in Malaysia or university abroad, provided that your internship is conducted in Malaysia. 3. Pursuing a master's or bachelor's degree, professional certificate, diploma or Malaysian Skills Certificate Level 1 to Level 5. And 4. Sign up at Talent Corp's My Next Talent. Complete the profiling suite and apply for internship advertised by a My SIP company in My Next. Criteria for My SIP company. To be a My SIP company, you must 1. Be registered with the Companies Commission of Malaysia, SSM, relevant business registration bodies or local authorities for Sabah and Sarawak, and statutory bodies for professional service providers. 2. Provide a minimum internship placement of 10 weeks. 3. Pay your interns a minimum monthly allowance of 600 ringgit or more for a master's or bachelor's degree and professional certificate or equivalent. Or pay a minimum monthly allowance of 500 ringgit or more for diploma or Malaysian Skills Certificate or equivalent. 4. Submit the structured internship module and job descriptions and have it approved by Talent Corp. And finally, complete your My SIP registration with Talent Corp via My Next. If you have any inquiries, simply contact us at sip@talentcorp.com.my. So, what are you waiting for? Come join us today and be part of the National Young Talent Development Agenda. Be part of My SIP, a signature Talent Corp national initiative from the nation, for the nation.
The career market is full of hope and uncertainty. Whether you're a student in search of an amazing internship or a company looking for an intern to help you grow, an employee who wants to get stronger and reach higher, or a university here to guide your students, we got you. This is MyNext by Talent Corp, an all-in-one, easy-to-use platform that brings students, companies, universities, and the workforce together. MyNext has many parts. Let's talk about them. MyNext Talent helps you understand your strengths and weaknesses via the MyNext profiling suite, builds up your English skills, explore potential career paths, and helps you land the internship you really want. Here's what it can do. You can get very detailed analysis of your strengths and weaknesses, complete and print out your resumes right on the platform, and get matched automatically to the internship you want. But this platform is not just for students. If you're already in the workforce, MyNext can provide the same detailed analysis of your personal and professional traits and allow you to complete your resume right on the MyNext dashboard. MyNext Company helps employers scout ideal internship candidates right on the platform and connects them instantly. Finally, there is a place in Malaysia where interns and employers can find each other easily. On top of that, companies can even be endorsed with double tax deduction incentives from Talent Corp's National Structured Internship Program, MySIP, all through the MyNext platform. And MyNext University can help university counselors in crafting the ideal plans of intervention for your institution through the MyNext analytical and coaching dashboard that provides institutions with detailed data points of students within the institution based on their MyNext profiling results to help your students grow. MyNext helps you supercharge your professional development. It's like having a whole team behind you for the biggest transition of your life. This is MyNext by Talent Corp. Give us 10 minutes to show you how you can kickstart this amazing journey.
Hello, hello. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Have a dream so daring it feels out of reach? Seeking a like-minded community? Or want to find your niche in this competitive world? We've designed a well-balanced ecosystem called Taylor Sphere, future-proofing and supporting you to make a difference in the global community. What truly makes us different? Taylorians immerse in a community with best-in-class lecturers, inspiring confidence to explore. Alumni, helping you learn from their experiences. Industry experts sharing real-world wisdom. Leaders and entrepreneurs giving your spark of brilliance a chance to grow. But between knowledge or experience, how do you choose? With Taylor Sphere, you don't need to. Get more than just a degree with purpose-led knowledge and impact-driven experience. Customize your journey with Taylor's curriculum framework, multidisciplinary learning experiences, collaborations, life skill modules, and more. What's it like studying at a world top 1% university? Access world-class facilities that encourage you to innovate and create an impact. BizPod to help nurture your startup. Taylor's Makerspace to bring your ideas to life with our industry experts. Vortex, an XR lab that transforms learning into a 360-degree experience. Ready to graduate in demand? Become a Taylorian. Grow with Taylorsphere and rise with the best.
Are your savings stagnant no matter how hard you work? Make money work for you with MIDF Invest, an easier, safer way to grow your wealth by investing in stocks and ETFs from over 6,000 US companies. The bank is regulated by Securities Commission for your peace of mind, so you can keep your money safe while keeping it busy.
Hi, let me show you how easy it is to buy a stock from the MIDF Invest app. To start, download the MIDF app from the Play Store or the App Store. Registering your account with us will be very easy, and once your account is approved, you can click the trade button to begin your investment journey. Search for the stock that you like to buy, customize your stock buying options, tap on the Place Order button, and finally tap the Confirm button. And congratulations, you have purchased your first stock on the MIDF Invest app.
Want to earn from some of the world's biggest companies? Let your money work abroad. With MIDF Invest, you can invest in stocks and ETFs from over 6,000 US companies, including a wide range of Sharia-compliant stocks. Have questions? You can talk to our experienced happiness agents anytime. So, if your savings are still sleeping on the job, it's time to make them work a little harder.
Kuala Lumpur Kapong Berhad, or KLK, is a leading Malaysian plantation company founded in 1906, when its predecessor, the Kuala Lumpur Rubber Company Limited, was incorporated to oversee 640 hectares planted mainly with rubber and coffee in Malaya. Today, plantation remains as KLK Group's core business, with oil palm as its main plantation crop. Over the years, KLK's visionary leadership has set its focus on strategic expansions, and today, our total planted areas have increased substantially to 300,000 hectares. Our land bank extends across Malaysia, Indonesia, and Liberia. KLK ventured into resource-based manufacturing in the 1990s to optimize value across the supply chain, by vertically integrating its upstream business with downstream capabilities in oleochemicals, derivatives, and specialty chemicals. Today, the group is a global oleochemical producer with complexes located strategically in Malaysia, Indonesia, China, and Europe. Our products are used in diverse end-use applications, including home and personal care, pharmaceuticals, food and nutrition, flavors and fragrances, lubricants, and industrial chemicals. Property development became another key business as the group capitalized on its strategic land bank location in Peninsular Malaysia. KLK made its first foray into property development in 1990. The group is presently focused on Bandar Seri Coalfields, a 1,001-acre township in Sungai Buloh, Malaysia. Sustainability has been embedded in KLK's operations since 1999. As one of the pioneer members of the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, or RSPO, KLK developed a comprehensive sustainability policy in 2014, adopting the principles and criteria of RSPO, or PNC, which serves as a cornerstone of the group's sustainability practices. The crux of the policy relates to KLK's commitment towards no deforestation, no new peat, no exploitation, or NDPE. For more information about KLK and our business segments, please visit www.klk.com.my.
Hello everyone. Talent Corp is proud to announce the continuity of our structured internship program, introduced since 2012 and now it's rebranded as the National Structured Internship Program, or MySIP. What is the Talent Corp National Structured Internship Program? MySIP. MySIP encourages companies to provide a meaningful internship experience through approved structured internship modules so that students are transformed into industry-ready graduates. With MySIP, companies can claim a double tax deduction on costs spent during the internship. For example, monthly allowance, training, accommodation, digital and communication allowance, and logistics costs paid to the intern. Why should you join MySIP? If you're a student, you will receive a guaranteed monthly allowance from a MySIP company, get upskilled and be trained by industry professionals, and get the chance to receive your first job offer. For employers, you'll be eligible to claim the double tax deduction for you to save on your talent pipeline recruitment cost. Get early exposure and development opportunity to shape the talent you need, and contribute towards nation building by developing more industry-ready graduates for the country. For universities, you get to build and foster stronger ties with more than 1,000 companies for you to explore potential collaborations and increase your students' employability. How to join MySIP? For students, you must 1. Be a Malaysian citizen. 2. Currently studying full-time in a recognized tertiary education institution in Malaysia or university abroad, provided that your internship is conducted in Malaysia. 3. Pursuing a master's or bachelor's degree, professional certificate, diploma or Malaysian Skills Certificate Level 1 to Level 5. And 4. Sign up at Talent Corp's My Next Talent. Complete the profiling suite and apply for internship advertised by a MySIP company in MyNext. Criteria for MySIP company. To be a MySIP company, you must 1. Be registered with the Companies Commission of Malaysia, SSM, relevant business registration bodies or local authorities for Sabah and Sarawak, and statutory bodies for professional service providers. 2. Provide a minimum internship placement of 10 weeks. 3. Pay your interns a minimum monthly allowance of 600 ringgit or more for a master's or bachelor's degree and professional certificate or equivalent. Or pay a minimum monthly allowance of 500 ringgit or more for diploma or Malaysian skills certificate or equivalent. 4. Submit the structured internship module and job descriptions and have it approved by Talent Corp. And finally, complete your MySIP registration with Talent Corp via MyNext. If you have any inquiries, simply contact us at sip@talentcorp.com.my. So, what are you waiting for? Come join us today and be part of the National Young Talent Development Agenda. Be part of MySIP, a signature Talent Corp national initiative from the nation for the nation.
The career market is full of hope and uncertainty. Whether you're a student in search of an amazing internship or a company looking for an intern to help you grow, an employee who wants to get stronger and reach higher, or a university here to guide your students, we got you. This is MyNext by Talent Corp, an all-in-one, easy-to-use platform that brings students, companies, universities, and the workforce together. MyNext has many parts. Let's talk about them. MyNext Talent helps you understand your strengths and weaknesses via the MyNext Profiling Suite, builds up your English skills, explore potential career paths, and helps you land the internship you really want. Here's what it can do. You can get very detailed analysis of your strengths and weaknesses, complete and print out your resumes right on the platform, and get matched automatically to the internship you want. But this platform is not just for students. If you're already in the workforce, MyNext can provide the same detailed analysis of your personal and professional traits and allow you to complete your resume right on the MyNext dashboard. MyNext Company helps employers scout ideal internship candidates right on the platform and connects them instantly. Finally, there is a place in Malaysia where interns and employers can find each other easily. On top of that, companies can even be endorsed with double tax deduction incentives from Talent Corp's National Structured Internship Program, MySIP, all through the MyNext platform. And MyNext University can help university counselors in crafting the ideal plans of intervention for your institution through the MyNext analytical and coaching dashboard that provides institutions with detailed data points of students within the institution based on their MyNext profiling results to help your students grow. MyNext helps you supercharge your professional development. It's like having a whole team behind you for the biggest transition of your life. This is MyNext by Talent Corp. Give us 10 minutes to show you how you can kickstart this amazing journey.
pens. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats as we will begin with our education agenda very shortly. We trust you had a good lunch, and if you could ask for your kind cooperation to kindly take your seats and fill the front part of the hall except for the first 3 rows. Thank you for your cooperation. Check. For those of you that have just entered the hall, kindly take your seats as we will begin with our next agenda called the Education Agenda very shortly. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. check one, check two. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We trust that you had a good lunch. Did you have a good lunch, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, did you have a good lunch, ladies and gentlemen? Let's give it up for the organizers for feeding us well. Just a couple of housekeeping announcements, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly switch all your electronic devices to silent mode. We would appreciate it if you kindly fill the front parts of the hall except for the first 3 rows. Once again, kindly fill the front part of the hall except for the first 3 rows. And for those of you that would like to pose question, only once the moderator acknowledges you, kindly switch on your microphone. If it is not working, fret not, as we have ushers who will be walking around with the microphone. Just raise your hand up.
Just for your information, the microphone is on when the red light is on. So make sure that when you like rest your arm on the armrest, try not to click on it accidentally as well. And also, has any one of you here have already registered at the counter? Yes? Is there anyone who has not? Okay, there's no response, but if you have not, don't forget to register your attendance at the registration counter just so that the committee can process with your refund. But otherwise, if you are happy enough to donate the deposit to us, we are happy to receive it as well.
On behalf of the organizers, I think they would really appreciate it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Once again, feel free to tag on social media like Facebook, X, Instagram, and even LinkedIn using the hashtag YEF2023 and with our theme for the conference. Kindly take your seats as we will be awaiting for our VIPs for our next session called The Education Agenda. Thank you for your cooperation, ladies and gentlemen.
Also, just a warm reminder to have your personal belongings with you, because this is a free seating arrangement, so make sure that you have your personal belongings with you at all times.
The organizers shall not bear any responsibilities if you have lost any of your belongings, if they have been stolen or even misplaced. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We trust that you had a good lunch break.
Moving on to our fourth agenda of the day, education. Nelson Mandela once said, education is the one tool that we can use to change the world.
And previously, we have seen reports saying that over 70% of SPM graduates do not wish to further their studies at higher learning institutions. And also, we have also seen a decline in the number of students pursuing STEM fields, even though we are seeing the rise of technology in this era as well.
How can we improve our education system so that we can produce world-class talents to build a better Malaysia? What are the policies that should be in place to transform our education sector?
Are we ready for the next agenda? Not loud enough. Are we ready for the next agenda? Great, awesome. Now that we have given you some appetizers for thought, let us delve into the education agenda themed Shaping Malaysia's Future Education First.
Let us give a warm welcome to our distinguished speakers. They are Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Datuk Sri Haji Idris bin Jusoh, Member of Parliament for Besut and former Minister of Higher Education.
Ms. Aida Thien, Chief Executive Officer of Yayasan Tunku Abdul Rahman.
Ms. Zarina Nalla, Chief Operating Officer of the Malaysian Institute of Economic Research.
Also give it up for the moderator of the session, Mr. Daniel Rahman, Chief Executive Officer, Asian Strategy and Leadership Institute, ASLI.
We regret to inform that Professor Tan Sri Dr. Nur Azlan Ghazali, who is the director at Minda UKM, could not be here today for some unforeseen circumstances. Over to you, Mr. Daniel.
Testing mic. All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon. Thank you, our two very capable MCs. Let's give them a round of applause for their continued resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, so thank you for being with us. As they always say, it's the post-lunch shift, but we hope to make the education panel a very exciting one, especially as I believe it's something very close to the hearts of all of us. And as we have heard from the keynote this morning, all up to the session on ESG, education is far-ranging, wide-reaching, and really crosses into everything that we do. And I believe everybody here is an education expert, as is normally the case, as they say. As mentioned by the MCs, I've got a very distinguished panel. We of course got Aida from Yayasan Tunku Abdul Rahman. We have got Zarina from MIER, and of course Tan Sri Idris Jusoh, who once upon a time was my boss. But because of that, I can ask him very tough questions today. Today's title is Shaping Malaysia's Future, Education First. And when I saw the topic, the first thing that came to my mind was, what shape is Malaysia's education? So if I ask all of you that question, I wonder what comes to mind. So have your questions as we go along. But in order to begin, I'd like to invite the panel members to share a little bit about their opening views. And I would like to then start with Tan Sri Idris Jusoh. Please give him a round of applause. Tan Sri, you'd like to use the rostrum or stand here?
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon. Please, one request, okay? Please don't sleep. Okay.
Right. Okay, Tan Sri, opening remarks up to 7 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry, just got to manage the time.
I'll be quick again. So I was lucky. So when I was in, this is Malaysian education blueprint. I became the Minister Education 2. So I have a boss. My boss at particular time was Tan Sri Muhyiddin, who was a Deputy Prime Minister. So we launched this in 2013, massive consultation, of course the World Bank, because the boss is here. academicians, students, parents, NGOs, industries, professional bodies, OECD, UNESCO. And if you look at the system aspirations, we talk about access, talking about quality for everybody, meaning that for the rich, poor, urban, rural, natives, equity for all. We're talking about unity and we're talking about efficiency. That's system aspiration. And if you go to the student aspiration, which is still valid right now, I guess, I'm talking about knowledge, which you need to have. We're talking about being bilingual. It's something different from what it was before, because my grandchildren is in school now, in Standard 4. She's doing bilingual. So she's doing English and Mandarin. So something good that the education ministry has done, you know. And talking about thinking skill, the questions are getting more difficult in the sense that they don't ask straight questions anymore. And ethics and spirituality, leadership, and national identity. Of course, you can see some good things happening, because I just received the review of the blueprint that they were revamping IAB. IAB is Institute Amuddin Baki, which is good, where they train the teachers and the pengetua, and they are introducing the SISC. These are special teachers, and they're increasing the role of TVET in schools. Good, but unfortunately, education is something that it is global. You know, you start comparing. I just want to go to this. You start comparing our education system with Singapore, because it's just the next door neighbor. You start comparing with international schools, because we have a rich granddaddy who can send your children to international school. You start comparing yourself with Finland, and you say, oh, we're not doing good enough. Okay? So we are where are we now? We are number 38. Of course, there's another index, Global Education Index, there's Knowledge Education Index. A few other indexes, we are in the 40s and the 50s. So you say, no, we're not good enough because we should be in the top 20 at least, if not top 10. So there's always inquiries, there's always issues raised in education. Okay. And of course, we have people like me, a grandfather who has 4 kids in schools. So of course, when they come back, they give you questions you can answer. You say, this is not, you should be learning in school, you know, kind of thing. So there's always people like you who are always there, who would have comments on education. So again, if you want to say, you want to evaluate education, it's got to be the global forum. And everybody has a say in education because almost everybody is involved. You say it's not loud enough? Okay, now it's okay. Sorry about that. So if you go back, 2015, I became a full minister. So it's not bad where. But Daniel, I think he knows as much as I do about education. That's a problem I'm facing today. So we launched this high education blueprint with the 10 shifts. If you to look at it, first of all, right on top is how to make sure that our graduates are holistic, entrepreneurial, and balanced. This is good. You have to be holistic. You have to be entrepreneurial. Not looking for jobs. You have to be creating jobs yourself. And others, TVET is being emphasized in this. I don't go into details. And we're talking about leadership, and we're talking about online learning. When we were talking about online learning that particular time, the lecturers are not happy. But when COVID came, pandemic came, they have no choice, they have to do it. So we are ahead a bit of time at that particular time. But to say, what are my highlights? What are the highlights of this, the soaring upwards time? During that time, we have a saying, soaring upwards. Daniel can see, remember that. Others, perhaps you can still. Okay, you're too young for that because I finished my term by 2018. You came into universities to year 2000. You can remember that? Remember that? Still? Who can still remember soaring upwards? Oh, not bad. Of course, not you, the World Bank. So can I just hear, sorry? Not bad. Okay. Thank you. It gives me a nice feeling, okay? So if you look at it, this is something new. This is because I was a minister, and of course I have a good guy like Daniel to bounce with me all the time. If you look at it, we have to, the way you evaluate students, it's not just on your academic performance. I call it ICGPA. It's not just your knowledge, but also your leadership, your communication skill, your ethics, all the others. Eight values they are evaluating. And we use a spiderweb approach. This is global affair. Nobody has ever done it before. And you look at it, another one said, you don't get a job because they don't know. I mean, students are graduated, but they don't know what to do. They cannot even walk straight, kind of thing, So I said, you have to expose them to the industries. So we introduced, this is new in the world. We call it 2U, 2I. 2 years at universities and 2 years in the industry. So it's not just, we have good UPM doing plantation management with this, and a few other universities, entrepreneurship doing with this. So the moment you graduate, you get a job right away. The companies know how to pick. So this is 2U, 2I has nothing to do with Idris, okay? Okay? All right? It's universities and industries, okay? And the next one is CEO faculties. We have CEOs of Samsung, CEO of Huawei, CEO of CIMB, CEO of, who else then? AirAsia, Tony Fernandez, people love him so much. Because whenever he went to universities, there's going to be full, people standing because people won't answer questions because he gives free plane tickets. So what color is AirAsia? Everybody, oh! Don't test, no, everybody knows it's red. So we have KSN, Ketua Setiausaha Negara teaching students, going to universities teaching students. We have Ketua Polis Negara, Ketua Angkatan Tentera, basically all the big companies. So you get the best, you hear from the best, just like you hear from the former education minister, kind of thing. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Wow.
2 minutes, Tan Sri.
Okay, I'm nearly done. I'm nearly done, okay? And you have CEO faculty, and this is new. It's not. I said this is the. What is not there is learn and earn. Oh, I forgot that. Learn and earn. Learn and earn is a program, a curriculum whereby you learn and you earn at the same time. Meaning that you don't have to go for PTPTN and get in debt by 30,000 the moment you graduate. So the curriculum has to be shaped as such that you can learn while you're studying, you can earn. This is what lifelong learning is all about. Isn't it true? Wouldn't you like to be in a learn and earn program? I was a member in Istanbul. They were so happy with me. And I said, you should introduce learn and earn in universities. Oh, it is learn and earn, learn and earn. No. Say learn and earn. You like that? Learn and? Sorry? Thank you. And monks, online learning, and of course, a lot of things we have done. Coming to the end, Daniel, don't worry. This is what. The education system has gone up. Now it's 27. This is country ranking, not universities ranking. We have improved. We are number 27, I think, at the moment now when I check. But this is what people want to see around the world. See how good you are? This is the ranking. I do believe that we have to be in the top 20, just like these rankings I showed to you just now. inshallah, if we do well, I believe that Malaysia can do it. We all can do it. It's not rocket science. If we do it properly, we hope that Education Ministry is going to be more open and listen more to all of you. No rocket science, I said, inshallah, we can be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri. As energetic as I can remember. Now, I'd like to move on and invite our next speaker to present her opening thoughts. And with that, I'd like to invite Zarina.
Yes. Thank you, Daniel. And I'm going to firstly start by thanking the organizers of today's event, a group of energetic young men and women. And that's one of the reasons why I agreed to come out on a Saturday. After I said yes to Syed, I checked, my God, it's a Saturday, shall I tell him no now? Okay, I'm not going to waste minutes, but I'm really happy I'm here. I'm really proud of all of you. There's still a lot of room for improvement. We'll speak separately about it one day soon. Okay, so basically, do I have my clicker? Oh, sorry, Tan Sri, thank you. No problem. So it's just, I'm Zarina, I'm from MIR, the Malaysian Institute of Economic Research. It's been in existence for about 30 odd years, and we focus on research in terms of supporting the current policies of the government or advising them. I'm sure it's something that you could sort of also read up by yourself. And I spot Dr. Khalid in the crowd right at the back. Khalid, is that you? Great, I'm glad you're here. So you can Google MIER later. Let me just continue to the next slide very quickly. I wanted to sort of build, if I could build a connection between the earlier speaker, Tan Sri, and myself, when he spoke about online education. And there was a point, I think they were telling the lecturers, and I quote him, and he said, online learning, the lecturers were not happy, and then COVID came and they had no choice. You see, we don't want Malaysia to be in that situation where we are not ahead of the curve and we have no choice. So that's why later on I will be speaking about the importance of foresight thinking. Oh goodness, I have showed you all my slides by accident. Okay. Daniel, where's my...
Close your eyes.
Thank you, people. I'm done. What we need to work. Okay, this one. All right, so basically, I'm just going to quickly rattle off that there was a McKinsey survey done, right? They interviewed 7,000 students in about 17 countries, and they found out that there are elements of online education that students value most. There's a few important ones, and generally my understanding is that they enjoy online education when it's very engaging, it's seamless. They feel a connection between them and the lecturers. And now that it's post-pandemic, 65% still prefer online learning because of the flexibility. Because you can, as he earlier pointed, you could learn and earn, right? That's generally, this is based on data, okay? However, I need to, again, fault ourselves that we were responsible for 30,000 students, Malaysian students, young boys and girls, missing their SPM because of the awful, awful state of online learning provided by the schools. During the period, when the height of COVID, there were school closures, and the online learning experience was depressing for some kids. There was a disconnect. The teachers didn't have the tools, they didn't have the resources, they didn't know how to make it, like Zoom. Who's ever heard of Zoom, right? And suddenly they had to teach these kids who were cleverer than them, and you could ghost them and pretend that they were listening when they were probably playing games or having a shower during a maths lesson. So during that period, 30,000 students were not able to actually attend SPM. So you can imagine the lost generation and what sort of damage that did to our young ones. And I'll just throw some data. You can probably read off the slide from where you're sitting. But in about 2019, 70% of school leavers of SPM, they didn't want to go back to school. They just decided to join the workforce. And most of them came from poor households. Again, I mean, it's not rocket science. They just needed cash, and e-hailing was there. It was easy money. It's not a viable option in terms of career, but most of these young ones were from poor households. And so DOSM gave us statistics for you. The household income estimates and incidence of poverty report, right? In 2019 and 2020, there was a big jump of about 50% of absolute poverty. So these are young ones who decided that cash was more important, coupled by the fact that the national schools failed them in terms of providing effective education, let alone online education. So they exited the school system completely. SMEs contribute to about 38% of GDP. And SMEs is responsible for about 13.6% of export revenue and also employ 48% of Malaysia's workforce. So you can imagine how important education is. But I need to also quickly say that there's been a lot of talk about, okay, there's investments coming to the country. We need to actually prepare our Malaysians in terms of talent. That is true to some extent, but at the same time, you've got VCs sitting in closed doors saying that don't expect the universities to be factories and be producing workers for your employers. We are not. We're interested in building a human being. And we're not interested in being the factory that you want us to be, because this amount of billions of investments is coming into the country. So there is that one mindset. And then you have another mindset of private institutions that say, I'm looking at my P&L. I've lost 25,000 foreign students during the pandemic. It's post-pandemic. I need to bring the foreign students back because I'm focused on making my shareholders happy. So what happens to the social agenda? Is there a social agenda? Can they embrace the social agenda to try and build the youth that we know today? So it's this type of thinking that one needs to introduce at boardrooms. The shareholders, they need to decide on where do they stand on the spectrum. Do you want to balance money making with something to do with the nation, or you don't? It is a question that begs an answer. So coming back to online learning is not always so popular with some students when they say, I don't trust myself to complete my course. I find that lecturers ghost me and I can't get direct answers from them, so I'd rather be in a room with them. And I'm just not motivated. I like that touch and feel of actually being with my lecturer. So online learning is a great for maybe a majority, but there's always a sizable number that says, I don't prefer it. Okay, the organizers wanted me to look at future of work. And I think this is not something that all of you are not familiar with. That what happened with the pandemic was that it had a huge impact on all of us, and we've noticed that the modality of work, the modality of employment, how we give back to the economy is different, and it will never go back to the way it was pre-pandemic. So we've got the gig economy, you've got the remote work, you've got lifelong learning, globalization. But lifelong learning is something that Malaysia has to learn to imbue in their citizens, that we have to keep learning, we need to unlearn and relearn. And this has to be also told to the teachers, right? So what we need, skills development, lifelong learning, digital literacy, career guidance, flexible learning, things that we already know. And then you've got, I'm going to jump straight to the end of my deck, which is this, future-proofing our students.
One minute, Zarina.
1 minute. Okay, my last word on this is that we need to invest in our teachers. If we had to invest on anyone at all, it has to be the teachers. Pay them better, train them better, motivate them to be good teachers, make teaching a career which is attractive. I think if we can just do that, we will really go a long way. We will really go a long way. And we will make it. We can fit in industry. If the industry fails us, we can think outside the box, and we can teach our young to be independent. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zarina, for the statistics, for sharing the data, as well as for the very passionate, especially towards the end, talking about teachers. We'll come back to these points in a moment. I'd like to finish the opening presentation rounds first, and for that, I'd like to invite Ida.
Hello. Thanks so much, Danielle. Good afternoon to everyone. It's good to be back this year. Although I was here as a moderator last year, so a much more fun role to be in compared to where I am today. But I think maybe first of all, I just want to start off by just give a bit of introduction. My name is Ida, proudly born and bred in Sarawak. I don't have any slides today, and I just wanted to share sort of like 2 points that I hope can sort of shape to you about what we do here in the work of Tunku Abdul Rahman Foundation. The first thing I wanted to share is about, I hope it's a shared sense of delusion that many of you had, that I had when I was in school, which is that as long as I focus on and do well in my SPM, I will know what I want to do after SPM, and everything would pan itself out on its own. I finished my SPM, and I had zero idea what I wanted to do. No one has ever had a conversation with me about what success means for me, whether or not higher education is something that's fit, and also whether or not what kind of course would fit what I like. Eventually, I actually graduated with a law degree, but within the second week of my time in university, I knew 100% that I will not practice as a lawyer. And I don't know if there's how many disillusioned law graduates here. I hope you also know that there are various other options outside of the legal profession, if it's not your thing, that you can actually explore. But that wasn't something that was had as a discussion with me. So of course now I'm sitting here, I'm in a non-profit space for the last 9 years, but never in the mind of 17-year-old Ida that this is something that I would do. And yet, despite that, standing where I am right now is also knowing that I'm still doing really, really well for myself, despite the fact that I didn't have the resource or I didn't have the role model to have these discussions with me. And this leads me to my second point, which is the realization that where I am at right now has very little to do with my own sets of merits versus the privilege that I have. So despite coming from Sarawak, and I have a lot of frustrations as well, having had the experience as a Sarkin student coming to West Malaysia, see the differences of opportunities that's presented here compared to when I was back in Kuching. I'm also very cognizant of the fact that I'm from Kuching, which is an urban place in Sarawak. I have parents who, despite never have gone to higher education themselves, put a lot of value and premium in making sure that higher education was an opportunity and a possibility for me. And it's because of that and various things that I did not choose, and I just happened to be born to a family that allowed me these opportunities, that eventually shaped the potential path for me to pursue higher education, take the risk of going into a non-profit space, and be where I am here right now. And it's really interesting coming from a space as well where even now, I think 3 or 4 years into my career, I remember my uncle actually asked me as well, she was like, oh, do you get paid for what you do? And that's the thing, right? I never knew that there were all these possibilities, but the fact that I'm able to even have the safety net to explore it has also a lot to do with where I come from. And if we recognize that there are many things bad that happen to us without it being our fault, we must also accept that where we are right now is also shaped by a lot of the resources or skills that we have been blessed with without our own merits. And I think these two sort of rationale, or these two realizations sort of become the foundation as to why back in 2016 was when I started Closing the Gap. Closing the Gap, basically, at the time I was with Teach for Malaysia, me and a few friends of ours, we co-founded Closing the Gap, which is a mentoring program focusing on students from underrepresented background in Form 5 and Form 6 to help them figure out and empower them with the skills, the knowledge, and the mindset to figure out what you want to do after Form 5 and how do you get there. Because it is this realization that if it was clueless for me and I still managed to make it out, for many, many other students out there who had far less than me, it's going to be an even larger struggle. So I'm sure some of you, perhaps it was quite common, maybe after Form 5, to know the various options that you have, right, beyond STPM and matriculasi. But a lot of students that we worked with since 2016 do not know that, right? IPTA or UPU might be the biggest shot that they have, beyond which they would have not even considered or even heard of things like A-levels or IB or the private pathways, right? So that became sort of like one of the foundations as to why Closing the Gap came about, was the idea that you give students with the right resources, level the opportunities playing field for students, and give them mentors and role models in their life in order to spur them forward. You can actually make it possible for students to shape a future for themselves, regardless of what backgrounds they come from. And I'm very pleased to share as well that there are a few people in the room here who have also been mentors on the Closing the Gap program and have really imparted such meaningful change for the students that we work with. But I think slowly, as we even work on the program in Closing the Gap, was also this realization that it's not enough for us to focus on how do we improve students and equip them with the skills. We also need to be mindful about the system that we are working in. And that's how I then had the opportunity and was presented with the opportunity to bring Closing the Gap under the umbrella, the auspice of the Tunku Abdul Rahman Foundation, which I now have the immense privilege of leading. The foundation was initially set up in the 60s by an act of parliament, primarily to support students to pursue higher education through loans and scholarships. We were brought in 2019 to the foundation, primarily to rethink how we can expand that impact further in the foundation on a systemic level. What do we mean by that? One of the biggest challenges for a lot of students that we work with in Closing the Gap is access to scholarships and financial assistance, where a lot of times when you look at how scholarships are being given, you have two kinds. It's either something that it's merit-based or something that's needs-based, right? But nothing really that addresses something in between, which is that excellence can take on many different forms. It doesn't have to look like straight A's. And at the same time, it can look like students who have to do multiple jobs to support their family. Students who have had to navigate through challenges in order to go to schools. So YTEL was that platform for us to really explore, beyond mentoring, how can we reshape the way scholarships are being given? At the same time, how do we also look at imbuing the right skills and values so that we can make sure students not only be able to shape their future for themselves, but also for the communities that they come from. So I hope today I get to explore some of these things further.
Thank you so much, Ida. Round of applause. 7.5 minutes. Okay, very good. Of course, YTA has a place in my heart because I was a Tunku scholar for my undergraduate and my master's. Tan Sri was the chairman once upon a time. Puan Zarina wasn't, but we are university mates. She's my senior from IIUM. So somehow or the other, the world has a way of bringing all of us.
I got 1 minute
together.
less than the others.
Actually, about this, don't worry, we've got time. On that note, I think what we saw, if we said round one was the circular round, everybody talked about the end-to-end impact or experience they've had within education. I want to take a poll from the audience, something I picked up from Iqbal. So can I get a show of hands? How many of you went to a public national school in your primary or secondary years? Show of hands. A good number of you. Hands down, please. Private school. Quite a number of you as well. Hands down, please. Vernacular school. Chinese or Tamil school. Yourself. Also quite a number of you. Hands down, please. Now, in university or higher education, how many of you went to a public university? Okay, it's a big number. Hands down, please. How many of you went to a private institution? But the same people are raising their hands. Or maybe you went to both, right? Okay. How many of you went to a polytechnic or a community college? 1, 2, Suddenly not that many, right? How many of you went to Giat Mara, TVET Institution, ILKBN? Also not that many. Yet we also often talk about the importance of TVET and all that. How many of you, sorry, I just want to backtrack. How many of you went to an Imtiaz school or Ulul Albab school? Anyone? I can't see. So nobody yet? And I'll get to the point on why I'm asking these questions. Last question, how many of you study abroad? Quite a number of you. Okay, thank you. So aside from this is the moderator's technique to get everybody to warm up a little bit. But earlier what we heard from Tan Sri, and I'll also ask this question to you, is you said there's something for everyone within the education system, right? And in Malaysia, we often see now that, I often start with easy questions, right? That Malaysia, of course, espouses secularism within its education system, but we also see that there is preference for other schools like Imtiaz, Ulul Albab, different languages, etc. Do you really believe that the shape of Malaysia's education is singular, or do you think this plurality is important for us? I'll give you 2 minutes. Yes, Tan Sri. 3 minutes lah. Okay, everyone gets 3 minutes for the next round.
And there is no single answer. I was, when Daniel said, what kind of shape is going to be, sometimes people say it's got to be round, rectangular. That's normal thinking. Again, there's nothing wrong with having students from all shapes of background. But that's diversity. That's the beauty of Malaysia, actually. I mean, being diverse makes us beautiful. The difference that we have over the others is because we have all this diversity. I can tell my friend from Australia, from UK, that you come to Malaysia, nasi lemak ada, thosai ada, yang taufu ada, all this. There's a beauty of Malaysia. So let's not single out, But of course, there should be a common ground for all of them. So it's good to be diverse, but there should be some commonalities. So again, that's the answer. It's good to be diverse, but some commonalities, because diversity creates the things that you need for the country.
Okay, since there's a bit more time, I just want to add on a little bit. What we do see the question that perhaps we need to have more emphasis on the national school system and less of whether it's religious, asrama, etc., because this, quote unquote, may breed division within society. Any quick thoughts, Tan Sri?
Again, we have been doing things we have been doing since the last 40 years or 50 years. When I graduated in 1980, wow, you're not born yet, most of you. Everybody gets a job. There's no such thing as jobless. Everybody that graduated at that particular time have jobs. I have a friend of mine who couldn't speak a good English, because this is story, okay? Story. Friend, quite good looking, nice guy. And this Chinese girl was quite interested in him.
Okay.
So it's a Malay guy from Kelantan. So he was confused. Said she was trying to entice him or to get close. So she was asking, "What time is it?" So what was the answer? 20 cents.
Okay. What time? 20 cents.
It's just his English was so bad, and he was nervous, So I said, not to say, but it's different. Who graduates gets job. Now there's so many universities, 300 over institutions of higher learning. So the scenario is different. So you cannot be doing the same thing as what you were doing before. Now, okay, IDA was very interesting just now, because IDA was using the same framework that it was before. I said, one of the key word I was saying was learn and earn. If you can learn and work at the same time, we use the word learn and earn because it rhymes. It sounds better. If you get the learn and work, doesn't sound good. Okay, because I don't want you to sleep. So learn and earn. So you can work while you are studying. What's wrong with that? This is what lifelong learning is all about. So the curriculum in universities has to be tailored so that you don't have to go for 2 PTPTN to borrow money. In the end, after you graduate, you're already 20,000, 30,000, not in debt, which is wrong. Wrong. This is wrong. This is old framework.
Okay, Tan Sri.
Habis dah?
Habis dah.
Okay.
Because we will come to higher education in a moment. Not to stop, because as we ramp up, that's my word. No, thank you. Now I'd like to just jump to Aida very quickly on this. What do you think? Because when you shared your story with your experience in Sarawak, and you said there's also all these external factors, do you think there is this element of equity that exists within the system, and if not, what needs to change?
Do you mean in relation to the different types of schools that we have in the system?
Yep.
I see. I hope this is not controversial, but my own personal aspirations, of course, is that if we are sincere about wanting to create Malaysians who are united, then it is important that the system strives towards a position where students can get to say that they have had a similar schooling experience growing up, right? You should be able to engage with Malaysians who are very different from you. So in many sense, I do have my grievances about different schools and the sort of silos that they create. And I think silos can be dangerous, right? But I think saying that doesn't necessarily therefore means that we want to start abolishing some of the differences that make these schools appealing for many parents and many students out there. I think a lot of the insecurities that when we talk about, for example, vernacular school, is simply the desire for many communities to be able to get in touch with their own mother language, their mother tongue, and their culture, which they feel is something that it's not possible to be done, perhaps through national schools. And I think that's in this, when we talk about language, that's something that is very relevant for us, but it's also very relevant for people who may want to be able to engage in religious studies. But the point is that I think ideally the school that we want to aspire for in the future is one that has these spaces within a singular school that allows for all these differences, right? And I think that's the larger point that we should be striving for, that we have a unified school that allows for these differences.
Wasn't this done with the Wawasan school once upon a time?
But I think one of the challenges as well is how much of that was actually achieved, right? Because you look at it over the last few years, there are increasingly number of students, especially students from minority groups as well, who are enrolling outside of the national school system. And I think that does reflect a certain level of distrust that the public has to the national school. And that is not to say that it's not a worthwhile endeavor to continue, but I think that sort of anxiety that parents have about whether or not national schools fits the quality or the direction that we want in terms of the inclusion of my culture in school is something that's very important that still needs to be addressed. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ada. So that's very interesting, because while we talk about the different types of school and whether there's something for everyone, there's also the question, as Zarina was talking about earlier, the quality of teachers and the ability to teach. Now, I want to pivot a little bit, but on the point of teachers, you would say that if the teacher is able to guide the students well, we will have holistic, well-rounded Malaysian citizens of the future, right? You all would agree with me, that's the role of the teacher. Okay. Palestine. Recently, we've seen on WhatsApp that has gone viral, the videos of the Palestine Solidarity they're not celebrations, they're the Palestine Solidarity events. And we have seen the videos of teachers with pistols. And all of you have seen this, right? And what we also see, and I would like to quote, a friend of mine had tried to, you could say, debate with some of them. And one of the teachers says, apa masalahnya? Sambutan Hari Merdeka pun ada yang pakai sebagai askar dan senapang mainan. Apa masalahnya? Translated, even during National Day celebrations, there are those who wear military uniform as well as have the guns with them. Now, this goes back to the point about teachers and the influence that they bring. I'd like your thoughts, Zarina, on whether you think that this is the kind of tough love education that is necessary, or what are your thoughts about this?
Okay, I'm not sure whether I'll describe it as tough love. Tough love for me would mean a teacher giving the child the most important fundamental skills to face life later, right? So you're in a school, the school needs to be a safe space. Your teachers are as good as your parents, they're supposed to be, right? As good as your parents, someone that you want to turn to speak about what you want to study, career choices, someone is bullying you. I remembered that I had a few teachers that taught me since primary school and secondary, and I've carried their messages and what they've taught me till today. I'm in my 50s, and I can still hear her voice. I can still remember how she edited my essay. I still remember what she taught me. So that's tough love, Daniel, that you'd give the child the skill. And I need to go back to, I'm just going to spend 1 minute, 30 seconds on the question that you had about our very nuanced educational landscape. It's very nuanced, it's very varied, transparent, it's true, it's very positive. It gives you a lot of choices and options. That's true. But, and I see this with a lot of, it comes from a good place from my heart, that the government needs to realize that they need to ensure that social mobility is never robbed from any citizen of this country. Social mobility via education. So you can come from any background. You can be very poor. Your dad can be a fisherman. Your mom can be a gardener. You can be assured that you can go to a neighborhood school and they're going to give you the basic rudimentary skills of speaking well, being analytical, writing, and there is a ladder that you can climb and you can get somewhere. That promise must be fulfilled.
Is it not?
That's a deliberate, provocative question.
That is my role here today.
Okay. I'm sure the audience is, most of you are young. Whether that, I mean, I feel that that promise is, it's a negotiation, right? So that's why we're having this forum today. That's why this particular topic is being raised today. Whether my kids struggle with maths and science at one point in Bahasa and in English. There was this dual language policy. I remember arguing with my husband. I'm going to pull the kids out of the Kebangsaan schools. And he said, no, let's wait for UPSR. And so we waited and waited. And this is my personal story. I pulled my kids out after UPSR. I did. I couldn't bear. My daughter is a go-getter, straight A's. She was doing 15 million karangans till 2 in the morning, right? Karangan, and many karangans, which is wonderful. But I was thinking, I didn't like the approach. She corrected one of her English teachers and got into trouble. She got pinched really hard. She said, Mom, she kept saying bouquet of flowers, and she said, no, it's bouquet. And the English teacher was very mad at her. And I said, Anissa, please don't be kurang ajar, and tomorrow, minta maaf, and don't correct your English teacher anymore. But I love the teachers, and in defense of them, they need to be paid well. Like I said earlier, and that's not happening. They need to be trained. You need to reinstill and shape the passion in their hearts. If they want to be teachers, don't make them administrators. Let them teach because they're good in teaching. So this is not a blame game. The teachers are at fault, the parents are at fault. No, it is several stakeholders that each plays a role. Now, when you talk about Palestine issue, if you left it to me, again, the social fabric of the nation can be built and sculptured from young. If we had, maybe I'm idealistic, but I don't think I am, because when my husband was studying many years ago, right, there were teachers which came from different racial backgrounds, right? Wasn't this a reality? But how is it now in the national schools, only a particular ethnic group is represented among the teachers? Is that healthy? I'm sure you all know the answer to that. So we live in a multiracial society. That's a stark reality, Daniel. Yep. So from young, we need to be happy with the other. We need to coexist with the other. And we just need to learn to live and let live. And you have to teach that little boy or girl from a tiny age of 4. So it starts there. it can be nuanced. Landscape options are great. This is the beauty of Malaysia. But the promise to deliver a solid basic education must be delivered to the people. And ideally, politics should be not included in the classroom, if you ask me.
Thank you, Zarina. A round of applause for up to this point. I'm going to open up the floor in a moment because I was just informed we've got till 3:45 as per the schedule. So get your questions ready. But I just want to also ask one last round of questions. Do you think, let's go with Tan Sri, do you think we undermine our students? I mean, you have 4 grandchildren, and we saw recently that the young Malaysians went on Roblox to do a protest in solidarity with Palestine. So Malaysian youth are very advanced, right? You know, we both have the highest keyboard warriors in the world, but also young people using Roblox to stand up for social causes. So Tan Sri, from your experience and by looking at your grandchildren, how optimistic are you about the current state of education moving forward?
Again, I showed you the graph just now. Of course, the graph will show you the evaluation of a system. We look into all the aspects that need to be looked at. At number 38, I'm not that happy, actually. As I said, we want Malaysia to thrive. And the first priority, the basic issue, if we want to thrive, is education. It's no choice, it's got to be good. To be good, we have to be in the top 20, as simple as that, if not top 10. So that would answer this as a general question. If you don't want to go into specific issues, actually.
Zarina mentioned that, sorry, just to answer, Zarina mentioned that therefore education should be depoliticized. Do you think it's over-politicized as an ex-politician yourself? Am I not allowed to ask this question? Okay, maybe we'll open it up to the floor. You're
asking me the question, yeah. You're right. You're right. She's right. She's right.
Okay, is that
okay? She's right.
Okay, so we will open the floor. I see a few hands. Let's take a few questions at the same time. Tell us who it's directed to. We'll start with you, one, and you two. Please tell us your name and where you're from and your question, please.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Divya, and I'm from EY, but there's this question I actually wanted to ask going into this panel, and I'm glad that some of these topics actually got brought up, right? So when we're talking about education, we want to use it as a way to equalize society and help with social mobility and all. And I think one of the basic things is about admission of kids into schools, right? Right now, I believe in the past, I don't remember how many administrations ago, but they mentioned that they wanted to have a no child left behind policy to admit, B40 kids and all into schools. But what are we doing to address the fact that there are also children that are still left behind, like stateless children, and that since we're talking about Palestinian refugees and all, given the fact that we haven't signed that UNHCR convention, we are not able to admit Palestinian refugee children to schools. So what are we doing to address that actually? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you. Yes, can you give a round of applause? That's a really good question. Yes.
All right, hello, my name is Muhammad
Arif.
From IUM.
Okay.
So my background is both of my parents is cikgu for our foreign fellow. Cikgu means teacher. So they always been bragging why is our occupation is so depressing, and my mom asked me to ask Tan Sri Idris.
Okay, we know who will answer that one.
Right, during your time, right? Me as a student, we used to have UPSR. Older student, they used to have PMR, but I have PT3 during my Form 3, and the last one is the biggest one, which is the SPM. And my mom always asking me why nowadays student, they don't have the quality of the older student when they used to have UPSR and PT3.
Okay.
And I want to ask the last question. Why do the universities using they don't forcing they set a requirement to their students to have like non-core subjects. Like we can study more about the things that we want to learn, like economics. When I take economics, then I want to learn economics, but at the same time I need to take what the university required to me to take.
Like the general studies papers?
Yeah.
Okay, MPU, okay.
So most of the students thinks like ini bang masa lah.
Faham? Okay, terima kasih. Any one more question from the center? Oh, there's a few of you. Maybe I'll take yours first. Yes? Okay, then we'll answer because just mindful of time if you have a
Hello. Thank you for letting me ask a question. So mental health is an important factor.
So just introduce yourself.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry, I thought we were in a rush. Hi, my name is Ruby. I'm from Help University. Thank you for answering me. Thank you for picking me. Okay. Mental health is an important factor, both speaking from a human perspective in terms of improved quality of life, and from an economics perspective in terms of increased productivity. What are your thoughts on incorporating emotional regulation, management, and awareness into the syllabus starting from primary schools?
All right, thank you very much. All right, so we've got a few questions. Maybe we'll go around in a moment. If we can get the round done, then we might be able to. So Divya's question on equalizing society. Who would like to start with that? Maybe, yes, go ahead, Zarina.
Okay, yeah, when UNHCR
Refugee
and the
enrollment,
refugees. Yeah,
fascination.
there was I've been through different phases of my life, and there was one point where I was helping somebody who set up a center for the Myanmar refugees, and it was very, very, very heart-wrenching. So, yeah, sorry, it has to be Wisma Putra answering these questions it's about stateless, it's about their status, their identity, their legal ramifications. It's not as simple as that. But yes, it's very heartbreaking that these young ones, they don't have access to schools like others who have red ICs from a neighboring country, and then they have access to schools.
Ida, do you want to chime in on this particular topic?
No, I think I completely agree as well.
I mean, on this topic, I think they should be given access to schools. I mean, it's not a government answer, okay? I mean, I don't present any. It's just a personal view.
Yeah, I know I'm moderating, but I'm handling some statelessness issues right now. Higher education has a policy to allow enrollment of refugees. The challenge is it's not actually been done yet, and this is actually something under the Home Ministry. Number one, even this issue of statelessness. In primary schools up to secondary, there actually are schools, both government, non-governmental, but some institutions do it hush-hush as well. I think the problem with Malaysia is it's not overboard. And I think that's something we need to hold our government to higher accountability to. I hope that answers that. Sorry,
Can I just add to that as well? I think the challenge also isn't necessarily that stateless students, whether or not they can pursue higher education, but it's also what happens after. Because we've also worked with stateless students where they graduate with higher education, but they cannot be employed.
I've got a stateless foster sibling of sorts, you could say. He can't even open a bank account. He just turned 18. But we can talk more about that later. Okay, question from Arif to Tan Sri. Why is education depressing? And I mean that very seriously. Okay, Tan Sri, silakan.
Man, I sleep with the cikgu, no. My wife is teacher.
Okay, Tan Sri, we don't have much time, so we can answer the question. Terkejut korang, eh?
Now I would have.
We are all adults here.
I want to look at education in a more, as I said, we're talking about Gen Z. We're talking about technology. Yeah? Zaina gave a very good presentation just now, how technology is going to be. Talk about online learning. If you were to read about Khan Academy, you know, I remember KJ gave me a book way back in 2013 when I was education minister too. Quietly shift me a book by Khan Academy, 2013, online learning, personalized learning. We are still using teaching the same way it was done before. Nothing has changed, I guess. It's time for us, given the opportunity, to revamp the whole education system, actually. talking about evaluation without examination. You're talking about examination again. I mean, because it's all framework. It's the new setup. 40 years ago, I said, all my friends, who said 20 cents, all get work. There's no reason. I got 3 job offers when I graduated. So it's totally different setup, different time, different technology. There's no ChatGPT now. Before then, now you can just answer questions by using ChatGPT. If the other guy doesn't know ChatGPT, you look very good, great. So this is a different time with different technology. So the way we look at education, either be it the schools or the higher education, has got to be different. And I said some of it on the screen just now. So again, you'll be answering issues that it's not relevant anymore nowadays.
So would you say that we are overly there's too much emphasis on examinations back during your time?
Yeah. So much, because you can evaluate the students without even having to go through examination. It's continuous evaluation rather than just towards the end of year examination. So this is again using the old framework, and a loan is another old framework when you could be going to school without having to borrow money from the others. So again, I'm talking about, I love to look at frameworks rather than
how would you respond then that some teachers are struggling because there's so many data points to fill in?
Again, technology.
Right.
Now, if everybody goes to school and it's all, say, kedatangan, okay? Just attendance in school. If you go to school and immediately you're being clocked in by the technology, so there's no need for you to have the attendance sheet. And teacher have to clock and say whether who comes in, who's not out. You don't want you pass in through, the GPS will tell that this boy is in school.
Yeah.
So there's no burden to the teacher, actually. So if you are doing answers online and it goes to the central system, they will know how good the student is. So again, there's no beban guru, but we never want to use it. Usually, slides very good. You talk about technology and automation. Okay. If you are to do that in schools, then there's not much work to the teachers.
Thank you, Tan Sri. Arif, I'm just going to very quickly add, because this is something I experienced with Tan Sri, don't mind me. If you remember the PBS back in 2014, teachers had to wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning, right? Probably your parents as well. I actually remember, maybe Tan Sri doesn't remember, I remember we went to Lembaga Peperiksaan, the examination syndicate, to look through the revamp because the instruction was to reduce the indicators. And I remember the reduced indicators would still require teachers 3-4 hours every day to do it. In other words, there was a challenge at the bureaucratic level. I very remember this because Tan Sri said this and said, can we calculate right now what a teacher has to do? So we went through the assumptions. Each class has 40 students, each teacher has 3 classes, each has 20 indicators. And one by one, we went through these indicators to reduce it. So okay, Tan Sri, if you remember, but I remember. I also remember this
I remember now.
You remember now? I remember now. Okay, thank you. And I remember this because I was quietly sitting on the corner. Somebody thought I was his son. I was like, why would you bring your son to an official meeting? So I hope, Arif, that somewhat explains it. But yes, there are teachers in the East Coast who are very uncomfortable, especially with the removal of exams. Currently, that was done by the more recent ministers as well, because it's so ingrained in us. I remember after PT3 was introduced, which was supposed to abolish the PMR, tuition centers the next day were promoting Seminar PT3. Non-stop, you see? Anyway, that's a bit for now. I'm mindful of the time. Ida, the question on mental health, if you don't mind sharing your thoughts.
Mental health components should be introduced in schools the same way moral education should be introduced into schools. In the sense that I think university, we can agree that it's an important component to be included, but how it's actually being delivered or integrated into schools are very important, right? Because if you're going to make mental health just another subject that you come in and then you have to memorize what you need to do and then you do it in an exam, then it's not going to be helpful, right? So I think one of the things that as well when we talk about mental health inclusion also is to be mindful that it's not so much a subject as it is an approach towards school. So you can't, for example, at the same time preach about the importance of preserving good mental health and then at the same time say we still want to have an exam-oriented approach to assessment. So I think a lot when we say we want to look into how do we integrate this into school, is also looking at what are the small bite-sized things that can already be done in school without even yet introducing something as major as a mental health curriculum. Of course, that's something that we should be aspiring to, but something as simple as, for example, the role of the counselor in schools. I don't think that's actually being utilized, or many students don't actually know the purpose of a counselor, and it is not there for discipline issues only. There are many roles of a counselor. In a lot of schools, they're doing this really, really well, are able to, for example, distinguish between a counselor you support and you go to for support in terms of what happens after Form 5, my career, and having those kinds of conversation, and also a counselor to talk to you about well-being. And I think that's something that's actually quite implementable in schools. You also already have the likes of your Rakan Sebaya counseling, and these are all just the existing components in school already that we can empower and make this possible without something even major like a mental health curriculum.
Yeah, I hope that answers the question. Now we're out of time. Maybe one last sentence from each, and then we'll end there. Maybe start with Zarina.
Thank you. Just one sentence. I'm just going to say that we need to remove the red tape, the examples mentioned by you, Daniel, reduce the number of bureaucratic, things that teachers have to do, decentralize the educational system. And I cannot emphasize this enough. I'll say it 10 times over. Trust me, focus on the teachers. Focus on the teachers. Focus so that they can create magic in the classrooms. No matter how ugly, toilets don't flush. When the students are happy with the teachers, they will want to come back and they will love learning. Just focus on the teachers.
Thank you. Sorry. Tan Sri or Tan Sri Lulu? Oh, Ida, why don't you? Yeah.
Mine's so simple, most straightforward one. Everybody here, Perdana Fellows or alumni, in many ways you join because you're either curious about policy making, curious about shaping and creating country. But I hope you know also on the everyday, today basis, there are opportunities for you to be able to impart a lot of the valuable things you have learned, the opportunities that you have gained through where you are today with someone else who might have it less. So I guess my own, final message for you is I hope that you are able to use your platform as well to share with someone who is different or someone who might have less than you. One of the ways is that we are looking for mentors for our Closing the Gap program, and many of you would fit in terms of what we are looking for. So please consider that as well, or if not through Closing the Gap, any other opportunities for you to find ways to equalize opportunities, even something like this for people who may not have the same access as you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ida. Round of applause. And Tan Sri, final words.
Okay, 2 sentences, okay? You said only one, 2 sentences, okay. Please, okay? For the schools, okay, I love technology. So I do believe that schools should incorporate technology and automation. Because you said the rural schools, you cannot, there's no IT, but you can use pen drive. It's as simple as that. And have you heard of 3-day schooling? Why not? If you have technology. Why must you send kids to school for 5 days? Why? Because it was being done, it's been done years and years, over the last 6-7 years. Number 2, for universities, you like my 3 days, huh? Okay. Or you don't like it, I don't care. I can say I didn't want it because I'm no more minister, right? Okay. Number 2, for the universities, to make it relevant, you have to work with the industry. The word is where industry and universities are one. So that collaboration will ensure that there's going to be full employment. You're learning something relevant in universities. Thank you very much, Daniel.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri. Round of applause. Please join me in a round of applause for all my panel members. And you have been fantastic. That is all from this panel session today, and I hand the floor back to the MCs. Thank you very much.
So much. Thank you so much, not just for our panelists, but also for our moderator as well. One more round of applause for all of them, please.
Thank you so much. Sorry, we couldn't get into the industry.
Kindly remain on stage, and we would like to invite the Director of the Youth Economic Forum, Ms. Auni, to present tokens of appreciation to our speakers and moderators. Can we invite all our speakers and moderators to come to the front of the stage, please?
We would like to thank Yang Berhormatan Sri Dato Sri Haji Idris bin Jusuf for being here with us today. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Tan Sri. Followed by Ms. Aida Tien.
And thank you as well to Madam Zarina Nalla for sharing her insights with us.
Last but not least, our moderator, Mr. Daniel Rahman. Can I invite all our speakers and moderators to come to the front for a quick group photo?
Thank you everyone, ladies and gentlemen, here for engaging with the session as well. Once again, a big round of applause for yourself and also for our speakers and moderator. Thank you.
Wasn't that an amazing session? And now, folks, we will now take a short break for you to either go to the washroom or rest your legs and to energize yourselves and freshen up.
Just a short 5-minute break, so don't be out for long, and then we'll be ready for more tea later on.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Have a dream so daring it feels out of reach? Seeking a like-minded community? Or want to find your niche in this competitive world? We've designed a well-balanced ecosystem called Taylor Sphere, future-proofing and supporting you to make a difference in the global community. What truly makes us different?
Check. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start with our final session, final agenda for the day very soon. If you could kindly take your seats, that will be much appreciated.
Hi, just a kind reminder, do make sure that all the mics on the armrest are off. If you see any lights on the mics are on, please do help turn it off. Thank you so much.
We'll be starting very shortly with our political agenda. If you could get your kind cooperation to kindly be seated with your phones and electronic devices on silent mode, that would be much appreciated, ladies and gentlemen.
We have also seen a lot of news stories and updates on our social media at yef.my. If you are still taking more photos or videos, don't forget to tag us at yef.my and also use the hashtag YEF2023. Next up, we have a pretty interesting agenda ahead. So do ensure that your friends, your new friends, are here in the hall with us as we are going to start very shortly on our political agenda.
Just a couple of housekeeping announcements. You cannot reserve seats in this hall as it is free seating. Thank you.
Also, feel free to fill up the front rows except for the first two, just so we can have a more engaging session with our panelists and our moderator later on.
Yes, not to worry. Our speakers and moderators will not bite you. You can come to the front, ladies and gentlemen.
In fact, you can ask more like hard pressing questions for them.
Especially seeing how our next line of panelists are renowned speakers with a couple members of parliament and people who are learned in the writing field.
Did you guys have your coffee? Yes? No? Did you guys have tea? Because later on we're gonna have more tea on the stage for you.
Okay. 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 Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Did you have a good tea break, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, did you have a good tea break? All right, we are happy to hear that. Just a couple of housekeeping announcements. Please ensure that your phones and all electronic devices are on silent mode. And for those of you who would like to be recognized during the session, who would like to pose a question, once the moderator recognizes you, kindly use the mic. And kindly unmute to use the mic. And when you already have unmuted, please ensure to mute it back.
And also, don't forget to share your moments here with us on our social media. You can tag us at yef.my. Also use the hashtag YEF2023. Ladies and gentlemen, how are we feeling right now? If you are energized, clap one time. If you are ready for the next agenda, clap 2 times. Oh wow, that's awesome.
Well done, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back. I hope that you still have room for more quote-unquote tea as we move on to our next agenda, the political agenda, restoring Malaysia.
Allow me to quote an old quote by Politics, if I may. Politics is the art of looking for trouble, finding it everywhere, diagnosing it incorrectly, and applying the wrong remedies.
Undeniably, the last general election marked a pivotal moment in Malaysia's history. So last year, we have seen the rise of the first time Undi 18, and also the emergence of a hung parliament, which is the first time ever in the Malaysian history, and also the subsequent formation of a coalition between Barisan Nasional and Pakatan Harapan after years of rivalry. And all of these phenomena showcase an intriguing evolution in the country's political landscape.
Throughout this session, we are going to delve into the political landscape in Malaysia, exploring the concept of Malaysia Madani and what the future holds for the country.
Let us put our hands together to welcome our panel speakers who are no strangers to the Malaysian political narratives, namely Yang Berhormat Dato Seri Panglima Muhammad Shafie bin Abdal, Member of Parliament for Semporna.
Yang Berhormat Tuan Wan Ahmad Faizal bin Wan Ahmad Kamal, Member of Parliament for Machang.
Next up, we have Dr. Bridget Welsh, Honorary Research Associate, University of Nottingham Asia Research Institute of Malaysia.
Up next, we have Dr. Muhammad Abdul Khalid, Research Fellow at the Institute of Malaysian and International Studies, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM.
And also our moderator for the session, Ms. Sarina Najwa Muhammad Said, Director of Bauer Group Asia.
A big round of applause for our panelists and moderator, ladies and gentlemen. And over to you, Ms. Sarina.
Test. Good evening, everyone. How is everyone today? Can I get a bit of noise in the house? Very nice. So thank you so much for staying until the end. It's a Saturday, it's a weekend, and I'm sure the post-lunch slump is getting worse right now. But I'll try and do my best on such a interesting topic, a very heated topic, and within such an esteemed panel. So the topic today is about restoring Malaysia. So our conversation is going to talk about restoring Malaysia to what? What do we want Malaysia to look like? Should we restore it or should we create something new? So as you can see from my esteemed panel, we have two MPs in the House, YB Shafi'i, YB Wan Ahmad Faisal. We have Bridget Welsh, and we also have Dr. Muhammad Khalid. So I think we'll just get started. What we will do is have some opening statements from our panelists. That's going to take about 6 minutes each. And then we'll go into the moderated questions and then open the floor to all of you. So I hope all of you will have your questions prepared. So let's start off with YB Datuk Sri Shafi'i. Maybe you can share some opening statements about what have you seen Malaysia gone through. Does Malaysia need restoring, and restoring to what? So it'll be really great to hear your thoughts. Over to you, YB.
Do I have to be there?
Up to you.
Or just
Fear is fine as well.
Are we supposed to? Okay. Well, good afternoon to you all. I must say that I'm really glad to see you all. How are you all? Fine. Apa khabar? Nak cakap Melayu ke cakap Inggeris ke? Officially bahasa. So I'm so glad to be with you all, and indeed, I think, but the topic you asked me is about what political landscape of this country. Well, it's very dynamic, it's very complex. Anyway, I think we have seen that what is happening in the world now. I mean, it's a very dynamic kind of environment, and we have never gone through this for years since the Second World War. And not only because of political scenario in the world is affecting region, country like Malaysia, but also economically. I think we have seen that in Ukraine, when Russia invaded Ukraine, you can imagine the implications and the spillover from that sort of crisis in Ukraine goes into as far as Pakistan, India, with importers. And one can imagine how it impacted not only developed countries, developing countries, let alone the poor countries. So similarly with just recently with regard to Palestine as well. So it is indeed coming to the stage which is a bit worrying, but nevertheless, as a trading nation, Malaysia, I think it is indeed very crucial for Malaysia to take position on how we need to be very focused on how we not only manage the country, but also manage the people in this part of the world. Because if we are not focused, then there's no clear directions as to where the countries and the people will be. So that really concerned me. When you talk about economic crisis, there are people talking about, well, the world is having that problem, you know, that's why our currency is down. It's not purely because of our currency is down because of the world economic problem that we face. But there are countries too having the same kind of problem. I mean, to cite an example like Singapore, cite an example like Vietnam, they are not doing that bad. Talking about currency impacted by the world crisis, whether with regard to Ukraine, with regard to, for example, like Palestine. And but what is important, as I mentioned just now, I think we have to manage our house properly first. And that should be strengthen the economy of this country. And that is indeed very crucial. So you have seen, you heard that the recent budget was about one of the biggest ever, 393 billion. And you can imagine our debt is already reaching more than 1.3 trillion. Never have we seen that. So don't talk about the reserve, because you talk about debts. How long do I have to? 3 minutes to go, my God, right? You know, problem with politicians, you give them mic, they can talk hours and hours. Now, I just want to touch on some of the very focal, very important issues with regard to sort of like the economy. I think this is where we have to learn lessons from many other countries in the world. Remember Deng Xiaoping, when he took over communist China from the rest of the communist leader, he didn't bother to promote his political party's communist. He went to US, he went to UK, he went to Singapore, engaged How can they realize that within 40 years, they have been able, I think less than 40 years, 30 years like that, more than 40 million people, the poor, hardcore poor, elevated. Yeah? And why? Because he was there with the right mindset, focused to ensure that, not because of politics, but because of the economic problem faced by them. In spite of China is not a trading nation at that particular moment. But they open up. And you can see now, less than how many years? 40 years? Is one of the superpower. So I think we need to learn lessons from what happened not only in China, in other countries too. So I think it is indeed very important for us to be very focused. I think since time is a bit limited, but there are a lot of issues I want to touch. One is about the economy, of course, budget, as we have seen, and also we must be very prudent in terms of how we manage our economy. Since the money is not there, we're spending money that doesn't belong to us. It's belong to you guys, the younger generations. So we must be mindful and how important and how crucial it is for us to manage the economy prudently. So I think I have seen that somehow. I know there are two sectors that I was so glad to see. One is education, the other one is health, but the rest are not. So I think we should be spending money where it is very productive to ensure not only it can provide jobs opportunity, but also the spillover in terms of boosting the economy of the country can be realized. So I think with that note, I think there's a lot of issues I want to touch, but nevertheless, I think I have to give my colleague a chance to, otherwise the whole day will be. Thank you anyway.
Thank you so much, YB. So I think YB set the tone well in terms of contextualizing Malaysia in comparison to a very complex and ever-changing global dynamic. So maybe YB, Wan Ahmad Faisal, maybe you can share your own observations of how Malaysia is positioned in comparison to all of these complex changes. What are your observations of Malaysia, especially since GE15?
Thank you, Arina, my former colleague and college mate when I was in King's, and also at KBS under Yang Muhammad Syed Saddiq before. We were serving Syed Saddiq as a Special Functions Officer. As a poignant question, first and foremost, I would like to address, actually in this hall, there are two former chief ministers, Datuk Sri Idris Jusso, and also, of course, the panelists here, Datuk Sri Shafiq Abda. Yeah, I could see his white hair. Well, many things had happened since GE15, but I would say the turning point of Malaysian political and economic scenario, to be honest, occurred towards the end of Datuk Sri Najib's tenure as Prime Minister. I think I would still attribute that scandal, the 1MDB scandal, as the turning point for the trajectory that we are having now. Because since then, we never had a proper and stable coalition. And also, I must say, the confidence, outside or external confidence, are still affecting Malaysia, despite our traditional sectors like E&E, oil and gas, are still considered our major revenues for the country. But I would say that one of the most important things that really shaped Malaysia after GE15 is that our democracy has been strengthened. First and foremost, now we have our anti-hopping law in place that would definitely discipline our group of people, the politicians, and also it gives us more focus in terms of positioning ourselves as be it opposition or backbenchers in the government. But as we all know, as much as you guys or even ourselves have hoped the government to fulfill their promises to the rakyat in their reform agenda, but nothing much have been transpired for the past 9 months. For example, all the promises in the manifesto, equal allocation for MPs, there's no such thing as there should be a negotiation beforehand. I think that one is not being honored by the Prime Minister himself. But we all know this is politics. At the end of the day, it's politics. And politics has impeded our progress as a country because of the current configuration that still favors, not to say race-based, or I would say identity politics. Proper and substantial discussions are still lacking in Parliament. I must admit this, and yeah, some of the MPs from my side of coalition are still harping on race and religion as their rhetorics, whereas in actual fact, there are plenty of issues to be talked and discussed about in the Parliament itself. I mean, also the media. The media loves to play devil's advocate in terms of promoting unnecessary sound bites. I mean, me, Dr. Sri Shafi'i, and many others have spoken many substantial issues, but I rarely see media cover our debate, for example, on employment, on high-tech development, on industrial policy. So until and unless there's a clear reformation of institutions, not just the government or the politician, but civil society, and also our media as a medium to communicate ideas and also changes, I think not much can be improved at the rakyat level, because I believe there must be a clear public sphere that allow not just politicians but also the rakyat to give feedbacks to politicians. Of course, being politician, having received criticism on daily basis is something that we have been warned earlier when we joined politics, part and parcel of our career as a politician. But it is only in this kind of forum, if you ask politicians like us, we do have chances to really articulate some, I would say, more academic point of view rather than just mere rhetorics that we pander during election. So I myself, being a graduate of King's College London in geopolitics, territory and security, not much I can communicate of my ideas, my policy standpoint during political rallies, during political discussion within my party. Because as you all know, politics has diverse spectrum and also layers. Sometimes you have to address the lowest common denominator among the rakyat. And rakyat, being rakyat, some of the closest issues that could affect their interest, race and religion in this country. Unfortunately, or fortunately, but one must be able to find ways to divert or harness that ideas into a nation-building kind of discourse. For example, I mean, there's nothing wrong of discussing about race and religion if we frame that discussion into, for example, affirmative action, into Agenda Bumiputra that being embedded in our 12th Measure Plan, because we've been talking about this since the 70s, but nothing much has been gained, or the goal has not been achieved for years, despite all the reforms, all the initiatives announced by previous administration. So these are the things that can be made into point of discussions, although we discuss something like race and religion. So I think I begin my observation with that point first. Thank you.
Thank you so much, YB. It was nice that YB Wan Faisal went deeper into domestic issues. And of course, Bridget, you also cover Malaysia and you've been observing Malaysia for years. So I think you'll be sharing some slides and maybe you can share your observations as well of how Malaysia has evolved politically.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation. Thank you for being the woman on the panel. Doctor also, just like this doctor. And I want to apologize to the audience. You're probably wondering why I'm wearing funky sunglasses. And that is because I just recently had an eye operation, so these are doctor's orders. So I try to look as cool as possible to be on the stage. I have a slides, but I want to begin with some sort of macro observations. I first came to Malaysia back before 1980, so I've been here in and out for a long time. I agree with Wan Faisal that democracy in Malaysia has gotten stronger, but so have the problems with democracy. the emergence of conservative forces, the issues of social media, the issues of polemics that happen, and also people so concerned about winning elections that they're not focused on long-term policies or things to solve the issues. I think also that we've seen a situation where it's not about restoring, but about reforming, but we're really in a situation where the fundamental structural reforms are not taking place. And as a consequence of that, what happens is Malaysia's losing its regional and global competitiveness. Malaysia used to be the go place from a perspective of investment in the region, and that is not something that it is wrestling with. And I think this is something I worry for the younger generation from the perspective of the long term. I would also say there are really other profound changes taking place. We're seeing a decentralization of authority. As the Prime Minister's office and the center becomes weaker, more decisions are being made in the states and at different levels. And this is a really fascinating dynamic. And it's not just in Sabah and Sarawak. We see this in Terengganu, we see this in Kelantan, we see this everywhere across Malaysia. And I would also close with, on the macro level, we also see, especially as a result of the COVID pandemic, profound resilience, a politics from below, a politics of survival of ordinary Malaysians. And I think what I see is greater empowerment. It may feel not that way all the time, but we do see that. And so there are these real profound changes. I was asked by the organizers to present 3 topics, and so these are where my slides are, and I'm going to be as quick as possible to that. The idea was to look at Madani and the issues of the government. It's almost 1 year, not quite, but almost. And one of the things if you turn to the second slide, I prepared just for this audience an analysis of the elections, of the state elections, looking through the Salaran data, but only in Penang. And the reason I chose Penang is, 1, that's where the data I got. Number 2, it's also the area where we saw the most youth vote swing, compared in one of the most interesting places. And there are a couple observations, and I'm not going to read the whole slide, but just to sort of tell you what I see. First of all, youth, like the rest of Malaysia, are divided, quite divided. And I think, the perception that they are moving towards one group, yes, there's been movement. There's a lot more electoral volatility. There's a lot more electoral uncertainty. But we also see a situation where the movement has come from. What we see in Penang is the movement came directly from Barisan Nasional to PN. The Pakatan Harapan youth vote stayed the same as 2022. So it's very interesting to see this dynamic. The second thing that I pull out of this slide is that the votes, the Undi 18, who I would say were demonized after GE15, who were treated with so much disrespect in terms of the way that they voted and treated like they were children. People said they shouldn't have voted, which I think was a terrible mistake for the country and a disservice to them. Many of them didn't vote in the state elections compared to the other younger voters. Now, keep in mind, it's a smaller number, so the percentage swing would look higher, but it's still a number that has dropped considerably. So I think that this issue of Undi 18 is important. The second area I was asked to speak about, the next slide please, is the slide on inclusion of women. And I've included a comment about that Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim has made during Women's Day this year. And I also look at the major policies on this slide towards women. And what is interesting is that the conception of women is in like 70 years ago. Women should be nurtured and protected, that they shouldn't be treated as equals. And what we see is a focus on a very important structural focus, which is a positive, on trying to get women into the workforce to bring them into the economy. We see the expansion of childcare policies, which I think is also a very important element. But we also we see not enough social protection mechanisms, they're voluntary, and also not enough structural changes to deal with some of the other issues. So women are perceived as mothers and wives, not necessarily single professional women who may be in a different group. And it's a very interesting dynamic that the issues of citizenship as well as marital rape or other rights are not part of the Madani agenda. But we, at least so far, hopefully I think YB Nancy Shukri, who spoke about this in 2015, she was very forward-looking, as the minister may change this. But this is an interesting dynamic. Next slide, and this is my last point because I'm reaching beyond the 6 minutes, minta maaf, and that is the last part of youth policies. Let me say that here too, what we see are policies on education. We see policies on career building for young people, skill developments. We see some policies towards expanding some programs. But we also see programs of the Mahathir era being revitalized, like Rakan Muda. That's a different restoration that is a bit strange in this context. We see a situation where young people are treated still from a framework of inequality, like they need to be taken care of, not recognizing that these three groups are actually half of the electorate now in this context. And there are only very limited areas that give young people voice. So someone who is very much conscious of my eyes. I was blind once when I was around 20, and I'm now conscious of hoping to restore them to vision at this point. The framing is still in a very traditional, unequal way. And in order to basically not keep the youth in storage and women in storage, no restoring, I'm talking storage, and moving them to a place where they can grow and Malaysia can become stronger, because these two groups are crucial. There definitely needs to be more attention to structural issues and more investments that bring in their voices, their empowerment into those conversations. Thank you so much. Minta maaf, I'm a little long.
No, thank you. That was very, very insightful, and definitely highlight some of the priorities that the country needs to look forward and look into fixing moving forward. And then last but not least, Dr. Muhammad Khalid. So you were also the former advisor to the Prime Minister at a Pakatan 1.0, if you will, in 2018. And so you also have a very different view of how you've seen the country evolve up until today. So maybe what are your thoughts of where Malaysia is? Does it need restoring? What is that restoration?
Terima kasih, Najwa. I'll try to be as honest and as frank as possible because it's a young crowd and you deserve an honest opinion. The question is, Najwa asked about restoring Malaysia, restoring our house. Should we restore Malaysia? My answer is no. Because the house is broken. The house is corrupt. The house is not equal. There's no rule of law in this house. We need to build another house that anchor on justice, anchor on upward mobility, anchor on the rule of law. Respecting Constitution. The current house doesn't have that. Economy, is it inclusive? Of course it's not. The level of inequality, the gap between the rich and the poor now, COVID make it worse, is the same as 2016. The economy has grown. World Bank boss is here. But the level of inequality has not improved. In fact, it gets worsened. You want to see progress, you choose one indicator. How children are doing. Our children not doing well. The level of stunting in Malaysia now, 22%, is the same as in 1990. The country has become much, much richer, and our kids remain short, remain malnourished. This is not something that we should be proud of. This is not the house that we should stay. It's a broken house. The level of stunting in Malaysia, to give you another perspective, 20% compared to level of GDP of Malaysia. Turkey, for instance, Turkey only 8%. We 1 in 5. If you go to rural Sarawak, Dayak in particular, is 40%. Can you imagine our children, our nephew, nieces in Sarawak, Dayak 40% are stunted. And it's worse in Palestine, before Negara Haram Israel committing genocide there. Our children are not doing well. Economically, we are not doing well. In fact, COVID make it worse because of our policy. Instead of COVID, everybody have a problem. So what the government did is say, okay, you solve yourself. You withdraw from EPF and you sort out your loan. We give you moratorium. We finance ourselves during COVID. And it's for lack of a better word, it's the most stupid decision ever since independence. Those who make that decision should go to jail. And I'm not joking. It makes me quite angry because we still worship those kind of leaders. Move from MOF to committee ministers. He should go to jail. No country in the world says you have problem, no jobs, withdraw from your EPF. Singapore did not do that. Korea did not do that. Japan did not do that. As a result, because we live longer, majority of Malaysians are going to live in poverty because short-sightedness and kedekut. So economically, we're not doing well. The house is not doing well. Rule of law. Are we respecting rule of law? Up to, I think, a month ago, our Deputy Prime Minister had 47 court cases. Deputy Prime Minister, go to court with a motorcade. He should take Grab. And we still worship him. Corruption is still a major issue. In 1970, after the riot, the government came up with Rukun Negara. Brilliant document. 5 pillars, right? Rukun Negara. It's supposed to be 6. Syed Hussein Alatas said, add another one. You know what's the other one? Yes. Perangi rasuah. That should be pillar number 6 in our Rukun Negara. It is a corrupt, quite a corrupt house, and we worship. And one more minute. And why I'm not positive on this. Last week, a youth wing of political party, not Warisan and not WAF party, did a demo asking for pulangkan or bebaskan Najib. Between 2021 until 2023, 3 years. 21, 22, 23, 3 years. You know how much debt we have to pay from our taxpayers, from your money? Not you, maybe you don't pay tax yet. We have to pay for one MDB in 3 years, 30 billion. Starting this year until 2037, every year we have to pay interest 300 million, 2037. While you're working, you have kids, we have to pay a bullet payment of 5 billion. And you want to release the guy? Youth leaders. So the house is broken. It's not about restoring, Najwa. Building a new house.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So it was explained a little bit earlier that in Malaysia right now, we faced a very unique situation where we had a hung parliament, no single party dominated in a majority of seats. So that's when the king had to come in and say, let's form a unity government. Now, my question is, moving forward, would this be a norm for Malaysia? Could there be a time where we could go back to maybe a single dominant party controlling parliament? Or is this the better way forward, especially if we're talking about things like representation, having more women, and also East Malaysians included in the government? So what could a better political landscape look like for Malaysia? So maybe YB, Shafi'i, I wanted to ask also, because Sabah and Sarawak has a stronger representation now compared to before. So is this, what do we decipher from this? Is this something that we want more of, or what could we expect in the future?
Well, I do agree that it's indeed very worrying with regard to the political landscape in the country where we have gone through in life, never in the history of this country, changes of Prime Minister within hardly 4 years. I mean, it did happen in United Kingdom too, Theresa May, Boris Johnson's. But nevertheless, when I look at it, not only in terms of changes of leadership, but also you can see the landscape, political parties emerging. So many. And previously under BN, it was about 14 members. And currently it's about 19, if I'm mistaken, including Warisan too. Because I've seen it, because, picking up on the subject when I said that it was what Khalid was saying with regard to 1MDB corruption is actually overall, when you talk about the subject, when the country is currently about 1 trillion, is attributed because of the corrupt practices done, not only by politicians, leaders, but also civil servants too. I think this is one of the more important issues that need to be addressed. Now, how can we do that? So I think younger generations now, the number is increasing. If I'm not mistaken, there's about how many percent? 60+% in the coming PR16, or even more than that.
Yep.
So it is indeed very crucial for the younger generations to be aware about what is happening surrounding them and making the right decisions, not based on party. Sometimes, that's why I say race-based kind of things is happening in the country. Never. We have been there. I mean, we have gone through 13 May, to that level, but somehow softened because of some of the economic policies introduced by previous government. But I think what is important now, I think to ensure that the country is in the best positions, I think the younger people, particularly the younger voters, to be mindful the role that they need to play to ensure that don't choose the party just because based on race, based on religious belief. Choose leaders and the team that can really govern the country. I mean, I do agree with my dear friend, Dr. Khalid, when you talk about reform, even one also mentions about, reform. I did expect that reform to be done in this country. Realizing my friend Anwar Ibrahim was there for many years. He was my old colleague too when I was in UMNO too. But having a chance to become the Prime Minister, I don't see that sort of reform have been done. I mean, you talk about corruptions, here we are. Yep. He mentions about the Deputy Prime Minister. I did indicate also my opinion with regard to that. I did advise him, I said, can you just please not appoint him yet, until his case is clear. I think it is indeed very crucial for us to uphold that sort of values attitude on how we can realize trust coming from the people in this country.
Yep.
Because the major questions now, the trust is not there. Not only because of political issues, but economically. We don't seem to see the right prescription as to where the country is going on the economic policies. So I think the questions about the political dynamic in this country, I think every one of us. But that's why when I move out from UMNO, a former vice president, I set up a multiracial party. And it's based on multiracial kind of society where we should embed inclusiveness.
Yeah.
Because Malaysia is, I think it's high time for us to, it is not driven by race, but it's driven by issues. For example, like what happened in many developed countries, United Kingdom, even in US too. Unemployment, inflations,
Yep.
and that is more important rather than touching on issues on race and religion. So I think if we are, not to say going back to the old kind of scheme, where UMNO is a Malay, where PAS is, and DAP is a Chinese kind of things, I don't think the country will go anywhere.
Right. Right. Thank you so much, YB. Maybe I would like to get Dr. Bridget's thoughts. I mean, YB Shafi'i talked about how race and religion need to be phased out. And you've, based on your expertise and your views, you've monitored some of these sentiments and conversations that are happening, especially among the youth. So what do you think about, how Malaysia is going to be moving forward, especially with smaller parties coming up or dominating the government? And what kind of conversations can we expect, at the younger level?
So In my factor analysis of looking at voting behavior, race and religion accounts for 40%. That means 60% is accounted by something else in why people vote. Whether or not it's their location, their class. Class is very important, their gender, right? So there are other dynamics about voting. Unfortunately, in the political discourse of this country, race and religion accounts for 100%. And until politicians really change their conversation, and maybe 100% is a little bit overstretching. I'll be nice and say 80%, right? But the fact is that they perceive people in a particular way, and they vote and they encourage and mobilize along those lines. Now, there is a search for different narratives. The problem is that the system is structurally put in such a way that it's very difficult for that to change. So when Faisal said to me just now, said about talking about the new anti-hopping law. Well, with every good thing, there's also bad things. And that law has made the power of party leaders very powerful. So therefore, leaders, members of that party who want that party to change, and believe me, lots of people in UMNO want that party to change. They're choosing the exit option right now. They have a situation where they're trapped. Right? And, you know, reforms can only not be one part of the elephant. They have to be many different dimensions. Political financing, the issues of the electoral representation, the electoral system, which really limits parties from smaller parties from getting access. We've seen in the unity government, especially in the state elections, less minorities, less women being able to give in seats in this process, and it has an impact in terms of representation. Why, for goodness sake, are there no local government elections where people can actually have accountability in places like KL in this context? You know, there's an entry point. It gives access to younger people, and it gives new voices to start changing the discourse. The House, maybe in using your kind analysis of broken, but in this case, there's a lot of things that fix. None of the things are working. The electricity is poorly wired.
Right. Thank you. That's a nice analogy towards the end. So maybe then I can, move on to YB Faisal and then close off with Dr. Mat Khalid. So in terms of changing the narrative, I mean, you're from the opposition. So what role can the opposition play to kind of elevate that discourse, right? And changing that narrative? I mean, you acknowledge race and religion may not be the main conversation, but then what else can the opposition do to kind of elevate that discourse and create better policies?
Yes, as much as we criticize race and religion as one of the most problematic dimensions plaguing our politics, but I have to share with the audience here that being Muslim myself, I mean, my religion, Islam, taught us not to separate religion from politics or religion from worldly matters. For example, I can cite this adage by Imam Al-Ghazali, one of the most authoritative scholars in Islam. He says that ad-din was sultan taw aman. Religion and power is an inseparable twin. Religion without power will be lost. Power without religion will be misguided. So, based on this adage, which he derives from the Quranic and prophetic sayings, the Dalil, that's why in Muslim society, whenever they cast their vote, religion and race still plays an influence in their decision making. Also, like Ibn Khaldun, he is famous with the theory on asabiyah, or the group solidarity. That attributes to why Malays or race became part of a central equation in our voting pattern. I mean, no one bats an eye when the Chinese go all out and voting for DAP. Whereas when the Malays vote for Perikatan Nasional, you accuse us as being racist. Come on. We all know this fact, right? It's very clear-cut in the statistics. So I'm calling it out now. So, talking about that, how do we improve? We cannot separate religion and race from politics. So how do we improve? The answer, if you ask me as a Muslim, lies in the intellectual tradition. The Madani that Anwar Ibrahim's promoting is actually a very central idea in Islamic civilization. Well, it is actually means civilization anyway. And being a Muslim politician myself, I'm not a PAS member anyway. I ran under PAS banner, but I'm a Bersatu. I'm a Malay nationalist, but a conservative one. I believe Malay and Islamic tradition have plethora of wealth in terms of public policies. For example, on taxation, on public housing, on scientific policies. I mean, these are all in the books of the ulama, of the scholars. And yet, I mean, this is the problem of modern politics. Most of us, I mean, have not really dig more into this tradition in order to prepare ourselves to portray Islam and Malay politics at a higher level. I mean, I would not blame race and religion as a source of problems in this country. But I do believe that we must upgrade our discourse rather than just stuck in a rhetorical manner that what we are normally seeing in parliament. For example, they're shouting kafir here and there. I don't agree with that kind of fighting. But I do agree we must elevate the discussion into a proper level based on the intellectual tradition of our civilization. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, YB. And maybe last from Dr. Mat before we go into Q&A. I mean, you've been a policymaker for the government. How do you balance, I guess, political interests and, creating some of these policies? Since, hearing that religion and politics are intertwined, what's your take on how policy making should be done for any government or our government?
Your question seems so sophisticated. I have no idea how to answer. Look, race is not a dirty word. Why we always think that voting on race or religion or talking about race is something like another four-letter word? It is not. Race, people always talk about race in negative terms. We shouldn't. If you're Malay, you want Malay to do well. If you're Chinese, you want Chinese to do well. There are times when you are Malay first. There are times when you're Malaysian first. There are times when you're father first, your husband first. There are times for everything. There's a book, I think, by Amartya Sen. He told a story about a Chinese Malaysian woman author. What is she? Is she a woman? Is she an author? Is she a Malaysian? Or is she Chinese? It depends. If she go to a restaurant, or she's a vegetarian. If she go to a restaurant, her other identities, it doesn't matter. The most identity that matters is that she's a vegan. So it depends on the context. In the case of, let's say, Malay vote for Malay parties who protect their interests, I don't think anything wrong, or we should not condemn that. The same way Chinese vote for the AP is okay. We don't give credit to ourselves. We never fight among ourselves. There's a saying, we fight with our tongue, not with a parang. We should give credit to this. And since maybe 1970s past 50 years, in the debate, the policymakers and the politician try to improve the well-being of others. We should give credit to that. Nobody called for removing or trying to kill each other, unlike many other countries. So the aim of trying to be inclusive using race as one component is, or horizontal approach, identity approach, it is okay. This is important. Need-based, sometimes we talk about need-based. Don't give to based on need. Need-based is not a replacement for race-based policies. There are times you use race-based, there are times you use for need-based. I'll give you an example. And not necessarily only for the Malays. I want more non-Malays in public sector. What identification do I use? Do I use B40? No, I use race. I want more women in top managerial position. What identity I use? Need-based? No. I use gender. I want more development in East Malaysia. My identification factor gonna be geographical. I want more to help for whatever reason, or let's say for the poor, income level. There are times you use certain identities, and there are times you use based on need or income base. You don't tie your hand and say, no race. Race is okay, but it has to be temporary and it has to be measured. Then we're going to do well. Since I have the mic, I want to respond to a question posed on the education segment earlier because I was listening. Boleh ya? I mentioned about the house broken just now. We are quite hypocrite in also another way. We have so many rallies on Palestinian. She asked a very important and she made a very important remark. I would shake her hand later. No, I meant it. You want to help the Palestinian? They are here. They are refugees. Allow their kids to go to school. Refugee children in Malaysia cannot go to public schools. Cannot go to schools. The father, mother cannot work. And yet we go 16,000, 20,000 rallies for Palestinian. At the same time, we close our eyes. We don't allow them to work. We did, and this has policy support. We did a survey for UNHCR. And they give us a contract to do a survey to ask perception of the locals, not the refugee. The locals where most refugees are located. And we ask question, do you allow children of refugees to go to public school, same as your children? The answer is resoundingly yes. They allow Malaysian parents welcome, no objection to refugee kids to come and study same school as our kids. You want to help the Palestinian? Make sure the kids can go to school, the parents can go to school. But by doing this, you must also allow refugees from other countries.
Right.
Myanmar and so on. Otherwise, we are a bunch of hypocrites.
Okay.
You would like to add a bit to your point just now, just to inform the members here. Actually, we have in Parliament, all-party parliamentary group Malaysia on refugee policy. I'm not part of this group, but whatever you raise, they are already discussing about it, and hopefully we can debate in Parliament soon.
All right.
Just because I'm controversial, I would add to that list the stateless people, especially those in Sabah and Sarawak. They deserve an education, especially the 200,000 of them that were born here.
Thank you so much to the panelists. It's clearly very complex. We are a multiracial country, different religions, different ethnic groups, demography. So obviously translating that into a prosperous country is no easy task. We have to take into consideration a lot of factors. So that's why we look to you, the younger generation, and see, take into these factors and into conversation. So when you are in decision-making roles later on, you can think about these things. So yes, I think now it's Q&A. Can we get some questions? Maybe we'll start here, and then the lady in the blazer. Yeah, so the gentleman with the glasses first.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Habib. I question to Dr. Muhammad, but other panelists can answer as well. This morning, Nurul Izzah was saying that petrol subsidy is noble but counterproductive, right? As we see, politicians made a lot of promises, moons and stars. I think the same party also said that they will reduce the petrol price tomorrow when they become the prime minister. So how do we hold politicians accountable? I think in Australia, they have this system where electoral promises must be budgeted, must be accountable. So how you make the politicians accountable so that whatever their promises, we as a rakyat, we want it either implemented or they must fulfill it. Thanks. That's all my question.
Maybe we'll get the next question and then we'll let the panel answer. Yep.
Thank you for the opportunity. It was a very meaningful discussion. My question is there any hope or possibility for Malaysia to entirely eliminate corruption and actually practice the good governance?
Sounds a bit pessimistic. But let's
It's
keep it. Let's
also
try
a
and
bit
make it a
it's also
positive
a
note,
bit
right?
hope.
Like, is there any hope?
If any hope, yeah.
Yeah. If the younger generation's asking that, I'm not sure about the rest. But yeah, maybe let's get to the first question when it comes to holding politicians accountable. I think it's quite interrelated with regards to corruption. So maybe any members of the panel, maybe since Dr. Mat dah cakap tadi, maybe we let YB answer first, and then we'll go down.
Yeah, I think it's indeed very important issues that you have touched with corruption. I think I did mention that earlier. I think this the practice of corruption in this country is alarming, and I have indicated just now it's partly attributed because of that's why we are having 1.3 trillion debts in the country, and I think leakages are all everywhere. It's not only done by politicians, but also civil servants too. Extremely difficult on how to address that issue. I remember when I questioned my brother Najib in the cabinet, and I got remanded somehow for a couple of weeks, and I was expelled from the cabinet. I was also, so-called expelled from the party as well. It was a complex issue. I slept on the floor, for the whole how many weeks? And the first night there was no food. My wife, that was my birthday anyway. Then that particularly when I was remanded, so I said, my wife can send some food for me. They don't know. You can't get it from me. I said, why? Are you accusing my wife is going to poison me? No, don't worry, we get food from outside. I said, what? She's bringing food from outside. She can't bring it and she can't give it to me. So I think the issues of how to address corruption is indeed very taxing. We have seen, for example, like now currently in China, even there's certain move to expel cabinet ministers. I think it is indeed very crucial for us. We have installed laws, but it's not enforced to a certain extent. Enforcement is indeed very important. Law alone, we cannot just formulate in parliament, but if it is not enforceable, then it will be meaningless. You won't achieve that. So I think we have to inculcate values among Malaysians at the early stage, and particularly the younger people too, get rid of it to ensure that we can excel in life. There were moments when Malaysia was seen as a dynamic, thriving economy with 9.3 GDP. And he was so pleased to see that. Was corruption there? Corruption was also there, but not to the level that we have seen lately. So it is indeed very alarming. So, nevertheless, I think to address the issues on corruption just now, what is important, the enforcement part of it, I think is very crucial. And you have seen cases after cases in court. And it's a bit disturbing that I think even, I don't want to question the jurisdiction, but I think it's indeed very, very, very important for us to, that issue needs to be addressed. Yeah.
Right. So enforcement is important. Dr. Bridget, did you want to add anything of how we can improve, changing the ideas around corruption and getting more politicians to be held accountable?
Accountability is not only a problem in Malaysia, it's a problem everywhere. And I think, politicians lie everywhere, with some exceptions perhaps. But I think that, and some promises they make really shouldn't be kept in that context. But I would say start with the basics. The media needs to be strengthened. The opposition needs to be strengthened, and they need to be given fair allocations like everyone else in the system. I think that you can work on strengthening civil society and organizations that put things out there. You from a perspective, Malaysian politicians are a lot more accountable now than they were before. And there's been a lot of progress compared to where the past has been, because the elections have become more competitive. But I think there are lessons that can be taken about specific areas and initiatives. And this is where I encourage you and friends of like-minded friends to come together to organize and to put these things out there. In terms of corruption, it's a cancer in this country. And it is actually really helping to, the competitiveness that Malaysia had. The corruption is really the one hurting. And the concern I have is that this will continue to weaken the country vis-a-vis other countries in the region. What can be done? Well, I think that there has to be some smaller measures initially. The MACC needs to be strengthened and more independent. There has to be a situation where corruption cases aren't seen to be whether or not you're in power or not in power. The judiciary needs to stay strong, which I think it's really strengthened over many years now, which has been a very important progress. And there needs to be things like political funding bills, because they chip away at it slowly. Transparency, these are the areas that begin to chip away at it. My friend, will it go away? No. But you can use a form of chemotherapy and try to find different types of solutions to keep it more at bay and hope that you will not get to stage 4.
Thank you, Dr. Bridget. So I've been told we have about 5 minutes left. So maybe Wabi, Wan Faisal, maybe your words, and then Dr. Mat Khalid, you can close off. Yeah.
Well, to hope for a total eradication of corruption might be utopian, but let's not give up on that. I can tell you, coming from as a politician myself, within the party, we have been learning a lot from our opposite side. Whatever the mistakes they've done in over-promising moon and stars, we're not going to repeat it again in our manifesto or our promises, because we have seen how the public react to that, and it's quite damaging. It's easier than becoming opposition because you can question the government, reacting in many ways. But now, being opposition myself and used to be in the government, both sides have equally experienced the same system, the same exposure. So that's why I said now democracy in Malaysia has become more strengthened and matured. Although there are still rooms for improvement in here and there when it comes to, for example, Political Financing Act and others. But for example, we have just passed the bill on Fiscal Responsibility Act. Is it necessarily a good act? Depends. In one way, yeah, you make things more prudent for government to spend. But in the era where we all know the word perma-crisis is a central idea that describing the current evolution of things in the world today, sometimes the government has to spend more than they have budgeted in terms of saving people's life and livelihood. We do not know what will happen in next month when there's flood, during the flooding season. There could be more disasters waiting, and then the government has to spend more than what they have budgeted on this issue, for example. So, but by far and large, I believe, based on the current trend, both sides have learned from each other not to overdo things as politicians, and hopefully with the public also becoming more cognizant and involved in giving feedbacks and criticism to the politicians. I would say Malaysia, despite being a broken house at the current moment, can still be salvaged if we have a proper architect and a proper developer to really rectify things. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, Habib question about how do you make them accountable and give example of fuel subsidy. Your example of fuel subsidy is spot on. It's so silly. Fuel subsidy, we didn't give detail how we're going to do it. It continues. Benefit the rich much more because only 1/3 of the B40 has either a car or motorcycle, which means they don't benefit. Benefits still go to big cars owner who are rich. Not only in consuming petrol, even buying cars. If you buy an EV car, there's a Mercedes or BMW EV cars, the iFlex or whatever silly car that is, you buy cars, you also have discount. If you buy that kind of BMW, your discount is 200,000. And for the poor, you give 3,700 ringgit. And you call it cash handouts, which I hate the word handouts. It's not a handouts. So the poor, you give 3,700. For the rich, you give discount. Beli petrol, beli kereta, 200,000. So silly. So how do you make them accountable? Don't be feudal. I'm not saying anything about 3R. I'm not saying, I'm not against feudal system. Japan has feudal system. I think 5 European countries have that. Thailand has feudal system. But many of these countries do not have feudal mindset. Don't worship them. Don't kiss their hands. Don't give them special chairs. We're lucky because this is an auditorium. Usually, if another room, special chairs for VIPs, mostly politicians. If there's hope, yes, there is hope. Don't be feudal. Don't worship not just corrupt politicians, corrupt professionals. One MDB will not happen if professional, top bankers, not cap ayam bankers, and these are all top bankers, top lawyers, top auditors are not into it. They're all useless. Don't worship them. When they do something wrong, you call them out. Is there hope? Yeah, of course there is hope. Somebody asked. Party that been seen as corrupt is UMNO. What happened to UMNO? 2018 lost. 2022, now first time in history, there's no UMNO rep in Terengganu. It used to be run by Chief Minister from UMNO. No UMNO rep in first time in history in Terengganu, Kelantan, and Perlis. Kedah, 0. In Penang, 2 seats. In Selangor, 2 seats. UMNO wiped out because of a corrupt party. It's a good sign. It was a great party. MP, our friend, was a member until he raised in cabinet. They threw him and put him in a lockup for a couple of days. It's a good sign. If you friend with corrupt, you also get punished. PKR. PKR did not win in Kedah. Got wiped out in Terengganu. Got wiped out in Kelantan. And the difference between PKR in Selangor with PAS only 2 seats. Because friend with a corrupt people. Isn't this hope? There is hope. But it requires all of us to reject corrupt leaders. Forget about the Tan Sri or whatever, forget. YB depan, forget. If they are corrupt, reject them. Don't worship them. Thank you.
Right, that's about time that we have. I'm so sorry for those that were not able to ask questions. Can we get a round of applause for our esteemed panelists? I think we definitely learned a lot. The house does not need to be restored, needs to be revamped, change developer, undergo chemotherapy, and we need to have a completely new house. So let's hope all of you here are developers and the architects of the new house. So let's take what we've learned today and implement it in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists and also our moderator. That was a very, very accurate summing up of the whole session. So now we would like to invite the director of the Youth Economic Forum 2023, Ms. Auni, to present tokens of appreciation to our speakers and moderator. First and foremost, we would like to thank Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Panglima Muhammad Shafie bin Abdul. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you so much, YB, for being here with us. Next up, we have Yang Berhormat Tuan Wan Ahmad Faisal bin Wan Ahmad Kamal. Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Bridget Welsh. Very insightful sharing. And also we have our last panelist, Dr. Muhammad Abdul Khalid. Very strong message indeed. Last but not least, our moderator of the session, Miss Arina Najwa Muhammad Said. Can we have our panelists and also moderator and also Auni to sort of come closer together for a group photo? Once again, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator and also our panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A round of applause once again as they take their seat. Thank you so much to our ladies and gentlemen here for paying attention and also for engaging with the session. Good questions indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you feeling right now? All good? Good? Awesome. Now, are we ready for the next session? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you took any videos or photos and you're going to post it on social media, don't forget to tag us at yef.my and also use the hashtag YEF2023. Let's just give our committee a second to prepare for the next session, a very interesting session indeed. Don't walk away, and we're going to have our ambassador for YEF 2023 joining us on stage very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly take our seats as we are going to proceed with our next agenda? All right, we are in for a treat as we have a special town hall session with the ambassador of the Youth Economic Forum 2023, Malaysia's Queen of Squash, World Squash Champion, Dato' Nicole and David. Give it up for Dato' Nicole and David and the moderator of the session, former state-level athlete Mr. Roshan Nigel Miranda. So happy for you to be here with us, Dato'. I'll pass the floor to Roshan. Thank you.
Thanks, Enshi. Let's give it up for Dato' Nicole and David, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, Dato' Nicole and David, first and foremost, thank you for being here and thank you for being our youth ambassador for the Youth Economic Forum. On behalf of the organizers, we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Roshan. Nice to be here, and how's everyone here doing? Oh, I know it's been a long day, but nice to see every one of you here.
You better respond. She's a coach now. She might send you all for laps.
Louder! No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Okay, we'll dive straight into it. First and foremost, we would like to start firsthand. What inspired you to pursue a career in sports, specifically squash, And how did you overcome the initial obstacles that you faced in your life?
From the very beginning, when I was growing up, my dad was a former football goalkeeper for Malaysia, and in the house we are surrounded by sports stuff, whether it's balls, whether it's hockey sticks, rackets. So everything we did growing up was just all about sport. So I wasn't from a sport family, but the first sport that I was introduced was squash, because we had the first public squash center that was built in Penang when I was 5 years old. And that's where my sister started, and I, being the youngest, had to join my older sisters. And because I was so hyper, they got me on a squash court, and that's how I started squash. So I fell in love with the sport, and straight away I saw myself getting better. I was traveling around the world playing for Malaysia, and I finally realized that I had potential, and I was had a gift to be good in a sport that I love. So I saw that this is a pathway that I can pursue in my own career. And when I got my first World Junior titles, when I realized I could be a senior world champion someday. So that was my dream and goals from the very beginning when I was a young kid.
Thank you, Dato'. I think it goes back to the age-old saying, melentuh buluh biarlah dari debungnya. The English translation is, if you want to start something good, start from a young age. And how influence from the parents plays a huge influence in a child's life. Moving on, can you share with us some personal challenges that you faced during your journey to become the world champion?
Well, being a world champion wasn't an easy feat. We think that it's just a given, that you are given a talent and then suddenly the world championship title just falls on your lap. But it wasn't like that in my case. I had to move out of my country at 18 years old with my parents' blessings, because being an 18-year-old kid, you don't get that very often, that your parents actually let you go and pursue a sports career at such a young age, and going to a foreign country like Amsterdam and just let the youngest daughter go. So it was because my parents gave me that chance to fulfill my dreams and believed in me that I will do whatever it takes and put my 100% in being true to what I want to do in my squash. And so they let me go. Even the critics of not going to university straight away, they just saw that I had that potential to just pursue something so much bigger than I could dream of. So they gave me that chance. And when I went to Amsterdam, it was tough because my coach told me, her name is Liz Irving, former world champion, and she told me that, okay, now you come to Amsterdam, you are a great squash player, but now we are going to start from zero. We're going to start to break down everything that you know, all your habits, and we're going to start bringing you from zero, your technique, your tactics, everything from ground up, because we want to make you a greater champion. We want to make you prepared for being in the professional leagues, and by doing so, that's when you're ready to push that next level. And I had to do that. It was brutal. It was a very tough challenge. It took me 4 years to really understand what it took to become a professional athlete at that very top level, with the pressure, the intensity, the understanding of knowing the tactics well, the technique. It was all so new to me. But then I finally got my game together, and every year I saw myself progress. No matter how hard I had to go through, I saw that I could push that next level, and I finally got to my world title, world championship title win at 22 years old, and being world #1 for the very first time.
Thank you, Dato', for sharing. So we, over here, on behalf of the Youth Economic Forum, are on the topic of youth development and youth empowerment. While we're on the note on sports, how do you think sports can actually help in terms of empowerment and youth development, Dato'?
Well, sport has everything that you have in terms of values. It gives you those fundamental values from the very beginning. As a kid playing sport, you don't realize that you're already learning things like hard work, dedication, discipline, focus, and even making sure that you can time manage well. And even if I didn't play sport, I would have been a very lazy student in school because I would have just stayed at home, watched TV, and didn't do much with my life. But what sport gave me was those values of appreciating time, understanding that you have only this moment to focus on your studies. And I really committed to when it came to my exams and my studies, but when it came to my sports tournaments, I could really put my efforts into that. It's a practical way of living life and learning life skills and life values. Because you are head on with failure. You actually lose a match and you have to get yourself up for the next thing, for the next match. And also finding ways to overcome mistakes and knowing that you can come back and push through. So sport really gives you those fundamental values from a young age. And if your youth or even kids can grow up playing sport and understanding that these are the things that they are going to bring into their own lives, that's what we want. And that's where they can actually channel all that positivity, all that ways of encouraging themselves to push through all those barriers, being hardworking. These are the things that we need in our lives, and in the youth and in our kids, they need to learn that from a young age.
Thanks, Dato'. I think from the pandemic, we've seen a lot of things change, especially in the sports scene. Now, what are the economic drivers that you foresee for the younger generation of athletes, aside from being a player? For example, when their playing time is done, other than being a coach, what other opportunities do you see, Dato'?
In sport now, it's like one of the biggest industries that like a multi-million-dollar industry where you have so many avenues you can encounter, whether it's, if you are an athlete, you can, yes, pursue coaching or administrative levels, but then you can also open your eyes into another avenue where it's sports science or research and development for sports equipment or any other areas in developing athletes and sport. And then you have another space where so much that's happening right now, and that's the events, the media, the broadcasting, all the marketing, all these areas that is so booming right now, and it's such an attention that is going to be given to aspiring athletes to go back into the sport and find their way in making a good stability career for them in their own future. But for me, I personally took the NGO route, and I went into building my foundation with my co-founder and CEO, Mariana, who it's called the Nicole David Organization. And the objective is, thank you. With the objective to empower girls and boys through sport and education. My dream was to give back to Malaysia, and all the experience I gained from squash, I knew for a fact that I couldn't keep it to myself. I knew my Malaysia gave me so much, and I want to give back in some way. So this organization is to give an after-school program that provides squash training and English tutoring classes. And it's for children from B40, M40 families that don't really have access to sport. And also having proficiency in English will also help them in their future as well. So this is what we are giving. They start from 8 years old, and we see them through a 5-year journey with us. So we want to see impact. We don't just want to give a one-off program. We want to know that this is where we take them from here as Standard 2, and we finish through the 5 years in their primary years. And who knows where they will be with all the values we give them, with the right direction, with the right encouragement, that they know that they can dream big and be, like the program says, the name is Little Legends. They are little legends now, but hopefully one day they can be their own legend in their own right.
Indeed. Thank you, Dato'. And now, we'd like to open the floor to any and all questions. If there are, please raise your hand. Everybody's worried, they'll do laps. Okay.
It's
yes,
okay.
gentleman in the red.
I can hear you.
Test. Okay, so 8-time world champion, 9 years consecutive world number 1, and at some point it took 13 months for someone to finally beat you. I guess my question is, in route or in being the greatest squash player of all time, how much is it simply mind over matter? How much is it simply mindset rather than raw talent? That's my question.
Thanks for the question. I've always been told, and even through my experience playing a sport, if you're at that top level in the top 10, it's 80% mental and 20% physical. Everyone is at the same level as you at the top. And at that very moment when push comes to shove and you're like faced with the hardest opponents, you are down and out. But what is that little bit extra that gets you over that hurdle or gets you back into the game? And that is your mind. And I used to work with a sports psychologist when I was a kid. At 11, 12 years old, I was in the national team, and they had a sports psychologist that was teaching us mental training, goal settings, visualization, and also minimizing the negativity to gain focus. So these practices I started practicing ever since I was a kid. But when I was at the number 1, I worked with another sports psychologist in Amsterdam, and he was teaching me how to maintain my mindset for being at the top under so much pressure, under all the expectations that I put on myself and all around me. So that was a lot of training. I did a daily training practice, which is just purely mind, like doing small exercises day in, day out. And before competition, like training your body, I had to train my mind in doing simulation matches, visualization exercises, like watching myself playing a perfect match. All these things prepare my mind to be ready for those moments where I need to win and I need to be on my game, and everybody else has to just feel like they cannot get to me. That was my ultimate aim, and that's how I could stay at the top.
We now open the floor to one more question. The gentleman in the blue suit. Can someone get him a mic, please? Can we get him a mic, please?
Hi,
Hi.
my name is Jonathan. Thank you very much, Dato' Nicole, for doing this session. Actually, I have a somewhat challenging question in a sense.
Alright.
What do you tell young aspiring Malaysian athletes who feel compelled that they may have to leave the country and adopt a neighboring country's citizenship in order to compete and win? Or they feel that they may have to drop out of the national team to pursue commercial interests because that makes them more money?
Well, for starters, I think they need to go out there and train overseas, and that's fine for them to pursue whatever they want to pursue, because like what I did, I had to go out to get expertise. And if what they gain from another country, if they feel compelled, it's their personal decision. What they want to do with their own decision to compete for the country or somewhere that has given them that opportunity is up to that person. We cannot like put something down on the person because of their roots, but it's what they feel compelled. I personally would come back to Malaysia because that's where they truly gave me that support. All my training overseas was what was given from the Malaysian government. I all throughout, from juniors up till I retired, they only gave me their backing 100%. So I can just personally tell you on my own experience that this is what I choose to do. Whatever other athletes decide is their choice, and I cannot say anything about it. But in terms of commercial, looking for other areas of getting more funds, that's fine with them. Playing for the country, their personal choice as well. So let's hope that our Malaysian athletes feel where they belong and that they come back and play for the country.
So I'm going to ask and close with one final question, and we'll then open for one final question from the audience. Datuk Nicole and David, you're truly an anak Malaysia. You've achieved everything overseas, you're the world champion, and you came back. And let's just go through your journey, how you started here, and you started playing at the national level from a very young age. You mentioned 11, 12 years old, while we were still sitting for UPSR. And you made the sacrifice to go overseas. You've played at the world level, and you've maintained your record multiple times till your retirement 5 years ago. Now, as a successful Malaysian icon, moving forward, based on everything that you've achieved, and you still came back. You had the choice, but Datuk Nicole is truly anak Malaysia. She came back to serve. What is your vision for the economic and social impact of sports in Malaysia as an athlete who has made it at the highest level? Thank you.
Well, having experienced everything and knowing that I came from Malaysia, I had that talent that was brought up from here. I know there's so much that we have in Malaysia that have the same impact that they can give to the country as well. Our athletes are just the true champions, and I'm so happy that they are competing for the country and they can come back and contribute in some ways. But with sport, I think sport has a bigger impact in many ways. And I know that if we all find, I think we don't use sport enough to become an advocate of being positive, being active. If we have that so much more ingrained in society, in our communities, whether it's in our workplace, whether it's in our schools, whether it's in universities, if we have that culture of being more active and being using sport as something that is a tool to give us more life, to give us a sense of positivity, and then you feel that will bring everyone closer. I know that sport has that power, it has that impact, and if we want to have a nation that can work together, build our economy, everything comes from having a strong strong society that is active, that's positive, and not looking to things to complain about. If we have that way of working hard, finding ways to push and persevere in any challenge and any obstacles, we use sport to become our tool to push those through. So I know that we need to use sport a little bit more, and we can put it in every walks of life.
Got it. Yeah. There you have it, folks. Sports can actually build a strong community. With that, I think we now have time for one quick question. From the floor, yes, our moderator. Can we get him a mic, please?
Oh. You can just use the mic on the...
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is it on? Okay, so it doesn't work.
Why not?
Right, Dato'. I am a personal believer in the conspiracy theory that the Olympic Committee withheld recognition of the sport until you left the game.
I think that too.
That said, how do you think, now that that's Olympic sport, how do you think that will change how the sport infrastructure, how the sport is done here in Malaysia, do you think?
It will be a huge change. I think Malaysia is gonna get so much out of this. It's just gonna be a boost for our squash community and our players themselves to see that there is a light to work towards. 5 years from now, anything can happen. So many things can be developed for squash. You'll find more schools probably adapting squash in their co-curricular. We are going to see the industry of squash having tournaments day in, day out in the country and also internationally. That's just Malaysia, but worldwide, we are going to be Olympians. You know, squash is going to have an Olympian, so very exciting.
Thank you. Let's give it up for our youth ambassador for the Youth Economic Forum and Malaysia's Queen of Squash, Dato' Nicole and David, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dato' Nicole and David, and also Roshan. I am sure many of the participants here have been inspired by Dato's sharing. Now, kindly remain on stage. Now, I would like to invite the Deputy Director of the Youth Economic Forum 2023, Ms. Sharifah Qureisha, to present a memento to Dato' Nicole and David and also Roshan. Can we have a big round of applause to Dato' Nicole and David? And also Roshan, thank you so much for moderating the session. Also a round of applause please for Roshan. Quick group photo. Alright, thank you so much. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, over here, I just want to play a quick game with you guys. Look to your left and your right. If you see a mic with the light on, please kindly turn it off. Thank you very much.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, the closing keynote address for Youth Economic Forum 2023 will be delivered by none other than Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Johari bin Abdul Ghani. Please join me in giving him a warm round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. And the moderator for this session will be N. Chi, currently a journalist at BFM. You have the floor, N. Chi.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, Dato' Jo. How are you?
Fine.
So, for all of your information here, Dato' Jo has long been a prominent figure when it comes to national governance. Just 5 minutes will not be enough for me to go through all his contribution for the country. But to name a few, Dato' Jo was the finance minister from the year 2016 to 2018. He is currently the member of parliament for Titi Wangsa, currently serves as the chairman of the 1MDB task force, and he also sits on the Malaysia Economic Council. Now, Dato' Jo, I'm just gonna start off with an easy question. It's been almost a year since the unity government has been formed. In your opinion, what are the gaps that have yet to be addressed when it comes to the country's economy?
Well, if you if you see today, the political dynamic of this country have changed significantly. For the first time, we have the government that comprise a different political party with a different ideology. And we are able to secure this government, despite of no individual party command an absolute majority. Right? For the first time, you can see today, Parti Barisan Nasional, where UMNO is a major part of it, are able to work with DAP, are able to work with PKR, and able to work with GPS, GRS, and all that. I think so far, for the last 1 year, we survived this government, and we need another 4 more years to go. So I think if everyone start focusing and getting the results on the economy, I think this coalition will be able to survive. That's my opinion. At the end of the day, we must go and look for the economy development in order to make sure that we're able to sustain this coalition and go for the next term. And last until 2027, and we go another term. We see. These are the chemistry at the transition period that we are going through now to make sure that the dynamic of politics in this country, we can work any political party. But the most important thing, you must be able to produce results. That is economy, jobs, reduce unemployment, improve the underemployment. When you look at today, our underemployment is already gone up to 1.91 million out of the total workforce. So these are something that I think we need to address over a period of time.
All right, to address the recently announced budget 2024, is there anything that capture your attention or?
Well, I like this point where Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri narrated it in Parliament that they would like to look at targeted subsidies. Because if you look at our DNA, the country, as a country, we are very much, our economy system is very much reliance on subsidies. So much so, if you look at this year, we projected something like about 81 billion subsidies that the government need to pay in order to run this economy. So to me, if the subsidy is given at that large amount of 81 billion, and look at what Petronas give us today, approximately about 70 billion. So basically, if you look at, I have said it in Parliament, whatever that Petronas have been giving to the government in terms of the dividends, in terms of royalties, in terms of PITA tax, all that end up to the subsidies. And if you look at the amount of the subsidies that we have given, you imagine, if these subsidies end up to the targeted group, then I think I'm fine. But if you look at, for example, petrol subsidy, we incurred something like about 50 billion this year. And based on Bank Negara report, out of these 50 billions, only 14 billions end up, only 14% of this 50 billion end up in a B40. But the rest is not. So this is something that I think we need to relook at it and then see how do we manage this Malaysian economy with a DNA with heavily reliance on subsidies. So much so, if we look at Petronas, we are unable to build our reserve as compared to what you see in Norway, for example. Norway, just like us, also producing that. Today they have reserve from the natural resources like petrol and gas, LNG and gas. And also, they have something like 1.15 trillion reserve from the natural resources. But ours, we start 2 years earlier than them. We are still hovering around $4 billion US. So this is something that I think we need to look at. Even Timor-Leste is just starting this, the natural resources reserve in 2005. Today they have a 17.5 billion US. And we started in 1988, we are only hovering about 4.5 billion US. Norway is $1.15 trillion. So what happened to our reserve? Because we use that and give subsidies. So that's what I think we need to relook at it, so that we have enough reserve to defend this economy in the event that we face another crisis like COVID and so on. So during COVID, if we look at, the government have no choice. They have to continue pump the money, almost 100 billion for the last 2 to 3 years. 100 billion. And this is all money coming from the borrowing that we make. And then not only that, the 200-300 billion ringgit that we borrow just to make sure that the economy can sustain, we also end up getting EPF to pay 145 billion from the saving that in the first place we should not withdraw in the first place at that time. Because the money was given, not targeted, anyone can withdraw regardless whether they really need the money or not. That's also another issue. So hopefully over the period of time we learn from all this, we will be more prepared to face any challenges ahead.
Right. There's also there's always an ongoing debate about how are we going to broaden our revenue stream for the country. Now, in budget 2024, we have seen a lot of, several new taxes being introduced, including capital gains tax and also the increase of SST. Do you think that these are sufficient in addressing the fiscal deficit? And also, can I just add one naughty question? Do you think that GST should be reintroduced?
I'm the proponent for GST because I know it's not easy to introduce. When Barisan Nasional introduced the GST, we lost the government. That's not normal. We are the only country in the world that reversed our GST. A lot of people ask me about GST. So I told them, the GST is not about taking money from the poor, right? Now, we are also not taking money from the rich group of people in our country. GST is a system that trying to eliminate as much that we can for the shadow and black economy. That's all. And the estimate that the government made in the past during my time, we are looking at something about 20 to 30% of the black and shadow economy. How do we capture this so that this money must come back to the government? Because we provide a massive infrastructure, we provide a lot of things for the businesses to operate smooth and efficiently. But unfortunately, because this black economy, we are not able to capture them, so it basically will affect those companies that coming here are very serious to do a very transparent business, but they lost the battle in the competition because someone who are actually playing not in the same level playing field. Because one party is that very serious, very transparent in the business, pay the tax, and another party don't pay the tax. Or they pay, they may not pay full the tax. Because then you don't put people in the same level field. How do you compete? How do you take the country next level? But unfortunately, we have already changed this. Now, you ask me whether we have to introduce GST. I say yes. But when? You have to give enough notice to the people. Because you cannot simply change the policy from GST to SST and then after you straight away convert to GST. You need to give a proper time. I would expect that, we just tell the rakyat here, we're going to introduce GST in 2025, for example, right? And then so that people get prepared. Because you must remember, every time we introduce a new system, there's a one-off spike into the inflation. That's what we have suffered. And now, generally, the general public do not like to pay tax. That's normal, especially consumer. You imagine SST, when you buy something, you never see the 10% SST there. You never see the 10%. But when you go for GST, suddenly when you get your receipt, you see a 6%. So definitely, for people who are not understanding, don't quite understand about the important and efficient tax system to put everyone at the same level of playing field, it actually will cost us in the long term, in terms of competitiveness, in terms of our efficiency in putting all the business in same level playing field, regardless of the size. So this tax system is a key in order for us. That's the reason why 117 countries never reverse this tax system. Either they call GST or they call VAT, right? But they never reverse. But sad to see this, that we have reversed it. But never mind, it's not too late. It's not broken yet. Someone says it's broken. I say, I'm not broken yet. We just need to repair.
All right, and then moving on to the very recent economic event where we have seen the ringgit dropping to its lowest against the US dollar ever since the Asian financial crisis, and also the lowest against the Singaporean dollar. What are the strategies that we can actually future-proof Malaysia in terms of this?
I think before we talk about strategies on ringgit, I think first of all, we must know the factor affecting this ringgit. You know, there's not one factor. There's a lot of factors. And depending on which country you belong, there's a lot of factors. Yeah? Now, in a Malaysian context, I think there's a few factors that are affecting the country. Now, among other things is that, one, so basically, you need a stable government. We have the stable government, but this stable government actually coming from a different political parties. There's still noises out there. Oh, we're going to change this, we're going to change that, we're going to change. Investors don't understand this. These noises, they look at us because we as a country, we have experience of changing 3 prime ministers in one term. You have one from Bersatu, then after that you have another Prime Minister, after 22 months, you have another Prime Minister. And then after that Prime Minister, 17 months, then you have another Prime Minister for 14 months. And now we have this Kerajaan Perpaduan. Now we are only about 1 year. So these noises of changing government, we want to change government, we have another 1 year to change government, all that, it doesn't give confidence to investors to come and look at you, and because they like to wait and see. Because investors come to the country, they want certainty. That's politics. To summarize that, it's political stability. Number 2, you need a competent team. You must have a competent team. When I say team, means right from the cabinet and also the government servant. You need a team that understand the issue about what affecting the currency, what affecting the economy. So these two. Number 3, you need a fundamental economy. Economy fundamental must be strong. If you don't have fundamental economy, you can say whatever that you want. At the end of the day, people look at fundamental. People look at your how do you manage your fiscal deficit? How do you manage your monetary policy? This monetary policy is also one of the factors that trigger the weakening of the ringgit. One of the factors, not the only one, is one of the factors. You imagine, pre-COVID, our OPR, Malaysia, is 3.25%. At that time, US Federal Reserve rate is only 0.25%. 0.25%, we are 3.25%. Anyone bring their money into our capital market, they bring from outside, US, Euro, bring it into the Malaysia. They convert into ringgit and they invest in our capital market. And then when they're out from the capital market, they keep the ringgit, they don't convert in US. They don't bring it out because at that time US is only about 0.25. So they keep it and they start buying the fixed income. They don't bring the money out. Now, during COVID, and you see how US managed the inflation, they find a new formula. It's actually adjusting the interest rate. They have never done this before. This is the first time, very drastic. In a span of less than 1 year, when we keep reducing our OPR to 1.75, when they increase their FFR rate from 0.25, now they are 5.5%. So you imagine, they are the 5.5%, we are just about to build it, but now it's too late to catch. to catch up with the rate because money is already out. There's a lot of, I calculated from 2018 to 2022, estimated, I think it's about 188 billion ringgit equivalent. So money out, there's a pressure there because the stock market has dropped. So people have to hold the money. So they say, why we keep here? Because the US dollar is 5.5. Or even at that time, it's about 4.55. So basically, this is also factors that are affecting our ringgit. And then what else? You look at our current account balance. Okay, we have a fiscal deficit, but our current accounts as a country, we are still positive. But even though it's positive, they have reduced, declining from 188 billion and then dropped to 91 billion. So the first half of this year, I was told, is about 1.4 billion. So I hope we will not reach into a situation where we will see this twin deficit. That will be a bit problematic for us later on because it will affect the rating. In fact, today we still have a A- rating for Standard & Poor's and Moody, but for Fitch we are now BBB+. So you look at very dynamic when it comes to the currency. We have to be quick. And then we know how to adjust. We have to, I would expect that it's go back to 3.25 fast enough before US reached to this level last time. But we are doing it very too slow. So that's my opinion on that, so that people can adjust. And of course, some people tell me that, hey, Dato' Joe, if you go back and increase your interest rate, then people have to pay more installment on their housing loan and car loan. So I told them, look, before COVID, the OPR is 3.25. Then we brought it down to 1.75. So now we want to go back to 3.25 as fast enough because the US dollar interest rate has gone up so fast. At least we go back to put at 3.25, it deters people from taking the money out. So you must adjust that OPR fast enough to bring it back. Then people say, hey, what happened? People have to pay additional installment. They don't pay additional installment. The installment is original at 3.25. Now, if you really want to subsidize them, I said, you can sit down and come up with a formula. Those people who buy an affordable house can't afford to pay extra 200 ringgit, then get Bank Negara to come up with a policy, tell all the banks that during this period, even though OPR have increased, the installment at 1.75 remain the same. So the difference of the installments are 150 or 200 ringgit, for them is a lot. If their salary is 2,500, you minus EPF, net is about 2,000, it's almost 10%. So what do you defer that to the end of the period of the loan, so that people will not feel that. But this is very dynamic. We need to do this, and we cannot wait. When you wait, when it's too late, money is already out, it's difficult to get back, right? And FDI, it's also a factor. Because last time, we are preferred destination to get this FDI. Today, for 6 months, we're only getting about 3 over billion US dollar. You look at Indonesia, 45 billion in 6 months. Vietnam, 13.3 billion. Now, I'm happy to see, after the roadshow of Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri, we see there is a MOU signed 170 billion, 40 billion. Now, let's get the job done. We need to focus on this. Look at them. The fact that they're willing to sign an MOU, that means they're interested in Malaysia. And the interest in Malaysia is high. So what do we need? We need to sit down and look at what business, what investment that they want to bring, what they want. They want land, they want labor, they want talents, they want what? So need to address them. You don't wait for them. You have to go and chase them. There's and then a lot of other things that we can talk about, Kansi. Let's wait for your next question.
All right. Thank you so much, Dato' Joe. I'm just going to open up the floor and take like 2 questions at one go. Would you like to unmute your mic? Does it work? Can we have the other mics off? Because I think they are sort of like hindering the line. Can we have a mic over there at the back?
Hello? Oh, yes.
Okay. Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon.
Where are you?
Here, I'm
There.
here.
Okay.
Wearing the red tudung. Okay, my question is, okay, my name is Fatina. I am here with my sisters. I'm actually escorting them. They are the youth here. And then my question to you, Dato', in view of the comments you made on Budget 2024, what are your thoughts on the announcement made by MOHE recently that the government has agreed to introduce and re-implement My Brain 15 scholarship, and it will be now known as My Brain 2.0? My Brain 2.0 has the conditions and requirement to apply been changed and tightened. The previously straightforward scholarship, which is applicable to anyone with an already confirmed enrollment offer or started their postgraduate studies in the university, will now only be applicable to members of the public who are not working or have regular incomes, including lecturers from private higher education institute who wish to continue their masters and PhDs. How do you think this will impact the middle income working professionals or even youth who are eager to work to gain industrial experience after they have completed their bachelor's but aspire to further their studies in the future? Are they being left out in favor of candidates who are unemployed? Your thoughts?
Okay.
Thank you.
Give me that question. Monday, I will ask the minister. I'll ask minister in the parliament. You forward me that question.
Oh, wow. Okay. Do we have another question from the floor?
Thank you, Dato'.
Can we have this gentleman and then later here, the moderator? Yeah.
Hello, test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, can you hear you?
Okay. Hi, Datuk Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, so just now you mentioned about the subsidies thing, and then actually I found out that actually there are some nowadays actually the government or the transport companies are giving concession rate to the senior citizens. But I found out that some of the senior citizens, they are earning T20 monthly salary, and at the same time, some of the B40 passengers, some of them, they don't take the public transport every day, but yet they are not entitled to get concession rate. So actually, would it be possible to remove the concession rate eligibility for the T20 senior citizens and instead to give the concession rate to all B40 passengers?
So you are saying that the T20 now take public transport? If a T20 take public transport, I think he deserves the subsidy.
Yes. Because
But my question is about the targeted subsidy. If they drive BMW or Mercedes or Porsche, that one they take subsidy, that one I have a big concern of it. But if a T20 go and take public transport, we should encourage them.
Okay.
All right. One last question from Iqbal.
YB, I'd like to ask about the elephant in the room.
Where are you?
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you explain your appointment as the current head of the 1MDB task force?
Okay.
You were the second finance minister under Datuk Sri Najib while the scandal was taking place.
Yeah.
You've gone on record confirming that a company set up by Jolo was legitimate. Is this current position a chance to right your wrongs, or is it a chance to cover up after yourself?
Okay, this is interesting for me to say. I have never said that companies set up by Jolo are legitimate. Please produce me that. I came in MOF in 2022 as a Minister of Finance too. Never I said that Jolo companies are legitimate. I never met him, but what I said is this. And people ask me, consistently I say this. 1MDB, the failure of 1MDB is three things. One, wrong business model. Two, poor governance. Three, bad management. Check, Google, that is my statement. Anyone who write in the social media about me saying that 1MDB is good business, I ask them to come and bring that article I want to see. I remember in Parliament, I did say that one of the BBI company that Abu Dhabi claimed that that's not their company. And I've done a research, I've done a search with all the BBI registration. I find out with a certificate to confirm that that company that received 1MDB money are Abu Dhabi company, owned by IPIC, which is the parent companies. I have registration, I know who incorporated it, and all legitimate. So that's the reason why I dare to say it in Parliament. I said this company is belong to IPIC. That's the reason today you look at why they agree with the settlement of the Malaysian government and pay 1.8 billion US dollar. If someone didn't take that money, you think they will settle 1.8 billion US dollar? I don't think so. Right? That's what. Now, my chairmanship today, nothing to correct. I'm a chairman of asset recovery. We're trying to recover as much as we can. Where the money is. Now, the dispute that we have with Goldman Sachs is this. When I look at the settlement agreement signed during kerajaan, apa kita panggil? Kerajaan, there's so many kerajaan lah, in PRU 14. So 3 prime minister. So what the settlement agreement was signed in August 2020. I had the opportunity to, when I was appointed as a chairman of YNDB Recovery, I got nothing to criminalize recovery. So when I go through the agreement, and I say, hey, look, come on, man. You are the one caused us to suffer 6.5 billion US dollar. You are the advisor. You are the advisor. You earn a fees. Goldman Sachs advisor. You earn a fees, 606 million US dollar. By the way, I need to caveat this. The bond was issued in 2011, 12, 13. I was not a finance minister. 2, I was a finance minister in 2016. All this done before my time. But what I want to explain here, I have the privy to know all this. They earn 606 million fees, US. Goldman Sachs is number 1 investment bank in the world. And you imagine someone who advised a company like YNDB, and now YNDB faced into this problem of 6.5 billion. Okay, fine. So I said, let's fight this. Make sure they are paying us back because they are also negligent and they are party to this scandal. If they are not party to this scandal, we cannot be losing money to that extent. So what I do? I said, look at back the agreement. When I saw the agreement, the government then signing settlement agreements in August 2020 for 2.5 billion cash, and then a guaranteed another 1.4 billion asset recovery. So basically 2.5 billion US plus 1.4. That 1.4 billion is basically they need to pay Malaysian government. There is a milestone of payment. The first milestone of payment is that after 2 years from the settlement agreement, they need to pay 250 million US dollar if they are unable to do the recovery more than 500 million US dollar. So that means they don't get 500 million US dollar, they have to pay 250 million US dollar first milestone payment. And we only got 430 billion from DOJ. Some small recovery, we got 430. So it's below 500. Because it's below 500, then I say, hey, look, you better pay the 250. So they asked for an extension. So I give an extension for 3 months. And then after the 3 months expired, they say, hey, where is the money? So they say they pay another, ask for another extension 3 months. We extend another 3 months. Until the 3rd time, we also extend the 3 months. The 4th time, I said, look, this is final. If you don't pay us that 250, that means you are not honoring the 1.4 that you're supposed to pay. So what do? I just wait. The final date is August, 8 November. What they did? They filed a suit. They asked for arbitration. Why? They want a declaration that Malaysian government have received the 1.4 via a lot of other means. So what is the means? DOJ have paid 430, and Malaysian government fined M-Bank 2.8 billion, equivalent to 640 million US. They want that to be included in the 1.4. I said, how can? That is not a recovery. That's a fine. How can you, Malaysian government effort fining, we fine our company like M-Bank, and they want the fine to be included as part of recovery. You know how much they pay us, 2.5 billion? They pay DOJ 2.9 billion. DOJ never say want to return to us. DOJ fined Goldman Sachs 2.9 billion. DOJ never transfer that 2.9 billion to us because they say it's fine. That's not recovery. They only give us 430 million. So my point is, the dispute is about not honoring the agreement. And the agreement was not properly drafted. That's my take. If a properly drafted, properly defined the terms of the settlement, and we really define that this fine or any other thing that outside the recovery of the asset from overseas, then should not be included. But we are silent on that. When you are silent on that, now we have to face them in arbitration. To get whether what they request now, they want to declare, they want to get the arbitrator to declare that Malaysian government have already got the 1.4, including what we have settled with IPIC, 1.8 billion. They want that to be included as well. IPIC, and it's a separate matter, they want that 1.8 to be included as part of 1.4, 640 million US from M-Bank as part of 1.4. That's all the dispute. So you go back to the settlement agreement, we're not basically having the right settlement agreement that properly define what we should have or what should not have. That's all. I hope that's clear you.
All right, thank you so much for the spicy question. Now, due to time constraint, Dato' Jo, I would like to invite you to give the closing keynote speech. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much.
Let's give him a warm round of applause as Dato' makes his way to deliver his closing speech, ladies and gentlemen.
Ada sound? Okay. I ingat dah habis, tak habis ke? Korang bagi aku shock tengok YNDB ya. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I have to read a little bit my text. Ms. Aini Najiha binti Muhammad Razi, Director of Youth Economic Forum 2023. Mr. Syed Muhammad Arif Syed Abdul Rahim, President of Perdana Fellow Alumni Association. Members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and future leaders of Malaysia. Salam sejahtera and a very good evening to all of you. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me for this closing. I didn't expect that YNDB question. I was thinking just now, I do not want to answer all of you, but I think when I see this all live coverage, I think I better explain. I take this opportunity to explain. I'm sure tomorrow or day after I will get another letter from Goldman Sachs. They say you are sub judice. Okay, all right. As we draw the curtains on the Youth Economic Forum 2023, it is my distinct honor to stand before you and deliver the closing keynote address here. This forum has been an incredible journey, I believe, where all of you have explored the theme of growing prosperity, working together, restoring Malaysia throughout the day. Throughout the day, all of you have delved into various aspects of our nation development, and now it is time to reflect the significance of the youth in the context of Malaysia's future. In order to understand the essence of this time, we must consider it in the broader context of education, talent and experience, sustainable development, digital transformation, entrepreneurships, inclusivity, global perspective, and the need for a long-term vision for our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the young, intelligent participants of this forum, I believe, are the backbone of Malaysia's future. You are not just the leaders of tomorrow, you are the leaders of today. Your energy, ideas, and innovative thinking are the driving force that can propel our nation forward. In a rapidly changing world, your fresh perspective and digital proficiency are invaluable assets that we cannot afford to underutilize. You represent the promise of a brighter and more prosperous Malaysia. Let's learn from all the mistakes that we have made in the past, and you have in front of me are able to see all this, and we should learn from all this for you to be a future leaders of this country in the future. However, in order to have a head start in shaping our future and contributing to the development of our nation, there are some key areas that need to be focused on in order to equip you with the necessary tools, skills, and opportunities to be a change agent of Malaysia. Youth must have education. In fact, I want to add the word, not only education, it's quality education. The youth must have talent. The youth must have experience. The youth must embrace digital technology. The youth must have entrepreneurship mind. And the youth must have global perspective. Education is a cornerstone of any nation development. To harness the full potential of our youth, we must ensure that quality education remains a top priority. Quality education is the gateway to empowering our youth with the expertise and knowledge they need to contribute to the economy and social growth of our nation. The government, the academic institution, civil society, and private sector must work together to create a robust and adaptable education system that equip our youth to ensure they succeed in the current global challenging environment that we are facing now. Talent and experience go hand in hand. While you can bring fresh ideas and energy to the table, you can also benefit immensely from the wisdom and experience of your successful predecessor. The exchange of knowledge between generation and generation is a powerful catalyst for growth. As a young person, you should not shy away from seeking the guidance and the mentorship of those who have walked the path before you and successful. For those experienced professionals, and I believe a lot of you are here, remember that investing in the next generation is an investment in our collective future success. Ladies and gentlemen, in light with the budget 2024 and the global push for sustainability, sustainable development is no longer just an option, it is a necessity. It involves meeting our current needs without compromising the ability of the future generation. Malaysia's youth have a crucial role to play in promoting this through responsible consumption, environmentally friendly innovation, and of course, awareness of the campaign. You are key in bringing fresh perspective and innovative ideas to the table. Your creativity and ability to think outside the box can lead to a sustainable solution for a long-standing problem. Whether it is developing clean energy or technologies, sustainable agriculture practices, or eco-friendly business model, the youth are the forefront of the innovation. Therefore, let us champion these sustainable business practices that enhance economic growth without harming the environment, to ensure that the next generation of leaders will inherit a better Malaysia. Digitalization and the technology are shaping modern economies. Malaysia youth have grown up in a world saturated with technology, thus giving them an edge in understanding and harnessing the power of such advancement. You are highly adaptable, you are quick learners, and you can easily embrace new digital tools through various platforms, and making you the ideal candidate to push for transformation in this new era. In addition, the digital literacy is a key to employability in the 21st century. Anyone want to get a job now? It's a must to have digital literacy. And it's important that you embrace such resources for learning and professional development. You are therefore the driving force in shaping the future of the industry, society, and also economies as we continue to navigate the technology era of this country. Hence, you are vital in our nation's digital transformation. Another important factor in youth development is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is a dynamic engine for job creation and also innovation and economic resilience. Young entrepreneurs in Malaysia have demonstrated that startups can grow into significant contributors to the economy and reduce the unemployment rate. As you know, today, we have unemployment rate is about 3.4 to 3.5% of the total population of the country. But the youth unemployment rate now stand at 10.8%. It's among the highest end of this unemployment among youth. You are the catalyst for economic growth, as youth-led enterprises generally promote economic expansion by fostering competition, innovation, and productivity, which ultimately increases our country GDP overall. Therefore, we must foster a supportive ecosystem for entrepreneurship, including mentorship, access to capital, and a culture that celebrates business acumen. Ladies and gentlemen, inclusivity and diversity are not just ethical imperatives, but also smart economy strategies. Diverse workforce and business landscape can foster innovation and attract global talent and investment. And the youth can play an important role in promoting this. The youth in Malaysia are adept in using a technology and social media. Hence, you have the ability to take advantage of this platform to amplify the voices of the marginalized communities, raise awareness, and organize movement and campaign that can promote social change for the betterment of Malaysia. For Malaysia to reach its full potential, it has to ensure that there are equal opportunities for all Malaysians, regardless of their background, and to continuously promote diversity, social unity, and inclusion in both education and corporate setting. Malaysia is part of the global economy, and the youth can contribute to international trade and diplomacy. Global cooperation is essential in addressing common challenges, and youth should be active global citizens, contributing not only to Malaysia development, but also to global efforts on issues like climate change, human rights, and global peace. Lastly, Our youth are asset to our nation. All of you must challenge the status quo. All of you must challenge the status quo. Question the assumptions and inspire change. These are the things that youth must do. You are not burdened by the weight of tradition, but rather invigorated by the potential of the progress. All of you represent the untapped potential of Malaysia's economic growth. The creativity, the diversity and adaptability of young workforce can help Malaysia navigate economic challenges, drive innovation and attract investment. Malaysia's future prosperity is intertwined with its ability to harness the power of its youth, to create an environment where young entrepreneurs can flourish, where fresh ideas can be nurtured, and where skill can be honed. All of that we need to embark aggressively. In other words, you are the change agent for Malaysia. Beyond short-term gain, let us also consider a long-term vision for Malaysia's economic development. The importance of continuity, commitment, and adaptability in achieving sustainable prosperity cannot be overstated. You should actively participate in shaping this long-term vision, ensuring it aligns with the aspiration of the thriving Malaysia. In conclusion, I want to thank the Perdana Fellow Alumni Association, Youth Economic Forum, and every one of you for your participation and commitment to the advancement of Malaysia. Last but not least, I urge each of you to take a lesson, connection, networking, and inspiration that you have gained throughout this forum and use them as a foundation for action. Your individual and collective effort can shape the destiny of our beloved Malaysia. Let us work together with unwavering determination to grow our prosperity, restore our nation's greatness, and create a brighter future for Malaysia and learn from a past mistake that we have made in the past. May the spirit of unity and ambition in this forum guide you in line with the path ahead. Malaysia's future is in your hand. Together, we can make it truly exceptional. Thank you very much.
Thank you to YB Datuk Sri Johari bin Abdul Ghani. Can I invite YB to kindly remain on stage? We would like to invite the President of the Perdana Fellow Alumni Association, Mr. Syed Muhammad Arif, to present a memento to Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Johari bin Abdul Ghani and Enci, witnessed by the Director of the Youth Economic Forum, Ms. Auni Najiha. A round of applause, please. Let's give it up for Datuk Johari, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, all good things must come to an end. And with that marks the end of the Youth Economic Forum 2023. On behalf of the organizers, we would like to express our heartfelt congratulations and appreciation to everyone. And to our distinguished guests, speakers and moderators, government officials and non-governmental representatives for your unwavering support that made this very special event possible. A special thank to our partners, first and foremost, our transport partner, Grab. Strategic partner, 30% Club.
Strategic partner, World Bank Group.
And our venue partner, Bank Negara Malaysia.
Career partner, Talent Corp.
Bronze sponsor, Kuala Lumpur Kepong Berhad.
Bronze sponsor, MIDF, Malaysia Industrial Development Finance Berhad.
Silver sponsor, the Asia School of Business.
Corporate patron, Ernst & Young, EY.
Official partner, Paynet. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go yet as we are about to take a group photo collectively with Datuk Johari and the remaining of our panel speakers and moderators. Can I invite everyone to kindly squeeze to your left and right? Those at the back, kindly come to the front. Can I ask you to do so in an efficient manner, as fast as possible? Can our ushers help guide us, please?
Yes,
Photographers?
are we
All
good?
right.
Okay. The ones at the back from the side, can we just sort of like move?
Can you come to the front, please? A little bit faster, please. Ushers, could you help us out, please? Thank you. Photographers, on your count. Those at the left and right, please squeeze inside once again.
Smile.
Okay, now freestyle. Video, guys.
Is it good? Do we need one more take?
All good? Videography
good?
team.
Alright, thank you. A round of applause for yourselves, please.
Special thanks to all our volunteers who have worked tirelessly for months to making the Youth Economic Forum a success. Let us look forward to the next edition of a bigger and better Youth Economic Forum. My name is Roshan Nigel Miranda.
And I am NG Anshi.
Signing off as your host for the Youth Economic Forum 2023. Thank you
Take care and
stay
stay safe.
Safe travels, folks.